I was reincarnated as the older brother of a villainess destined to die, so I want to change the future by raising my younger sister with my own hands. I am the strongest in the world, but my little sister must be the cutest in the world. Volume 3 by Yuki Mizusato. Translated by Fans Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Fiancé. Bright voices echoed throughout the social hall at Foranada Castle. Inside the hall were us, 3 siblings, and my subordinates. Everyone had a drink in one of their hand and was picking at the food spread out on the table. A certain day in March. Today was Caroline's birthday, my beloved sister. It was an annual event to hold a standing buffet party among relatives like this, and everyone enjoys it without any formalities. I think there was a slight element of a party at the end of the year to thank everyone for their hard work. Even though the participants were only relatives, they dressed up a little because it was a party. The star of the show, Corinne, was particularly enthusiastic. Her mini-length balloon dress with a red base color looks gaudy at first glance, but it was a design that was very appropriate for her, as it shows off her bright temperament. Her habitual blonde hair, which she usually wears flowing, was pulled back into a ponytail today, and her white nape of the neck was dazzling. She was usually a cute little sister, but today she was 10 times more adorable. "You look great in the dress. You look even cuter than usual." When I complimented her, Corinne's red eyes dimmed and she smiled happily. With that smile alone, I could live for another year. "Anisama looks great in that suit as well." "You're cool." "Is that so?" I was wearing a party suit that was more casual. It was mainly dark navy. My gray hair was also lightly styled, but I'll spare the details since it was just an excuse. It was true that it was a wonderfully designed piece of clothing, but as a child, I still couldn't wear it that well. "So, I don't think it was as cool as Corinne says." I explained to Corinne, but she just repeated what she said earlier. Well, she was a brocon, so maybe everything I wear looks good on me. As I shelved myself and smiled dryly, someone else came forward to agree with Corinne. "I think you're cool," just as Caroline-sama said. I can't help but let out a sigh. "That's a bit of an exaggeration." She was a maid who was my secretary and a former spy for the royal court. Although she has a flaw in that she frequently screws up, she was an excellent person with a high level of ability and a hard-working spirit. She usually wears a maid's uniform, but today she was dressed up. She was wearing a light green empire dress and her pale blue-purple hair was half up. She was usually dressed more maturely, but when she was dressed like this, her beauty stands out so much that it attracts people's eyes. For various reasons, she has biased views comparable to Corinne, since she confessed her love to me just 2 months ago. That's why I couldn't rely on her assessment of my appearance. Or rather, I can't help but let out a sigh was a bit of an exaggeration. As far as I could see from her expressions, she was serious about her impressions, which was bad for her nature. "You look good in that dress. You give off a mature and lovely vibe." "Ah, really? Thank you very much. I feel like I'm soaring to the heavens, being praised by Zechs-sama." "You're overreacting." "What in there? I'm not sure what's going on, but hasn't she become a clunker since she fell in love?" I ignored it because she never brought her personal feelings into work, but it was embarrassing to watch her like this. As I was being taken aback by Shin's embarrassment, another person called out to me. "Zechs compliment me too." The one who made the direct offer was Orca, my beloved stepbrother, who stands alongside Corinne. He was a fox beastman with cute brown ears and a tail. It was not just the beastman elements that were cute, but his appearance as well. He looks so much like a girl that I sometimes get confused. Even his gestures were girlish. Oops. My language was messed up. "I bet he looks cute." With this expectation, I turned back to him. And then I looked at him blindingly. "Huh? Why a dress?" Yes, Orca was wearing a dress. No matter how I look at it, he was wearing a cream-yellow A-line dress. It was a stunning woman's dress. "Does it look bad on me?" Orca asks anxiously in response to my reaction. The teary-eyed look he gave me was foul play. "That's not true. It suits you very well and you look cute." "I mean, the problem is that you look too good in it." What would happen if he, who was usually mistaken for a girl, were to dress up in a dress? The answer was the birth of a transcendent beautiful girl. This was bad. There was a magic that exists that draws someone in even when they know it was a man. I feel like I am about to open a new door. To be defeated by Orca is a lifetime mistake. An unexpected strong opponent has appeared. Who prepared that dress? There was a racket around me, but I ignored it and asked Orca. Then he answered with a puzzled look on his face. It's Sebastian-san. Sebastian, I lamented. I had no idea that he, one of the most conscientious of my subordinates, was the culprit. Was there really no salvation for me? Afterward, when I questioned Sebastian about it, he said that he had just forgotten that Orca was a man. To add to this, it was a fact that everyone except me and Karan had forgotten about it. Orca. What a scary kid. Section. The party ended without incident, and I returned to my room. I lay down on my bed, getting ready to go to sleep. However, I woke up shortly afterward. I'm receiving a telepathic message. The person on the other end of the line was, "Have you calmed down?" I apologize for the inconvenience, but everything is fine now. Desu. When I opened their cover texture, a person appeared from there. The person who speaks in a strange way was the Earth Spirit, Noma. Brown hair and eyes, a dignified face, and clothes were reminiscent of a nobleman, nothing different from before. It's been half a year. She had been holed up in my cover texture ever since she went insane, but just now she asked to go outside. I met her with some concern in my heart, but so far she has behaved calmly, although I was a little concerned about her tone of voice. We were able to communicate without a hitch. While she was a hermit, I couldn't have a conversation with her at all. Noma bowed down on her knees. Demon God Sama, I apologize for the outrageous disrespect I showed to you the other day. Desu. As you can see, I am deeply sorry, so please spare my life. Desu. Please forgive me. Wait, just wait a minute. I panicked. What was this spirit suddenly saying? I was surprised at her sudden apology, but she was also calling me by an unfamiliar honorific title and starting to talk nonsense that I don't know where to begin. The unexpected situation gave me a mild headache. However, being perplexed would not solve the problem. I tried to calm my mind and spoke to Noma in an orderly fashion. First of all, I want to point out that I have no intention of harming you at all. You will spare my life. Of course, I never intended to kill you in the first place. So, calm down. I don't know what kind of mindset she has to be in to come to the conclusion that I'm going to kill her. 9 out of 10, it probably has to do something with the demon god that she said. I sighed at the spirit, who seemed to be in a somewhat strange state of tension, and continued, I'd like to add one more thing. I'm not the demon god, okay? Noma widened her eyes and tilted her head. You're not the demon god Sama Desu? Even though you have a vastly greater amount of mana and unimaginable mana density than the spirit king Sama Desu? I'm just a human. The circumstances were too peculiar to use the adjective just, but at least my race was definitely human. What's with the demon god anyway? I know about the demon king, but I had never heard of that one, which seems to be a higher form. Was it possible that there was a backstory that has never been publicly revealed? I'd like to think that there was no such thing, but considering the expansive nature of the original game, I couldn't say for sure. It is an existence that is handed down among the spirits. It is feared that they control all the demons in the world and treat them like limbs. All of the demons, huh? That means they could use all magic, right? In other words, I am not the demon god. Wouldn't it be a monster to be able to handle all kinds of magic? Remind me of my teacher, Akatsuki. No way. No. I could think of other possibilities, and for now, I'll just put it in the corner of my mind. However, Akatsuki and Noma should never be allowed to meet in the future. All right. You're not the demon god with that amount of mana. What's more, a human. That's absurd. But it's true that he doesn't give off the demonic air. Perhaps shocked by my comment, Noma mumbles and questions herself. I was a little scared. The first time we met, I could understand some of her feelings from her attitude. The perception of human beings among the spirits was that they were insignificant beings who were not good at handling mana. Her pride must have been shattered because she had been defeated by such a lowly creature, me, in the area in terms of mana. However, I couldn't entertain Noma forever. I've got work tomorrow, and I want to make sure I get a good night's sleep. I'm sorry for all the confusion, but let's get down to business. Be business? Don't get all worked up. You don't have to be nervous. I just want you to answer one question. And, I know it's a little late for this, but please don't use honorifics. It's hard for me to talk to you. I understand. So, what's the question? Marina. How did you save the girl who was there when you met her? Nama, you used her mana to activate your spirit magic, didn't you? It was during Marina's rescue, the heroine of the game, that she first met Nama. It had always been a mystery to me. The reason why Marina had fainted was due to her depletion of her mana, and the reason why a spirit who looked down on humans saved her, who was an ordinary village girl. In the past 6 months, I had been able to guess about the former. Perhaps Nama and Marina had entered into a temporary contract limited to that moment. In fact, there were restrictions on how spirits could help other races. They have to go through the process of making a contract with the subject and using the contractor's mana. The person or the contractor was called a spirit magician. Humans and beastmen cannot sense spirits and were therefore mostly elves. Getting back on topic. Then, why the temporary contract? I'm sure that because Marina's aptitudes were fire and water, she could not fully supply mana to Nama, who was an earth spirit. Transferring magic power to a person with a different aptitude was the worst way to convert mana. It depends on the skill of the practitioner, but I think the inefficiency was about 10 to 1. Nevertheless, she could not help Marina without making a contract. So she forced herself to make a contract with her, even in a temporary form. And so she prevented her from slipping to her death by exercising spirit magic. As a result, Marina came back unscathed, but combined with her innate low mana, she fell into a coma for a week. This was to be expected, as that was what happened, but that was as far as I could guess. I couldn't figure out the reason why I saved her. It was obvious that the same thing occurred in the game. I was eager to know the truth that was never told in my previous life. Nama then said, with a look of disappointment on her face, "Is that what this is all about?" "That's because she has a talent." "Talent?" "She has a talent for being a spirit magician." "What?" I stared at her. I had never imagined this. Marina had no talent for magic. She was supposed to be an ordinary character in every way. At the very least, I have confirmed that her mana was mediocre. When I questioned her about this, Nama replied with a sarcastic smile. "The talent required for an ordinary magician and a contractor, a spirit magician, are different. What is required of the latter is whether or not they are liked by spirits." "Marina, you mean she has a constitution to be favored by spirits?" "That's right. Moreover, she has such a special talent that even I, who should have no aptitude with her, was attracted." "I see." I couldn't say anything other than nod my head. I had no idea that a character that everyone had convinced themselves was mediocre actually had great talent. The reason why Marina's talent was not mentioned could be roughly guessed. It was because spirits themselves do not appear in the game. Spirits rarely interact with human society, so it was impossible for them to make use of their talents. To use an analogy, it was like being born in Japan with a talent for handling firearms. Casting pearls before swine, as they said. As a fan, I have mixed feelings about this after having spent so much time worrying about the game. Well, if I get a chance, maybe I could give her some advice, but that was only if I get the chance. All right, now that everything was sorted out, I should finish the remaining work. I changed my mind and turned to Nama. I'm not sure what she had misunderstood, but she instantly started to get scared. "Are you going to get rid of me? Don't be so uptight. I'm just going to send you back to where you belong." Originally, I only retrieved her because I could not leave her alone while in a crazy state. If she had returned to a normal state, there was no need to keep her in custody. I thought it was a good deal for them. But Nama's reaction was different from what I expected. Can't you just have me stay by your side like this?" She started to say that he wanted to stay with me. What kind of change of heart was this? "Why?" I asked her. "I told you before that I'm a cook, didn't I?" "That's right." As I recall, it was mana cook or something. Spirits take in mana as their food, but there was no concept of cooking. Spirits usually take in mana as it was. However, the girl in front of me was so impressed by human cooking that she was trying her hand at making a dish out of mana. What does that have to do with what we just talked about? I wondered and urged her to continue. It's not like I didn't do anything while I was inside your magic. There was an abundance of mana in there, and being a cook, it was only natural that I should work hard at making a dish. I detect a slight heat riding on Noma's voice. Apparently, it was a happy discovery in her reclusive life. I'm sure it is something to do with my mana. Noma then says triumphantly, your magic is amazing. Thanks to being lacking of color, it was easy to cook with. It can be easily processed and transformed into the dish I want. Of course, there is a disadvantage of poor energy return if the mana is not of one's own attribute. But in your case, it doesn't matter much. The uncommon density of mana follows the difficulty. If I were to express it in human terms, I should say that you have high nutritional value and the quantity is inexhaustible, so I can make as many prototypes as I want. After that, Noma goes on and on about how wonderful my mana was. If I didn't stop her in the middle of it, she would have gone on forever. In short, I wanted to use your mana, so please let me stay by your side. That's a little rough around the edges, but that's the way it is. Fumu. I hesitated for a moment and then asked her, but what can you do? What? I want to know what you can do. I'm willing to offer you my mana, but I want to benefit from it. I would never have the opportunity to borrow the power of a spirit in my lifetime. I wanted to make the most of the opportunity and establish a give-and-take relationship. What can I do? Is it? Noma's gaze wandered for a moment, then she opened her mouth. I can handle most things that involve earth. That's a rough one. For example, even if you say that. I've never been conscious of it. For spirits, exercising magic was about as recognizable as walking for a human being. The spirits were really amazing. I had no choice but to ask a lot of questions. What I found out was that the spirit was out of the ordinary. First of all, she could improve the nutrition of the soil. As long as she has mana, she could revive even dead soil. Also, in the field of agriculture, she could improve the quality of plants, although not as much as a specialist. With these two things alone, Foranada's agriculture could aim to be the best in the world. Earth spirits were really useful. It doesn't stop there. Depending on the mana, it seems that metal creation was also possible. Since I have a large amount of mana, I tried it all. As a result, this one also had a destructive performance. I was able to create not only gold, silver, and copper, but also various alloys by mobilizing knowledge from my previous life. Not only that, she was able to refine rare metals such as adamantine and mithril, which were standard fantasy metals, although they were inferior to natural products. Nama says that she could also perform alchemy and that the situation of weapons and magical tools in Foranada would improve dramatically. According to Nama, it was only my abundant mana that made this possible, but she was definitely someone I want to have in my hands. I immediately concluded a contract with Nama. It was a happy miscalculation. If that were the case, I may be able to bring that plan forward. Fufafu. I'm looking forward to reforming the territory starting tomorrow. Section. The next day, I put forward a plan for managing the territory that took Nama's cooperation into account, and as expected, my subordinates questioned my sanity. I had no choice but to introduce Nama, only I could make it happen because it requires an enormous amount of mana, and materialize the spirit as well. The people in charge of agriculture, distribution, and finance were consulting with each other with wicked smiles on their faces, so I am sure they would be able to manage the plan well. For the time being, Nama will be extremely busy. I felt pity for her, but it was a contract, so she had to put up with it. In addition, I introduced her to Kran and Orca. They were calling her cute repeatedly and rubbing Nama the wrong way. I was a bit jealous. Getting back on topic, the work was done in one go. In the afternoon, I was about to attend Nina's training, a girl in my custody, when Daniel, the executive in charge of foreign affairs, came into the office. He had a difficult expression on his face, so I guessed that it was a troublesome matter. I stopped him, who was about to start with various greetings, and asked him to quickly explain what he had to do. I received a letter from the royal court. Daniel's one word changed the atmosphere in the office. It became heavy and tense. No wonder. The incident with Cutest has been shared with all of my subordinates. Their distrust of the royal court was extraordinary. They were so wary that a single letter could cause such alarm. That was proof that Karen was loved by everyone, but let's put it aside for now. The first priority was to proceed with the topic. I urged Daniel to give the letter to me. Then, using the letter knife handed to me by Shen, I cut the seal. The letter was covered with a lot of words, but since letters for nobles were often decorated, I skimmed through it and confirmed only the main points. 5 minutes later, I let out a small sigh as my subordinates held their breath. Then, I told them in a simple manner what the royal court wanted. It seems that they want to propose Kran as the second prince's fiancé! I could feel everyone gasp. We all had a common feeling, and that was, this is beyond brazen and shameless. It was totally unexpected. That's right. I had already guessed that Karen would be proposed to as a fiancé to the royal family. She was a light magician with a reputation as the Saintess of Sunlight. As we know from Cutest' case, the country was in desperate need of such a person. There was no way that the royal court would not take the most reliable means of securing the talent. The fact that Cutest, who manipulates with dolls, was reporting that there was no problem probably contributed to this trend. There was nothing unnatural about being notified a year prior to her 9th ceremony. There was nothing unnatural about being notified a year prior to the 9 Order ceremony. She was going to be a partner of someone from the royal family, so we should be given at least a year to prepare in advance. Well, 1 year was not much. Are they trying to harass us? But it had finally come. I had anticipated this engagement apart from the aforementioned factors. Needless to say, game knowledge. In the game, Karen was engaged to the second prince, not to mention that the second prince was a capture target, though there was no chance for them to get together because Karen dies on any route. When I remembered the second prince, I got annoyed. The second prince hates Karen more than when they first met. He ignores Karen, who tries to do everything for him, and doesn't treat her as if she were his fiancée. He also doesn't like her because she was blonde, for some unintelligible reason. No, it was fine that he doesn't like blondes, considering his relatives. It was understandable why he dislikes them, and yet, the reason I say it makes no sense was that the protagonist, the saint, was also blonde. I really don't get it. How could he be with a saint when he said that he disliked blondes? And if I enter the exclusive route, he was still in love with the saint just like the common route. You have to improve your bad first impression and get to know each other. I understand that was one of the spices of a romance game. I couldn't help but pity Karen in the game. To be honest, I dislike him the most among the targets in the game. The reason why I dislike him was not only because he was related to Karen. The second prince has the character of giving his undivided affection to those he likes, but he was thoroughly cold to those he dislikes. It may sound a little better to say, his affection for his people is boundless, but he shows no mercy to his enemies. I often see characters with such personalities as protagonists in recent fiction. However, as a member of the royal family, I could only say that he was unqualified. If he couldn't deal with people he disliked with a smile on his face, there was no way he could rule a country. He wasn't fit to be king because he was not able to mix the two. Well, in the second prince's route, he will take the position of the Holy King. His route develops with the support of the saint. Sigh. I've complained a lot, but now I have to think about how to respond to the demands from the royal court. In Foranada's current state, it was very difficult to turn back demands from the royal court, and if we were to refuse an engagement from the royal family, we would inevitably be bashed by the nobles in the vicinity. Normally, the only course would be to accept the request, but how should we deal with the situation? Let's put the situation into perspective. As someone has already guessed from my past actions, the power of the royal court was quite strong in the Holy Kingdom. This country was also a religious nation. So even though it was organized separately from the church, the idea that those who are deeply religious must follow the king's words has been ingrained in the country. Of course, they were not so powerful that they could be flexible about anything. The nobles, who are the ruling class, have a certain independence, while the commoners do not. However, there are many nobles who belong to the Holy King's faction for the sake of their power, and if they overtly rebel, they will turn even the nobles of their own faction against them. If I were to overtly rebel, I would make enemies with the nobles of that faction as well. Therefore, I have been careful not to take any hostile action against the royal court. It was impossible for us to win at this stage. Should I destroy the Holy Royal Family? To be honest, I thought about that too. It would be one way for me to demonstrate my overwhelming military might and keep my surroundings through fear. But, I don't want to do that. My goal was to overturn Karen's impending doom, but I didn't think it would be better if she simply didn't die. Even if she survived, it would be too sad to leave her with nothing but a future in which she would not be able to laugh. If a government through fear was put in place, what awaits them was a probing battle with potential enemies. Surely, Karen would not have a pleasant life. Such an ending was not what I wanted. That was why I endure for now. I have to be careful not to fall into the wrong trap, but to act with an eye on the future, not the immediate future. I asked, turning my attention to the people in each department who were present. How's that progressing? No problem on my end. No problem here either. We will need a little more time, but with Nomadono's help, our plans will move forward significantly. Likewise. Same here. No problem here. Fumu. So foreign affairs, internal affairs, and intelligence are all ready to go, and agriculture, finance and distribution were up to Noma. The Knights and the Magician's Corps were about to reach their minimums, so I have to seriously ask Noma to do her best. How long will it take? My further question was answered by the three of them, who pondered the question as they were not ready. After some discussion, the treasurer spoke up. We need time until the end of the current fiscal year. Just in time. The royal court was of the opinion that they would like to announce the engagement at Karen's 9th birthday ceremony. Karen's birthday was in March, that was, at the end of this school year. Just in time? No, it was a little too late, since some nobles would probably get the information in advance. However, I couldn't complain. They must have made the utmost effort to come up with this estimate. If that was the case, then we should just go around so that it won't be a problem even if it takes time until the end of the fiscal year. Proceed as quickly as possible. You can take as much time off as you want after we're done. Yes, sir. The three of them responded in a spirited manner. I believe they will be fine. Now, we have decided on a plan, except the engagement to the second prince. However, I have no intention of simply agreeing to it. Everyone should make their own preparations toward the end of the year. Next March, Foranada will be on the move. Yes. My subordinates were fired up and handled their work at a faster pace than before. It's going to be another busy year, I muttered to myself as I watched them work so quickly and efficiently. Later, when I told Karen about her engagement to the second prince, she reluctantly accepted, saying, "You must have some plan, Anisama." She seemed to have understood my intentions, as I expected from my sister, who was as much of a brocon as I am. She seems to know everything about her brother. Section. A few days later, my birthday came around. This year was not just a birthday, but more hectic than usual due to the forthcoming 9th ceremony. With the Count, my father, also have to be present. Coupled with the preparations for the ceremony, my subordinates were busy working until the day of the ceremony. However, my 9th ceremony won't be thrilling. Ostensibly, I'm regarded as a colorless person who is heartless and hides behind his younger siblings. Although invitations were sent to the surrounding nobles, most of them were just proxies. All we have to do was to watch out for the Count's mouth. The prediction was almost right on target. Every house of the same rank or higher than Foranada was represented by a proxy. However, there was one situation that caught me and my subordinates off guard, and that was, I am truly happy for you to have reached your 9th ceremony. Congratulations, Zechs. Thank you for taking the trouble to come here, Duke Laramble. A middle-aged man shakes hands with me. The man has black hair and vermilion eyes, a stern face, and a muscular body. His name was Jobuxtemhusking Laramble, and he has a strict military air about him that matches his appearance. As I mentioned earlier, he was a duke. The current head of a ducal family attended the 9th ceremony of the notorious son of a count. It was an unexpected situation. It was true that I sent the duke an invitation since they were a neighbor 3 territories away. However, who could have expected that he would show up at the 9th ceremony of the idiot son of Foranada, who was not even parochial? Naturally, all the attendees were dismayed. Even those who had been informed of the event beforehand were agitated. They didn't know how to react. The only one who was smiling in a calm manner was probably the Count, my father. In the end, the ninth ceremony ends with an air of tension in the air. It was an awkward time, like a disaster, not a festival. Although the Duke of Laramble did not take any action during the ceremony, he could not have gone to Foranada just to celebrate. As it turned out, my guess was correct. After the ceremony, I sent the Count back to his room, and while I was moving with Shin, a servant came to tell me the Duke's message. According to him, he wanted to talk with me alone. It was too suspicious an invitation, especially when he didn't allow the Count, my father, to be present. I could sense their intentions. I instructed the servant to set up the meeting as soon as possible, and then I moved my legs again. I couldn't refuse. I was genuinely interested in the meeting, partly because it was with a nobleman of higher rank. What was he going to say to me, to a kid with ill repute? And even though the Duke of Laramble was a descendant of the Holy Royal Family, he does not belong to the same faction as the Holy Royal Family, the Royal Court faction that advocates the absolute rule of the Holy King. Rather, he was the leader of the aristocratic faction, which was in a confrontational relationship. Well, there was probably a lot of political speculation involved. It was not important now, so I will leave that at the back of my mind. The emphasis here should be on the fact that they belong to a faction that was at odds with the royal court. In other words, if I could get him to talk nicely, I might be able to keep the royal court in check. Even though I understood it was a trap, it was worth listening to him just for that. Zechs-sama, it's all right. Shin's sorrowful voice rings out. I know she wants to tell me about the dangers of meeting alone with him, but I'm very aware of that. Naturally, I'll be very careful, but in all likelihood, there should be no problem. I couldn't sense any hostility from the Duke, and above all, I could assure her that he would not use any tricks on me. Will it be a demon or a snake? The meeting with Laramble will be held in 10 minutes. Let's take a look at what kind of person King Laramble was. Duke Laramble was more than famous for his position alone, but he also had another nickname that spread throughout the world, and that was Magic Maniac. It was a double meaning of Magic Lord, which means having a deep knowledge of magic and being a magic maniac who values magic more than anything else. His magical supremacy was hardcore. He would not hire anyone with a low aptitude for magic, no matter how good their other abilities were, and he would not listen to them. He would not listen to anyone who was not good at magic. He decides who his children's friends and marriage partners are based on their magical abilities. There were too many other episodes to mention. I had experienced these episodes in the game. That's right, Duke Laramble was a character in the game. That was because his daughter was the saint's best friend and the hero's capture target. In the former, he was still in the game, but in the latter, he would appear frequently. Having heard all this, someone may have wondered one question. Why did the Duke of Laramble approach me? It was strange in a lot of ways. It was too far out of line with his philosophy that the Duke, who upholds the supremacy of magic, would contact me, a colorless person. It was safe to assume that he has such an important agenda. In order to clarify that, I brace myself for the meeting. The meeting was held in the most prestigious reception room at Foranada Castle. As per the prior notice, there was no one in the room but me and the Duke. The servant who made tea was immediately dismissed. We sat facing each other on a large sofa. Some time passed as we sipped our tea. The atmosphere of the place, combined with the strictness of the atmosphere, was heavy. Suddenly, Duke Laramble opened his mouth. I'm not good with words. I can act like an aristocrat a little, but I don't think it's necessary. What do you think? Of course, I don't mind. I am also a man of simple tastes. I nodded my head in agreement to the line asking if I could speak frankly. As a former civilian, I would like to avoid using pretentious phrases. However, this response turned into regret the next moment. I would like to propose my daughter as your fiancé. Boo! The shocking remark made me spurt out the tea I was holding in my mouth at an inopportune moment. The tea went into my windpipe a little. The Duke, paying no heed to my reaction, continued. This is my daughter's file. I hope to hear back from you as soon as possible." He then put a stack of A4 size papers on the table, which he had taken out from somewhere. I, on the other hand, turned my head frantically while coughing. I was trying to figure out where to start with this completely unexpected question. Fortunately, Duke Laramvel seemed to be waiting for me to calm down. He crossed his arms and remained calm and silent. After I managed to catch my breath, I first asked the question I should have asked him. "Why did you bring this up to me?" This was not a question about, why did he propose to me to take his daughter as my fiancée. I am asking, why did he invite me, who was only the son of a count, to an important meeting to decide on a fiancée? That was what I am asking. Normally, I would have the count, my father, and a subordinate in charge of foreign affairs attend the meeting. I had a pretty good idea of what was going on, but it was a case that I'm trying to confirm. The Duke sniffed lightly and replied in a manner as if it was obvious. "If I don't bring it to you, who will I bring it to? After all, you are the true ruler of this count's territory. It seems that this man was aware that I'm the one who holds the real power." Section. It seems that this man was aware that I'm the one who holds the real power. Well, that was fine. I didn't think I could keep it hidden forever from the nobles, who were 1,001 on the seas. The question was, how much does he know? After easily admitting here it would not be funny if said that it was a trick question, I put on a smile on my face as if amused by what he just said. "I'm the ruler of the count's territory? Ha ha ha, you seem to like making jokes. Aren't you Duke Dono?" Stop it. The development of Foranada over the last few years, the cunning of the dark side, and the way the Civil War 2 years was handled. There are numerous other activities, but none of them are possible with that simpleton's commands. Even the dullest of us will notice. That was a good argument. That was not scuff. With the count's, my father, skill, there was no way that Foranada could have ever developed. Rather, it must have been in a state of decline. But none of it has proof. Even if the circumstances were telling, it wasn't enough to prove that I was the ruler. In fact, there were aristocrats who paid attention to the unnaturalness of this area and sent out secret agents to gather evidence, all of which we destroyed. Thus, since he has come on board directly, I think there was something more than what he just said. But what was the truth? At present, should I consider the earlier line to be a trick question? I have to watch the situation and behave in such a way that I don't give the other party any information. Therefore, I nodded my head. "Excuse me, what are we talking about?" I will eventually follow in his footsteps as his eldest son, but right now I am too young. "Are you trying to play games with me?" "Of course not. Don't be absurd." With my smile and the Duke's frown, both of our gazes crossed in silence. After a few minutes of staring contest, it was the Duke who broke first. Letting out a sigh, he then said, "I understand what you are thinking. Indeed, if you had at least one color, you would have been an excellent person. It's kind of a waste as human resource." "Thank you. I don't mean that as a compliment." "Well, it was precise because you are so cunning that I decided to use Minerva on you. Not the hero who will come this year." "I respect your brains, and I will respect your ideas. I will speak of my intentions as you wish. Thank you for your consideration." HMPH. The Duke sniffed and threw a glance at the documents on the table as if he was telling me to read them. I picked up the stack of papers and skimmed through them. Since Laramble only had one daughter, it was clear to me that the girl he proposed was definitely the saint's best friend and the hero's capture target. 90% of the documents contain descriptions of magic and the remaining 10% are trivial matters that were unrelated to magic. From this information, I could grasp that Minerva's personality was not so different from that in the game. If I had to describe her in one word, it would be magic head. As befits the daughter of a magic maniac, Minerva was a girl who was interested only in magic. Tired, muscled but magic. In exchange, the nuance may be slightly different, but Minerva's performance in the game was high. Her magical attacks and defenses were high, and she was also able to use traps and other tricks. Although she was quite weak in the physical aspect, she was very strong enough to compensate for that. What am I trying to convey was that she wasn't balanced with me. She was a brilliant woman who could handle 5 attributes other than light, and on the other hand, I was a colorless person who was ridiculed as a coward. The combination was too unbalanced. Minerva must have been an important political card for Duke Laramble. In the game, he even went to the trouble of not giving her a fiancé in order to bring in the hero with excellent magical abilities. He said earlier that it was because he recognized how cunning I was, but it would have been impossible since he was a magic maniac. My ability was only a reinforcement of the choice, and I thought that he had other main intentions. The first thing that comes to my mind was for him to establish a relationship with Corinne. If Minerva and I got married, their family would be related to Corinne. If I considered this as a way for him to use that connection to bring in the blood of a light magician in the future, it made sense to me. This raises the possibility that the Duke has rushed in without any evidence at all. After all, there was no need for them to admit that I have real power in Foranada. All that he needed was for him to recognize my abilities, and then he could establish a relationship with Corinne. If this was true, then it was a very Duke Laramble-like behavior. He was a magic maniac, and he seems to be paying no attention to anything but Corinne. Light magic. I put the documents back on the table and looked at the Duke. I'm going to ask you straight to the point. Why don't you want to make a direct connection with Corinne? Caroline? Who? The Duke responded as if impressed. There are 2 reasons. The first is to show my loyalty to the royal court. Did you know about the engagement with the second prince? I think it's only natural, considering my position. We have been making arrangements for some time. Well, the arrangement will probably end in failure. Failure? I tilted my head at his confident words. Then, he started to laugh. It was a different, more human kind of laugh. This leads me to another reason. Caroline Dono is said to be infatuated with you. From what I have heard, I have determined that no matter how hard I try, it will be impossible to induce her to change her mind. Therefore, I can assure you that her engagement to the second prince is a failure, and the futility of proposing my sons will not be carried out. I was at a loss for a response. I had been open about how close Corinne and I were to everyone around us, so I was not surprised that he was aware of it. But I guess I shouldn't be baffled when my sister assures me that she loves me. After all, even from a third party's point of view, Corinne's brother complex seems to be excessive. I had already sensed it. While Corinne's love for me has increased over the years, the direction of her love was becoming different from a familial one. Currently, she was not aware of it, so I was leaving it alone. However, I will have to face it someday. Duke Laramble, unaware of my inner feelings, sums up the conversation. I would like to establish a relationship with Foranada even if I had to place my card, which is Minerva. I think there are advantages to having the backing of the Laramble family, don't you? Certainly, that is a point I am glad to hear. I went to this meeting because I wanted to have a check on the royal court until preparations were made. However, it was also difficult to deepen the relationship too much. For the current Foranada, there were too many things to keep secret. I was worried about whether I would be able to keep the secret if someone interfered with us because I'm engaged to her. The Duke's eyes narrowed for a moment at the words and actions that I made, but they quickly returned to normal. Then he got up, stating that he had done his business. I'm heading back now. As I said before, I would appreciate an early response, but think carefully. With these words, Duke Laramble gallantly left the room. After watching him, I pondered. Now then, what should I do? Minerva was an important character for both main characters. If I were to settle into the position as her fiancé, there was a possibility that I would be involved in the game scenario in a strange way. However, it was too late for that. I've been working like I don't give a damn about the game. Corinne was no longer a villainess and Orca's character has undergone a major transformation. The same was true with this meeting. Because I made Corinne famous because my relationship with her was very deep and because I was presumed to be politically brilliant. For these 3 reasons, Duke Laramble chose to form a relationship with me. Even if he had to place down his card, Minerva, which he had carefully saved in the game. Well, some of the steps were the same as in the original game. It cannot be said that it completely deviated from the game. After all, the possibility of being involved in a scenario exists whether I was involved with the characters in the game or not. It was difficult to draw conclusions about engagement based on how the game was played. If this was the case, should I think politically? After thinking that far, I stopped thinking for a moment. If we were talking politics, I thought it would be better to have my subordinates involved to reach a better result. Immediately after that, I held a meeting with my subordinates. Let me start with the conclusion. It has been decided that Minerva and I will be engaged. If the plan was implemented by the end of this fiscal year, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Also, Daniel from Foreign Affairs strongly recommended, "You can't miss this engagement," and some of them strongly pushed for it. It was a secret that I was a little taken aback by their desperation. Section 1 month later, a meeting between Minerva and me was held. The place was at the Foranada castle. Normally, I would have had to go to the Duke's house, but because Orca's 9th ceremony was coming this month, I wanted to avoid traveling as far as possible. The Laramble family took this situation into consideration. It was the same luxurious reception room that I had used to have a meeting with the Duke. Until a little while ago, both of our fathers were also present, but they were not here now. Only 2 young children were left. That was right. It was only supposed to be the 2 of us, but from the doorway, Karen and Orca were peering at us. The door was slightly open, and the way they were peeking through it was really adorable. If I were alone, I would just love it and be done with it, but I couldn't do that. I looked at the young lady or Minerva Oju sitting on the sofa opposite me. Minerva was a cute girl, worthy of being a heroine. Her white, fine-grained skin and wet feather-colored hair, tied in twin tails, contrast beautifully with each other. Her eyes were like onyx, and she has a beautifully straight nose and small lips. She was a beautiful girl who looks great in a gothic dress. In the original game, she doesn't grow much from this point on. As I recall, she was about 140 centimeters tall. If Orca was the saint's side, Minerva was the hero side's Lili. Getting back on topic. Such a Lili, Minerva, was not agitated despite the obvious stares from my younger siblings. She was drinking tea gracefully. Or rather, she hardly opened her mouth even before that. She was giving off an aura that made it hard for anyone to speak with her. The only time she talked was when she introduced herself. Well, it wasn't surprising since she was the daughter of Duke Laramble, so Minerva also was a magic supremacist, though not as much as he does. Moreover, she was a very competitive and egocentric person. She has been given high expectations for her future by those around her and has achieved excellent results in a response, but when she was suddenly ordered to marry me, who was someone of a lower rank than her, she became displeased. Minerva's feelings were painfully understandable. However, this engagement was part of the plan. There was also a limit to respecting her personal will, but we could not remain silent forever. Even though we were meeting face to face. At the very least, we need to engage in some conversation. Minerva-san, today we are meeting to get to know each other. Why don't we discuss, if only for a moment? I spoke to her with determination. She was my fiancée, but I don't call her that. I had to keep a reasonable distance from her, or I would have upset her feelings. Minerva only gave me a quick glance and didn't respond, but I didn't mind. I expected to be ignored. So, please, Karen-san and Orca-san, don't give Minerva a harsh gaze. A few moments of silence passed. Just as I was beginning to give up hope that we would be able to have a conversation by the end of the day, Minerva suddenly muttered, "What in the world did you tell Otasama?" "Yes?" I nodded my head at the sudden question. She sharpened her gaze. "Otasama told me that you were practically in control of this count's territory. How did you manage to convince him of such a lie?" "Ah, I see." So that was where Minerva's perception was. I have figured out the reason for her stubbornness. The Duke had apparently given her all the information about my background before deciding on the engagement. This included the part who held the real power in Foranada. But Minerva could not believe it. She couldn't believe that I, who had no magical aptitude whatsoever, could not only run the estate but also develop it so rapidly. The ability to run a territory has nothing to do with magical aptitude, but it was an unavoidable part of her sense of values. After all, Minerva seemed to think that I had seduced the Duke. This made her distrust me even more. So what should I say? There was no option but to clear up the misunderstanding. In fact, I don't remember admitting that I was in control. It was only on the surface that the Duke thinks so. For now, let me answer in a safe manner. There seems to be some kind of misunderstanding going on here. But I never once said, I'm the true ruler of Foranada. The Duke must be mistaken. HMPH, you're just saying anything with that mouth. The way she snorted was really alike to her parent. Because of what Osama's wishes, I will accept this engagement. I understand the importance of being associated with Lady Caroline. But I must warn you, she said so while looking at me with a suspicious gaze. You should know your place as a colorless man. If you seek a position beyond your means, you will surely be punished severely. If someone asks me, it was a very condescending remark. In fact, Kran and Orca, who took it that way, looked as if they were about to leap out of the room in anger. Calm down, both of you. But I had a different understanding. She only said it to warn me, because the emotions leaking out from Minerva were full of concern, melancholy, and consideration for me. Of course, there were mixed feelings of distrust and suspicion. However, I understood that Minerva was a kind-hearted girl who was capable of being attentive to such a person. She was a little twisted, though, in that she couldn't take an honest attitude. I could see why she could serve as the saint's best friend. I knew her personality from my knowledge of the game, but now that I've actually experienced her, I understand her even more. I feel that I can get along well with her. I felt uneasy at first about my fiancé's case, but I thought it was a good encounter for me. From this day on, the engagement that could not have been in the original scenario was established. Now then, how would this affect the future? Only God knows. Chapter 2, Escort Mission. A month has passed since the meeting with Minerva. During that time, Orca's 9th ceremony was held. He has been accumulating steady activities so far. But since he has been doing a lot of internal work, his fame has not been so great as to make his name spread among other nobles. Combined with the fact that he was an adopted son, it was a calm ceremony. Actually, it was supposed to end the same way for me. With a distant relationship, I watched over Minerva, who took the role of the Duke's representative. When Orca's 9th ceremony was over, Minerva returned to her own territory. She was sincere all throughout, but most of the time it was a reflection of her worry or to hide her embarrassment. I don't think I've ever met a girl with such a sincere attitude. I like Minerva a lot, but Kran and Orca seem to be different. They complained that her attitude toward me was too rude. Well, it couldn't be helped since the two of them were not well versed to be able to read emotions. We would continue to have a long relationship, so I'm sure they would have the chance to learn Minerva's true intentions sooner or later. I'm sure they would get along. With the most recent event over, business was finally back to normal at Foranada Castle. Today, as usual, I was in my office, fighting with a mountain of paperwork. It was a considerable amount, but I have to accept the fact that this was a result of the plan that I am working on. I just have to put up with it. Well, I guess it was a sign of peace that the only work I have to do was administrative work. I would be glad if the day just passes like this. Unfortunately, good things must come to an end. The situation suddenly changed when I was performing a sophisticated and futile high-speed signing technique that relies on body strengthening. Suddenly, a telepathy message came in. The person on the other end of the line was Nina, a former Viscount's daughter who was now a slave in my custody. 6. Help. The message wasn't exactly gentle. I immediately took action. Using disguise, I changed my appearance to 6 and used gate to Nina. Then, I simply told my subordinates who were present that I was going, and headed for the scene of the incident. Since Nina seemed to be near the entrance of the house she was living in, I connected the gate to the corner of the living room. The place was shaded by furniture, so it was difficult for the enemy to see that I had transferred to the house. Looking toward the entrance, I saw 3 adult men lined up around Nina. All of them were large, and I could tell from the way they stood that they were experienced in fighting. However, they looked like a villain. They had a shabby appearance that could not be considered formal. One of them was holding her arm and was about to take her away. I'm sure she could use body strengthening, so she won't be overpowered, but considering the situation, she probably called me in just in case. Without much thought, I stepped into the center of the situation. The distance between us instantly changed to 0 due to my leg strength being enhanced by Body strengthening, I moved next to her. Nina smashed the arm of the man who was holding her, and pulled her away. And then, in an instant, we withdrew to the side of the living room section. A beat later, I hear 3 bewildered voices. It seems they didn't see the moves I made. From the looks of it, they won't notice us for a while. I'm saved. I'm fine now, so you can put me down. As I was watching the trespassers, I heard a voice from Nina, who I was holding. When I turned to look at her, she was giving me a somewhat suspicious look. Why was she suspicious? This was bad. Even after all this time, I realized the danger of the current situation. Although it was unavoidable due to the emergency, it was not a good idea to make contact with Nina. She doesn't know who I am. I could only fool her with visual information through disguise, but I felt uncomfortable when we touch each other like this. I was careful not to show my inner panic as I lowered Nina to the floor, then asked her a question before she could think of anything else to ask. Who are they? I pointed at the 3 trespassers who were still in the panic. Nina, on the other hand, shook her head. I don't know. But they are not ordinary people. They seem to have followed me and asked me if I was Nina Goschalanhernwas. When I didn't answer, that guy grabbed me by my arm. I thought of fighting back, but I called you just in case. I couldn't feel anything contained in the way she said so. So I could conclude that she really didn't know them. Even though she was still in training, it was certainly impossible for an ordinary person to follow Nina without her knowledge. It was a sign that they were trained in stealth. In addition, there was one more thing. Did you confirm your name? No, but I didn't answer anything because I felt I would be in trouble if I admitted it. It didn't make sense. No, that's the right answer. Maybe the trespasser wanted to get a statement from Nina. I could guess that he grabbed her arm because he was impatient with the silence. In short, they needed to retrieve Nina in a hurry. This was getting suspicious. This was not a burglary of any kind, but a crime clearly aimed at her. You go back to your room. I'll take care of this. I also... Just go. You wouldn't be able to do anything here. I interrupted Nina's request to go with me and gave her an order without question. I have a feeling that this incident wasn't a fluke. I want to torture and interrogate them alone, just to be safe. I understand. Since it was true that she was useless in interrogation, she reluctantly accepts my order. She entered her private room looking somewhat dejected. Acknowledging this, I immediately went into action. First, I started by neutralizing the trespasser. Although I broke one of the trespassers' arms, all 3 of them were still able to move around normally. I should probably turn them into caterpillars. Deploying my improved Boulder Taserer, commence attack. All right, the suppression was complete. The way they screamed was noisy, so I used analgesia to ease their pain. When the 3 of them had become caterpillars, I asked, "So, who are you guys?" My voice was filled with fear and light intimidation. Must have been terrifying for them that they started to talk, dripping all sorts of juicy information. Yeah, it saves me a lot of trouble. But, come on, who do they think was going to clean up this mess? After interrogation, the 3 were identified as members of a dark guild. Since I have recently learned to use emotional movements to imitate a lie detector, I could expose the truth if they were of this caliber. A dark guild was an organization like the mafia in my previous life. Basically, they exist everywhere in large cities, and there was no end to the number of them, no matter how hard they were crushed. However, the dark guilds in Foranada's capital had been eradicated. I did everything I could to ensure that Gran and Orca could place safely in the city, so there was no doubt about it. After all, the 3 who targeted Nina were bandits from outside the capital. I don't remember any reports coming in from the intelligence department, so they must have been a fairly small organization. In fact, the guild was a newcomer with a total of only about 10 members, who only know a little bit of stealth. It was understandable that my subordinates did not judge them as dangerous. However, the question remained. Why was such a weak dark guild targeting Nina? Although Nina was a former viscount's daughter, she was currently only a war profit slave. Since her former family home has also disappeared, There would be no money to be made even if she was secured. Inevitably, it could be inferred that there was a reason for personal feelings involved. Someone with an emotional attachment to Nina must have asked them to take her into custody. This prediction was correct, and they were asked to kidnap Nina a month ago. The reward was 5 million up front and 10 million upon accomplishment. It was a sum that a small guild would have jumped at. Tired to know if this was yen, silver, or gold, since the author didn't state it. However, this was all the information I had. The client, the important thing, was not revealed. Based on the information I had obtained from the 3 men, I sent my subordinates to raid the Dark Guild and the person who had made the request, but they were also hired hands. We followed the traces of several more, but they were all just contractors. The people who wanted Nina were apparently very careful, according to the agent. It will take time to find out the big source. The fact that a lot of personnel were being allocated to the plan was also a factor. We couldn't neglect that one, so I have to be patient for some time past. When it comes to searching for unidentified people, as expected, I couldn't give any help. There was no choice but to do it steadily with human wave tactics. The incident with Nina was not going to be solved so easily. For the time being, the Dark Guild that was responsible for the attack was crushed, and Nina was banned from acting alone for a while. It was a bit frustrating, but we were stuck with the situation as it was. Let's just hope for the best from my subordinates. Section. A week has passed since the attack on the house where Nina resides. As time goes on without any further news, I received a request from Karen. An escort mission? As you may know, I'm going to accompany the church on its periodic expedition to villages. There was some talk about that. I remember giving you permission. Churches with treatment centers were deployed throughout the country. However, there was a limit to the number of people for everything, and there were many times when small villages cannot be reached. In particular, the environment for examining and curing ill patients seriously was not well developed. Traveling to the city to receive medical attention was also an impossible task at a time when the main means of transportation was still the horse-drawn carriage. Therefore, the method that the church came up with was an expedition. They dispatched personnel with expertise to small villages on a regular basis. It would not cover all the patients, but the number of people who could be saved would increase overwhelmingly. And Karen was a light magician. She was an expert who could treat serious injuries and illnesses in a matter of seconds. She was the perfect choice for this expedition, so we had been approached by them for some time. I've been turning them down because of her age, but I thought it was time for her to experience this kind of thing, so I gave them my permission. So, it's a request to Zechs. They want me to escort you from villages to village, don't they? Even though we were making every effort to maintain security in the territory, I cannot say that it was absolutely safe. The probability of stray demonic beasts and bandits always existed. The church's forces were small, and even with Karen, they were insufficient. That was why I was convinced that they wanted to ask me, or rather the adventurous Zechs, whom they could trust, to do the job. I would have agreed to the request if it were my sister's request, but since it was a job, I had to examine the details. What's the schedule? 1 week. It's my first expedition, so I'm going to visit 3 nearby villages, so it will be a small caravan. How many people and how many carriages? I don't know the exact number, but it will be around 10 people. About 3 carriages. Phew. Then, Karen answered my rapid-fire questions with an endless stream of answers. After several questions and answers, I nodded. Okay, I'm sure I can escort you with that level of protection, so I'll accept it. Please submit a designating request to the guild. Also, don't forget to explain the situation to the church. I'll pay for it out of my own pocket. Now that Zechs was an A-rank adventure with 2 names, if it was a commission, they would have to pay a huge request fee. It would be a difficult amount for the church, which favors poverty and purity. The reason for designating me was for my own convenience, and it was only natural that I would bear the burden. Well, it was a bit of a match pumping to have the person being designated pay the fee, but I couldn't touch the funds of the Count's estate, and Karen's handiwork was insufficient, so there was nothing I could do. Perhaps not having paid attention to the money issue, Karen hurriedly tries to withdraw her request. saying, "I would rather not bother Anasama with this." But I stopped her. "It's fine. The fact that you don't have much on hand is proof that you mostly focused on your volunteer work at the church. Let me give you a little something for your efforts. If you want, you can consider it reward for all the work you've done." Karen's willingness to work hard for the benefit of others was truly amazing. As a brother, I hoped she would let me burden the request fee. Then interrupted me saying, "Please wait. If it is a reward, I would like it to be in a different form, since this is my chance to have Anasama fulfill my request." "Oh, is that so?" I was shocked. I had expected her to start being reserved, but it seems that my sister has a rather strong personality. No, she was very much a villainess. After that, we agreed that the reward would be something else, and I was assigned to the church's escort mission section. A few days later, it was time to leave for the expedition. A clear blue sky without any clouds. It would be a good day for traveling. Before leaving the castle, I stopped by the office to take care of some business. "Take care of them while I'm gone, Orca." "I've got it." Orca, sitting in the seat I usually occupy, confidently tapped his chest. The fox ears on the top of his head were moving in an incredibly adorable way. I wanted to hug him, but I had to hold back because I wouldn't be able to stop myself if I did so. As someone might have noticed, Orca was supposed to be in charge of the office while I'm out escorting Karen. I needed a deputy to take care of things while I'm out. Even though I could use gate, I couldn't go home as often as I would like as an escort. That was where Orca came into the spotlight. He had long been taught how to manage the territory by his own brother, Kaisashi, and my subordinates. He had shown me some of his abilities during the incident with Cutest 6 months ago, so I decided to take the opportunity to put him in charge. Since he had been studying because he wanted to be useful to me, he was very happy to be selected as a deputy. His whole body was giving off full motivation. It was really cute. "If there are any emergencies, don't hesitate to contact me through telepathy. I won't hide anything from you, so don't worry." "Well then, I'm off." "I have high expectations with your performance, Orca. Take care." I used a line that seemed to put a little pressure on him, but from the way he reacted, I'm sure it would be fine. With Orca waving cheerfully at me, I left the castle section. It seemed that everyone was already present at the entrance of the capital. As originally planned, 3 carriages and about 10 people from the church, as well as Karen, could be seen. And then, I knew we were late. Nina, who was standing next to me, was also present. That's right. This time Nina would be accompanying me. This request was sent to Zechs, so originally there was no need to bring her along, but I let her go with me for 2 reasons. One was to give Nina some experience. It would be a great opportunity to teach her how to travel, and also a chance to see how difficult it was to be an escort. It should be a meaningful week for her. The other was personal safety. Ever since the incident with the small dark guild, we have not seen any movement from the other side, but that does not mean that we should be complacent. As long as I was placed in an environment where I could not casually use their gate, it was safest for us to work together. I'm sure I have already apologized. I had some work left to do. It was a must that I talk to Orca before I left. It was the one that I absolutely shouldn't miss. Nina's resentment didn't go away easily, but it should be fine to ignore it. She didn't seem to be in a bad mood. Her tail was wagging more than usual. Maybe she was looking forward to the trip. Well, she was only 8 years old, so it was understandable to stop her curiosity to go to an unknown place. While I was grinning at Nina's smiling face, I was approached by a man. Sixtono. Is that correct? He was a young man with bush-colored hair and eyes, and an ordinary face that someone could see anywhere. The fact that he was wearing a more splendid monastic uniform than the others made it easy to tell that he was a representative of this expedition this time. I quickly returned my face to a serious expression and turned to face him. "Yeah, I'm Zechs. Are you the representative of the caravan?" "That's right. I am Bryn, the representative of this expedition. I look forward to working with you." "Likewise." The other person held out his hand, so I grabbed it back. At first glance, the man seems friendly, but his gaze was very persistent. The first time I saw him, he looked at my black hair and seemed satisfied with it. Then he glanced at Nina and burrowed his eyebrows. It was too obvious. This guy was probably from the monotheistic faction who recognizes that magical aptitude is a blessing of God, which was common in the churches at Foranada. If I look at Corinne, she nods her head in a fed-up manner, so there was no doubt about it. Suddenly, Corinne clapped her hands. Her expression says she has come up with a good idea. I have a bad feeling about it since the way she was looking at me. It seems that my intuition was correct, and Corinne approached us with a smile on her face. She stood in front of me and Nina and said, "Sixtono, it has been a while. Can you tell us about the girl over there?" Why yeah, she already knew about Nina, so what was she trying to pull off? It would be unnatural to refuse here, so I will introduce her with trepidation. She's Nina. She became my disciple for some reason. I'm Nina. I look forward with you. Nina greeted her somewhat doubtfully. The mana around her was as quiet as a calm, and her inner feelings were unclear. Normally, I would judge her as calm, but because of Nina's past, I felt the opposite, which was she was horrified. Unaware of my inner feelings, Corinne then continued the conversation in a pleasant manner. "From the looks of it, you're about my age. Are you an adventurer?" "I'm already C rank, so I'm quite capable." "You're very strong then. If you don't mind, could you give me some of your free time?" "It is rare to find an adventurer of my age, and I would be very interested in listening to your story." "I see, so that was how it was." I have told my relatives about Nina's situation to some extent. Perhaps Corinne was trying to be Nina's friend. Perhaps she was trying to soothe her heart by showing her that she was a good aristocrat. I appreciate her thoughtfulness, but I wish she had told me in advance. There was also the danger that Nina would go out of control because of poor stimulation. So far, she seems to be okay, but that was just a result of the situation. While I was swearing in my heart that I would give her a sermon later, Nina opened her mouth. "I was hired, so I should obey the employer's orders." "It's not an order, it's a request. If Nina doesn't like it, I won't force you." She turned to me with a slightly confused look. She looks as if she has discovered a rare animal, saying, "What is this creature?" I knew it couldn't be helped given the circumstances, but that reaction was pretty rude. However, Nina's attitude was a little unexpected. My expectation was that she would reject the proposal immediately. Wasn't Nina holding a grudge against nobles more than I thought? "Well, it was not something I need to worry about here," I replied to Nina. "Do as you please." This was for Nina to decide. She hesitated for a moment, then muttered softly, "I accept." "Thank you, Nina. Please take care of me." Corinne showed a blossoming smile, and Nina's cheeks relaxed slightly in response. Afterward, they chatted for a little while. Corinne was the only one talking, but Nina didn't show any signs that she dislikes it. As I watched my sister's ticklish youth, I suddenly felt a gaze. I turned round and there was Baron, the representative of the expedition. His eyes do not look like a friendly substitute by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think Nina would do anything stupid because she was my disciple and I've got her in check. But the stupidity of these people couldn't be measured by common sense. I had a feeling that this escort mission was going to be a bumpy ride. Section. Contrary to my bad premonition, the first 3 days were uneventful. We would do treatment activities in the village, spend 2 nights there, and then move on to the next village. We repeated this routine twice. Naturally, Corinne and Nina chat with each other in the time between. The chemistry between the two was excellent, and they became closer with each passing visit. I was glad to witness a beautiful friendship nurturing. But I'm just not sure why I had to tag along. Could it be that this wasn't Corinne's true purpose? Not because she wanted to be close to me, but because she genuinely wanted to be friends with Nina? "Please tell me, sister of mine." Getting back on topic. On the morning of the 5th day, as we were moving to the last village with the order of Nina, the 3 carriages, and me, I received a telepathy from Nina, who was leading the group. "Demonic beasts are approaching from 2 o'clock. Their number is 10, apparently. The demonic beasts that were invading were from the nearby forest." I think she was a little slow in terms of detection, but for someone who wasn't good at magic, she was pretty quick. She probably detected it using only her 5 senses, so I would give her a passing grade. While making this assessment, I expanded the range of my own detection technique. I had limited the range in order to train Nina as well. Of course, I have a plan in place to protect the caravan in case we were caught by surprise. The approaching pack appeared to be a pack of starving wolves. They look like grey wolves, but they were famous for their ferocious nature. They are strong enough to deal with more than one D-rank adventurer. Too bad. The one who was going to fight them was Nina, who has already been promoted to C rank. I gave her some instructions while keeping up our connection through telepathy. Nina will be on the offensive and I will be on the defensive. Let's see how your training pays off. Since this was a good opportunity, I decided to give her combat experience. She has been active as an adventurer up until now, but it would be interesting to see how far she could move while being an escort. Demonic beasts are approaching. We'll take care of it over here, so stop the carriage for a while. The expedition group stopped after informing the nearby church members. I widened my detection and tried to warn the surrounding area. Nina on the other hand tightened her expression and started walking in the direction of the demonic beasts. I guess she intends to fight as far away from the carriage as possible. It was a decision that could be forgiven because there was another person protecting the carriage. Her fighting style was that of an orthodox swordsman. She fights mainly with her one-handed sword while using her shield and earth magic to check her enemies. She was a fighter who was more focused on defense, as she was thoroughly committed to valuing life. It might be hard for her small frame, but with the high level of physical ability unique to beastmen and their body strengthening that she had learned directly from me, she could fight without any problems. Nina also had a talent for swordsmanship, and she may be better than I am at using a one-handed sword. Nina, who was standing on her ground, turned her sharp gaze forward and waited for the enemy to approach. But she was not just standing still. She was setting traps with earth magic in progress. They were only small due to time constraints, but they were guaranteed to be effective. A few minutes later, the demonic beasts finally appeared. As the name suggests, the starving wolves were hungry wolves. They all came running toward us while drooling with bloodshot eyes. It was a horrifying sight to look at. Think it was traumatizing to those who are not used to it. In fact, some of the people in the church were screaming and some almost fall to their bottom. If it weren't for us, their escorts, there was an atmosphere in which they would have been incontinent. Well, as long as they don't get confused and panicked, I don't care. While paying constant attention to them, I watched Nina's battle. The first to attack was one of the starving wolves. It looked at Nina with glazed eyes and rushed forward in a straight line. However, the attack did not reach her. First, it stepped on a fine spike that had formed on the ground, which reduced the momentum of its rush. It did not stop in its tracks, but it clearly succeeded in distracting its attention. Second, it was caught in a pitfall. It was shallow enough to lower the foot slightly but very effective on a wolf who was distracted. It was caught in a spectacular way and strongly hit the ground. Nina did not miss the opportunity. She immediately slashes off the head of the extended starving wolf. Starving wolves have no learning capability. One after another, the same end result followed. And within minutes, headless wolves were being produced in large numbers. It couldn't be called a cowardly move since using whatever means at their disposal was the best solution for survival. Nina, who was dying at the slave shop, was able to thoroughly choose the best course of action for her survival. As expected, it was not a complete annihilation, and 3 starving wolves remained. They were groaning in circles while maintaining a certain distance from Nina. Ordinary demonic beasts would have retreated once more than half of them had been killed. But such rationality doesn't exist among them. All they could think of was the desire to satisfy their hunger. Finally, the starving wolves attacked. They all rush out at once, revealing their sharp fangs in an attempt to slit her throat. But, as expected, their fangs were unable to reach her. When the starving wolves approached a certain distance, a silver flash shimmered. For a brief moment, which felt like a long moment, a line of iron-colored brilliance was drawn in the void. In the next instant, the 3 demonic beasts were cut into 3 pieces. They fall to the ground, showing a vivid cross-section. Nina slashed them. She swung her sword with such speed that if someone blinked, they would have lost sight of it. The sword was swung quickly, and now blood was beginning to flow from the carcass. There were no drops of blood on her or on the sword, only a red pond on the ground. As mentioned above, Nina was a talented swordsman. The addition of the triple enhancement from body strengthening had created a sword speed of another dimension. The only person who could prevent this would be me, who could see with body strengthening, or a very skilled melee fighter. This was her growth after half a year. I couldn't think of words other than astonished. Even though it was to train Nina, I was aware that I gave her quite harsh training. Despite that, she didn't raise her voice at all. Instead, she kept facing it as if saying, more, in high spirits. Her eyes that were showing full of vigor were hard to forget. It made me wonder what was the source of that greed. My gut was whispering that it was not a grudge. I saw her talk with Grin, but I couldn't be sure. Knowing the whole story of Nina's twin sisters, the heroine, revenge, I couldn't help but be cautious. Well, it has only been 6 months. It was not something I want to know at all costs, and I could slowly learn where Nina's true intentions lie. As Nina lowered her guard and turned around to look at me, I narrowed my eyes and moved. I leapt and held a dagger in my hand. The tip of the blade was, if you go any further, I wouldn't guarantee your life. It was Baron, the representative of the caravan. In his hand was a tube of blowguns, the sight of which was fixed on Nina. He was hiding behind a carriage, out of earshot of other people. No matter how someone looked at it, he was on the verge of doing something wrong. No need for excuses. If you swear to me that you will do nothing in the future, I will withdraw. If you fail to do so, I'll make sure you will pay the price. I understand. I will not do anything, Baron said in a trembling voice and threw away the tube in his hand. Acknowledging this, I placed the dagger away. To tell the truth, I wanted to finish him off, but we were in the middle of an expedition. If the representative died, it would surely be cancelled. If that happened, Karen's reputation would be damaged. So, I would have to wait until the expedition was over to deal with this guy. After that was over, there was no need to talk about it, but I didn't think he would really make a fool of himself. He was so high up on the ladder that he could be a representative, but wasn't he a bit of a fool? I wonder where he got such a weapon. In the meantime, I should be on high alert for the rest of the period. The 5th day of the expedition ended without incident, even though it left a disturbing atmosphere behind. Baron's oath seemed to be serious, and nothing had happened during the 6th night. We would return to the capital tomorrow, but I shouldn't let my guard down until the end. With a bonfire in front of me, I remained vigilant about my surroundings. Today was the only day that Nina and I were sleeping outdoors. This was because there were not enough spare rooms in the village where we were to spend the night. It seems that the person who made the plan forgot to account for the escort on the last day. He was very shrewd. Karen was reluctant throughout the expedition, but I forced her to accept it. This was also meant to be a training exercise for Nina, so it was a good time to give her some practice camping. Just setting up a tent at the edge of the village was an experience. I was sitting in front of the bonfire with the intention of giving her some experience as a lookout. The schedule was set up so that I would be first and Nina would be second. Normally, it would have been better to put the amateurs first, but I decided to go with the current order. I thought that since we were camping in a relatively safe village, I wanted to make her feel the pain of being on the night shift even more. I was not sure how much sleep tolerance she had, but I was sure she would be very sleepy. If she did fall asleep, I would add a special training session to our future curriculum. I melted into the silence of the night, thinking about Nina's reaction that will tear her eyes apart if she heard it. I watched the stars twinkle in the sky, illuminated by the crackling sparks of fire. Perhaps it was because I have not had any free time since my reincarnation, but this kind of empty time permeates my mind more deeply than before. After that, time passed quickly. Time to switch. Nina emerged from the tent, her voice sounding sleepier than usual. If I look at her, I could see that her expression was also a bit dazed. It was great that she was able to wake up without me calling her out, but at this rate, she would probably go straight to dozing off. I chuckled and offered a piece of advice. I'll still keep watching. Go wash your face a little. There should be a well nearby. I understand. She nodded and staggered toward the well. I'm worried that she would fall into the well because she was still a bit dazed, but she could use body strengthening, so I think she would be fine. Worst case scenario, even if she falls in, she wouldn't die. Nina came back soon. Unlike before, this time she seemed to be fully awake. I was sure because of her gait. When she sits down next to me, I raised my hips. I could feel sleepiness with body strengthening and mind magic, but it was not a perfect solution. Sleep time was so necessary for the human body. The body of a 9-year-old child would be even more so. But before I could head to the tent, Nina called out to me, "I want to talk to you. Is there something you don't understand about camping?" "No, just some small talk." "Is that so?" I was a little surprised at Nina's words. She had never asked me for a chat before. She always approached me when she had a clear objective in mind. Perhaps this trip had some influence on Nina. I don't know how it happened, but I think it was a change for the better. I could feel a little bit of leeway in her. Therefore, I decided to go along thinking how I was not sure how much time I would get to sleep. When I sat down again, Nina let out a small breath of relief. But she didn't speak and simply stared at the bonfire. "Huh? I thought we were going to have small talk." Feeling a slight sense of being looked over on the shoulder, I followed her example and stared at the bonfire. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In the darkness of the night and the silence, only the sound of the firewood crackling was heard between the two of us. 1 or 2 minutes pass by in a trifling manner, and a feeling of uneasiness builds up in the air. I wondered when she would start talking. With this question in my mind, I glanced at Nina's face. Her eyes were swimming around. She usually has little expression, but now she was clearly upset. If anything, it was like I invited someone, but when we meet face to face, I don't know what to say to them. I don't know how to cut to the chase because we usually only have a minimal conversation. Most of the time I've seen Nina either expressionless or giggly, so it was refreshing to see her flustered like this. I think it was cute. Just like a girl her age. Haha, question mark. I couldn't help but let out a laugh. Nina also looked at me suspiciously, so I decided it was time to help her out. I coughed and spun my words. "So, what do you feel about your first escort mission?" I knew that she would be at a loss for an answer if I suddenly asked her about her personal life, so I started with a work-related topic. It seems I was right. Nina widened her eyes but then moved her mouth. More normal than I thought. "But I do have a lot of things to take care of. For example, I have to know the position of myself and the escort target, where the enemy is likely to attack, and I have to know if the escort target is in a good mood. I'm especially bad at the last one." "Well, it's the representative this time." He's a classic racist. That said, if your first time is like that, I think you can handle most clients. You rarely encounter anything less than that. By rarely does that mean there are some? Less than that. Unfortunately, yes. The worst client I've ever had was... Nina and I began to create a conversation. At first, it was just an extension of my work, but I was able to lead her on and we were able to talk about our private lives. Although Nina has an image of only training with me, it seems that she has her own hobbies as well. She has loved reading since she was a viscount's daughter, and especially enjoys reading romance novels. Unexpectedly, she was a maiden who longed for a prince on a white horse. Well, was it similar for a young noblewoman of her age? Karen doesn't like that kind of thing at all. Well, she was a special kind of girl. "What are your hobbies, Zechs?" It seems that she wants to change the subject quickly. I was not interested in making fun of her, so I went along with it. "Hobbies, huh? I mean, do you have any hobbies in the first place?" How rude. I immediately objected to Nina's blunt remarks. However, she still looked doubtful. "I've never seen you do anything other than work as an adventurer." "That's because I haven't shown you my private life." Aside from being 6, when I was Zechs, I really doing my hobby, huh? Looking back on my past, I tilted my head. All I do was work even when I was Zechs. Wait. No, wait a minute. I'm sure I have time for something other than work. Calm down and remember me. It can't be helped that I spend my morning working. I have no choice but to take care of it. In the afternoon, I accompany Nina to her training, play with Karen and the others when I get home, eat dinner, and go to bed. Sorry, I don't have any hobbies. I knew it. I held my head. Once again, it was a day full of work. I play with Kran and Orca, but that was not a hobby, because it was my reason for living. In a manner of speaking, I had some hobbies in my previous life. Most of them are related to manga and anime, so it doesn't exist in this life. I guess I was a workaholic with no hobbies. Well, this was shocking. As I am in the midst of an unexpected shock, Nina calls out to me with a dumbfounded look on her face. "Aren't you too depressed?" I just realized it. It was an unexpected blow for me. "If it's a hobby, you can find it in the future. If you want, I can help you find it." "You're going to help me find it?" I didn't expect her suggestion. This was the first time I'd ever seen her try to approach another person to this extent. She seemed to have had a very big change of heart, including her wanting to have a small talk with me. In response to my reaction, Nina says somewhat disapprovingly, "You don't have to be that surprised. I understand how you feel." "Sorry. It's okay. I'm aware that I've been rejecting other people." Considering her circumstances of being enslaved, my response was understandable. The possibility of being demeaned again was also a possibility that may pass through her mind. That was why I was curious as to why she was willing to compromise with me. I prepared my mind a little and took the first step. "What changed your mind, Nina?" "Well," Nina hesitated for a moment, then took a slow breath and spoke. "I think it's because of Lady Caroline." "Probably." "Lady Caroline, huh?" "Yes." Upon hearing her answer, I couldn't help but deeply understand and agree. Throughout our mission, whenever there was an opportunity, we engaged in conversations. If someone had influenced Nina, other than me, it could only be Caroline. Initially, Nina was anxious about getting along with Caroline, a noble. Considering Nina's circumstances as a former slave and her sister being the heroine of a story, it was easy to assume she harbored resentment towards nobility. But it turned out to be needless worry. Though Caroline was the one who mostly initiated the interactions, Nina didn't seem displeased. Perhaps she was happy to have a peer of the same age to talk to. I was momentarily surprised by Caroline's actions, but it turned out to be for the best. It was great that Caroline made a new friend, and it was a significant progress for Nina to trust someone other than me. Satisfied, I nodded, but then Nina gave me a half-hearted look. "There's something I want to correct." "What is it?" "I don't really hold any grudges against nobles." "Huh?" She suddenly revealed this in the course of our conversation, catching me off guard. In response, Nina seemed to deflate. "I've had a feeling about it for a while, but I guess I misunderstood." "Huh, so you're saying you don't actually resent them?" I couldn't help but be surprised. After all she went through, being involved in the power struggles among nobles, facing the degradation of being a slave, and even the possibility of death. And she doesn't hold any grudges? When I questioned her about it, she nodded. "I do feel like I want to knock out the slave trader who hit me, but that anger doesn't extend to the nobles. In the end, it was just the Hans family losing in a political struggle." "Don't you think you're rationalizing it too much?" "Do I? I think that's just how noble children are." No, 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 no. I can't reach that level of acceptance. What kind of education does it take to have such transcendent thinking? I started to feel a headache from all the surprises. It seemed I had a quite fatal misunderstanding. I had assumed that since Nina's sister, the heroine, was consumed by intense revenge, Nina must feel the same way. But despite being twins, they seemed to only share physical resemblance. Seeing my agitation, Nina flashed a self-deprecating smile. "Well, I understand that I'm strange. Given my circumstances, I'm not normal." "What do you mean?" The gloomy atmosphere emanating from her was abnormal. In the face of such extraordinary presence, I couldn't help but ask. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have intruded so rudely. Perhaps my thoughts were still in disarray. And Nina wasn't her usual self either. Engaging in unfamiliar small talk seemed to have loosened her tongue more than usual. What followed was the revelation of Nina's memories from her days as a Viscountess. It was the dark side of the Hans family that was not revealed in the game, something the heroine could never have known. In short, Nina was mistreated by her parents and servants. For the first few years of her life, she was raised normally, but as soon as it was discovered that her sister had magical talent while she had none, her treatment deteriorated. Basically, I was confined to my room. It was common for meals not to be brought to me. It was a given that her personal belongings were all hand-me-downs from her sister. She had to take care of everything by herself. The only one who treated her normally was her sister, though somewhat clumsy. Her sister didn't seem to fully grasp the extent of Nina's situation and always visited her room with a smile. Nina, unexpectedly. I was lost for words upon hearing Nina's past. In the game, the heroine had only expressed admiration for Nina, so I never dreamed that she had been mistreated. Certainly, if she had been so thoroughly neglected, I could understand Nina's reaction. It's often said that the opposite of love is not hate, but indifference. She didn't harbor any sentiments towards the nobles. Nina shook her head. No need for sympathy. I like my current life. It provides me with the excitement I never had as a noble. And I met Sis. I also learned that there are people like Lady Caroline. Above all, she continued, it's especially satisfying to learn how to survive. It makes me feel like I'm growing stronger. I'll prove that I won't lose helplessly again. Not anymore. Nina's eyes sparkled as she spoke. It was the same vibrant gaze I saw during training, filled with vitality. Ah, so that's it. I understood. She didn't harbor anger or resentment. It was pure fighting spirit and survival instinct. Having experienced civil war and learned her own powerlessness, Nina is dedicating herself to avoid repeating the same mistakes. She's struggling not to be subjected to injustice again. It was a truly beast-like motivation. At the same time, I couldn't help but think what an innocent child she was. Despite her past circumstances, I admired her for remaining unwavering. I am convinced, if you have such a strong spirit, then you can surely obtain the power to overcome the unjust. So, with conviction, I assert, you will become strong, Nina. Oh, really? Stronger than my sister? Of course. I would even dare say you'll be among the top in the world. That's too much. Nina shrugged her shoulders, perhaps thinking it was a joke. No, it's not an exaggeration. With my knowledge and the guidance of my master Akatsuki, we can easily reach the pinnacle of the world. It's not an overstatement. If you put my teachings into practice, you will undoubtedly reach great heights. So, what do you say? There's no need to say it. Nina immediately responded to the question, as if it was obvious. If there's a chance to truly stand at the top, there's no reason not to strive for it. She had a determined look in her eyes. With such sparkling eyes, this girl should be able to overcome the fate of death that awaits her in the future. I have confidence in her ability to break through her own destiny, even with my assistance. Under the faint light of the campfire in the dark night, we converse about the strength we can obtain in the future. Chapter 3, Trust. After about a month since completing the escort mission, the summer heat was starting to intensify. I was traveling outside of the territory. The reason for this was to participate in Minerva's 9th rite ceremony, as she is my fiancée. Of course, the celebration of Minerva was the main reason, but during this ceremony, our engagement was scheduled to be officially announced. This plan had been decided through discussions between both parties. I had a few companions with me, including Shin and a few attendants, along with 30 night escorts. This time, the event was a larger scale compared to when we visited the Village of Heroes, since we were attending a higher-ranking noble family's party. Well, it was still fewer in number compared to those who put on airs. Ideally, my father, the Count, should have accompanied us, but he had taken sick leave. The 9th rite ceremony of a duchess's daughter attracts many dignitaries. If the child is exceptionally talented, even more so. We, myself and the others in our group, lacked the reckless courage to take such a perfect opportunity to venture into the den of monsters. In fact, we were specifically asked not to bring anyone from the Loremba family. It was a sensible decision. Furthermore, Kuren and Orca were also left behind. Even though they would become my sisters-in-law, their current relationship with Minerva is not very close. Especially Kuren, who is famous as the Saint of Sunshine, had the risk of unnecessary rumors spreading if she were to move around carelessly. When I first informed them of this decision, both of them were greatly upset. It might have been the first time in a while that I witnessed their tantrums. I had thought they were growing up lately, but it reminded me that they still had a childlike side, and it made me feel a bit warm and fuzzy. In the end, they agreed to it, so I think maybe they just wanted to rely on me. They are truly adorable younger siblings. Let's get back on track. We travel to the capital of Luramb with the members I mentioned earlier, using a carriage as our means of transportation. I haven't disclosed my abilities to the Duke's side. Of course, after completing a journey of about a week, we finally entered the capital of Luramb. Since we didn't give any prior notice, we were able to enter the city smoothly. The real challenge starts from here, I muttered to myself, gathering my focus. Then, I called out to Shin, who was sitting beside me in the carriage. "Shin, I understand," came her immediate reply. Her expression carried a hint of fatigue. Even without being told multiple times, "We understand." The current Duke of Luramb is known as a magic fanatic. Naturally, there will be many individuals with similar mindsets around him. It's not hard to imagine what would happen if I, a colorless person, entered an environment with many magic supremacists. But well, personally, I don't really care what others say about me. The problem lies with my subordinates, not me. I worried that they, who admire and follow me, might take unnecessary actions if they hear negative comments about me. Verbal warnings would still be manageable, but if they were to resort to physical confrontations, it would become a troublesome situation. Since this event is hosted by Luramb, it would reflect poorly on them if we were to cause a scene. Feeling restless, I expressed my concerns to Shin. "I understand your worries, but please have a bit more trust in us, your subordinates. We are professionals in service. No matter how much our master may be disparaged, we will not take any actions that would be detrimental to their interests." "I know, but," I trailed off. Her words are correct. Normal servants would usually stay quiet unless they are subjected to outrageous insults face to face. Engaging in inappropriate behavior would only cause trouble for the master and put their own necks at risk. "However, you guys tried to attack Minerva several times when she was staying with us, didn't you?" Shin averted her gaze without saying a word. The knights outside the carriage, who were listening attentively using my taught skill, body enhancement, immediately become more vigilant. I let out a small sigh. Minerva does make condescending remarks towards me, but that's because she sees me as an inferior being due to my lack of attributes. It doesn't mean she is negating me as a person. Despite her choice of words being extreme, her underlying emotions are filled with affection. There's a hint of concern for me, someone without talent. I have explained the situation to those around me, and they should be aware of it, but their actions don't align. Someone once said that they instinctively raise their weapons or something like that. I must be cherished and valued to that extent. It's truly heartwarming. However, I want them to resort to more reasonable means. I want to express my desire for them not to choose the most ruthless methods from the start. However, I haven't actually attacked Minerva, nor has she caught on to my intentions. Perhaps this exchange is their way of trying to ease my tension. I want to believe that. Section. Shortly after, the carriage arrived at Laramble Castle. Depending on one's status, they would have to get off in front of the gate, but this time, as Minerva's fiancé, I was taken by carriage all the way to the entrance of the castle. Soon, the carriage arrived at Laramble Castle. Depending on one's status, one might have to disembark at the gate, but as Minerva's fiancé, I was taken by carriage all the way to the entrance of the castle. As I stepped out of the carriage, I was greeted by the majestic Laramble Castle, numerous servants, and Minerva herself. "You finally arrived. It's a hassle, but I came to greet you. Be grateful," she said with arrogance. "Welcome, Lord Zechs. Please come inside." The elderly butler standing next to her politely bowed. The other servants behind him also showed a well-mannered attitude. At first glance, Minerva appeared displeased while the servants seemed welcoming. There was no crack in their facade, and normally, one would accept their words at face value. However, I could read their emotions leaking from their magical aura. I realized that their true feelings were the opposite of their attitudes. Minerva, who appeared unhappy, was actually delighted by our arrival, while the servants, led by the butler, seemed extremely disdainful. Some of them were thinking things like "Die, They harbored such intense emotions yet managed to keep it off their faces. Although I was prepared for this, witnessing it firsthand was disheartening. It seemed like I wouldn't have much peace of mind during my stay at La Ramble. I made eye contact with Shin and conveyed the need for increased vigilance. I had already instructed my subordinates not to act independently, so I don't think they will be secretly attacked. After observing the situation for a while, I took a step closer to Minerva. Despite the growing hatred from the servants, I ignored them. It would be a waste of time to pay attention to them. "Thank you very much, Minerva. It's lovely to be welcomed by my fiancé. I'm a fortunate man," I said, expressing my gratitude with a slightly affected tone. "HMPH. Of course. After all, I am known as La Ramble's treasure," she replied. As I conveyed my somewhat affected gratitude, she blushed and turned her face away. Although her tone sounded slightly displeased, her overflowing emotions still showed joy. It was very easy to understand. This is what makes her lovely, even though I won't say it aloud because she would likely get furious. "Well, since you're a colorless existence, you'll probably get lost inside the castle. I can't overlook my fiancé being pitifully flustered, so I'll be with you throughout your stay," she said abruptly, and then started walking into the castle. Even her recent statement was considerate of my feelings. She probably meant to say, "I don't want you to face any unnecessary trouble by only relying on the Foranada family members, so I, as a member of the Duke's family, will protect you. Come on, hurry up," she called out, appearing dissatisfied on the outside but actually happy on the inside. Minerva displayed contradictory reactions simultaneously. "She's truly an interesting girl," I chuckled to myself, and followed her lead. While the announcement of our engagement presented a challenging path ahead, it didn't seem entirely devoid of enjoyment. Section: Minerva's ninth rite is only 3 days away, and I spent my time at Lolamville Castle. It seems that nothing happened despite my preparedness. Thanks to Minerva, as she declared, she stayed by my side for everything except bathing, using the toilet, and sleeping. Even when she was just a little further away, she would get angry and say, "Don't wander off on your own." According to Shin, the people of Lolamville perceive Minerva's actions as sacrificing herself to thoroughly monitor the colorless one. Indeed, if her emotions were unreadable, it might appear as if she is restraining me reluctantly. Minerva is skilled at maintaining appearances. After all, her true intention, as I suspected when I entered the castle, is to protect me. Reports came in from subordinates who temporarily acted separately, stating that they pitied the fact that their superior is a colorless person. It's almost certain. By the way, the subordinate who reported shed tears of blood, saying that they couldn't stand the urge to slaughter the other person. Loyalty is appreciated, but that reaction is terrifying. Thanks to the efforts of my fiancé, I was able to safely participate in her 9th rite. She is an excellent girl, being a duke's daughter and having the highest aptitude for magic, as well as displaying remarkable talent in other fields. The party was far grander than mine or Orca's. First, the scale was enormous. Despite the party venue being as large as 3 Tokyo domes, it was filled with an equally impressive number of attendees. Secondly, the quality was exceptional. The furnishings, such as the tables and tableware lining the venue, were top-notch and rare even in the Holy Kingdom. The food and drinks served to the attendees were also of the highest caliber. Even in Foranada, you wouldn't find such things. They are probably the kind of offerings provided to state guests. There were also orchestras and singing groups, as well as countless other planned activities. It was truly a party where the Duke's family went all out. Of course, Minerva couldn't be by my side throughout the entire party. It would draw too much attention for the colorless me to be in the center, so she discreetly stationed herself in a corner of the venue, keeping her presence hidden. Even without using magic, it was a piece of cake to deceive the noble attendees' eyes. Without receiving any particular harassment, I silently waited for the party to progress. Around the time various activities settled down, the Duke of Lolamville raised his voice. "I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for gathering here to celebrate my daughter Minerva's 9th rite. I believe she is truly blessed to be celebrated by everyone." Starting with the obligatory customary phrases, The Duke expressed his gratitude related to this ninth rite. His dignified behavior attracted the attention of everyone in the venue. It's about to begin. Observing the situation from the periphery, I sensed that my turn would come soon. Therefore, I silently approached Minerva, who was in the center, while keeping my presence hidden. According to our prior discussion, it had been decided to announce our engagement once the festivities were over. Originally, the Lolimval servants were supposed to call me, but it seems they couldn't find me because I had concealed my presence. I had intended to be easily found by the Foranada group but apparently miscalculated. I should make it up to the person who was supposed to call me later. It would be no joke if they got fired because of this incident. Around the Duke, there was a bit of commotion as they couldn't find me. Feeling apologetic, I quietly approached one of the servants and spoke up. I apologize for being late. Zechs-sama, we've been waiting for you. For a moment, the servant seemed on the verge of mentioning colorless, but managed to correct themselves. I don't particularly mind, but slipping up after being caught off guard might be considered a failure for someone serving the Duke's family. It was me who set it up, so I can't really complain. Following his guidance, I stood by Minerva's side. It seems like we were really cutting it close. As soon as I arrived, the Duke declared, "He is my daughter's fiancé." Instantly, the attention of everyone in the venue focused on us. With monitoring devices deployed through magical tools, even the attendees seated far away seemed to be peeking. Since I had been acting behind the scenes until now, this kind of situation was somewhat unfamiliar. It wasn't nervousness, but I felt a bit restless. On the contrary, Minerva seemed accustomed to such situations. Her posture was dignified, and she had the composure to glance at me and murmur, "Straighten up," as if she had room to spare. Observing her current stance, I finally realized that she was indeed the princess of the Duke's family. In my mind, Minerva had been firmly entrenched as a super tsundere genius. Either that or the position of a best friend in a game. Either way, it wouldn't be suitable as the gaze directed towards an engaged young lady. "I should reflect on that," I replied, murmuring that I'm fine, and smiled to reassure her. Perhaps her response was unexpected, as Minerva widened her eyes and turned her head slightly away. She seemed embarrassed. How adorable. Now then, I diverted my attention from my fiancé and considered whether it was time to face reality. I shifted my focus away from Minerva. The atmosphere around the two of us, excluding the Duke, was icy. They seemed to have enough restraint not to make a scene in front of the Duke himself, but their gazes spoke volumes. They were saying, "Isn't this defective piece our fiancé?" What a fool. It was a reasonable reaction, considering they were trying to pair a black-haired genius with a white-haired incompetent. In the context of this world's values, it was only natural. At the same time, I felt the piercing gazes of anger and jealousy directed at me. Most likely, they assumed that I had ingratiated myself with the Duke to secure the engagement. With talent, social standing, and good looks all in place, it was expected that there would be many who desired Minerva. However, it was truly impressive to witness it firsthand. She seemed to be even more popular than I had anticipated. Given this situation, there might be some people who would act recklessly. However, the Duke had assured me that he would handle them, so I could relax. If they were fools who would run amok even when faced with the Duke's banner, Foranada could easily take care of them. Minerva and Lord Zechs' engagement is now official. Everyone, let's offer our congratulations. While observing the surroundings, it seems that the Duke had finished speaking. The sound of applause could be heard from the attendees. The emotions leaking out felt reluctantly given, but their expressions remained unmoved. That's the mark of nobility. Since I visited the Duke's family, I have come to appreciate the benefits of mental magic. Those who stand in noble society are all poker-faced, so the ability to sense emotions is quite useful. After our engagement announcement concluded, the party resumed. This time, I would be by Minerva's side. Many nobles gathered around us. About 80% of them offered their congratulations, speaking words of celebration with a smile and subtly promoting their own names in the process. This is more for Minerva's sake than for us. They have already given up on overturning the Duke's decision on the engagement and are now trying to establish connections with Minerva. hoping to leverage her power in the future. Alternatively, they may be considering that the engagement with a colorless like me will eventually be broken off. They're clearly looking down on me, but considering the common sense of the world, their reaction is only natural. As long as they don't openly insult me, they're showing enough awareness of their position. The remaining 9% seem to be more focused on me than on Minerva. Similar to the previous 80%, they offered their congratulations and then directed the conversation around topics related to me. Perhaps they thought that a duke known as the Mad Mage would not simply play an important card like his daughter's future on a mere colorless. It seems they came to probe what I have to offer. These people are skilled at grasping subtleties. There may come a time when they could be useful, so I should remember their names, at least. And finally, the remaining 1%. These individuals were beyond understanding. I couldn't help but wonder why they were invited to the Duke's party. And finally, the remaining 1%. They were utterly hopeless. I couldn't help but wonder why these individuals were even invited to the Duke's party. The reason being, I refused to acknowledge this engagement. I won't acknowledge it. That's right. The suitable fiancé for Lady Minerva is Lord Carver. Exactly. They were idiotic noble sons who would shout and create a ruckus like this. It was so exasperating that I couldn't even find words to describe it. What on earth were these pathetic individuals? To make matters worse, these people seemed to hold high positions, and no one around was trying to intervene. The Duke, who could have been the only one capable of calming them down, happened to be absent at that moment. They probably targeted this opportunity to interrupt us. Anyway, I tried to open my mouth to calm these idiots down, but, silence. Don't let us hear the voice of someone insignificant. It makes my ears rot. Don't you dare speak a word. Exactly. No, that's impossible. What nonsense are they spouting? I've heard insults about being insignificant before, but this is the first time I've heard something like this. I tried to say a word, but they just kept shouting and making a racket. Don't they notice that everyone around is getting annoyed? Well, I guess I have to try a different approach. Who are they? They are from a branch family, though their title is still Earl. They are my cousins. I don't want to acknowledge them. I asked in a low voice to reveal their status, and Minerva replied with a weary expression. I can sense it from her attitude. Are they always like this? She's usually so sharp, but it seems like she's dealing with quite a troublesome bunch. Every time we meet, it's the same. I'm the only one worthy of you, they say. Although they have exceptional aptitude for 4 types of magic, personally and for our family, they are not suitable at all. From what I can see, the boy called Carver possesses 4 attributes other than light and water. He's slightly inferior to Minerva with her black hair, but he's certainly outstanding. He must have been praised more than those around him. However, with this kind of personality, there's no hope for him. Don't their parents intervene? It's common for someone to intervene when such foolishness is directed towards the main family's daughter. But since no one is stopping them at the moment, the answer was already clear. The head of the branch family, my father's brother, is ambitious. He still holds a grudge for not being able to inherit the dukedom. In other words, he's using his son to try and take over the family. And what about the Duke? He doesn't care. He seems completely uninterested. The nickname of magic fanatic seems to be well deserved. They probably don't even consider the head of the branch family, who has low magic aptitude, as an enemy. In fact, it seems like the ambitious ones are resorting to using their son as the only means. It appears that all other options have been sealed off. I realize once again, being targeted by such dedicated magic fanatics, even if the true goal is Karen, makes me a rather peculiar existence. I thought I was prepared, but I have to be careful with my actions. Hey, what are you whispering about? You dare to engage in secret conversations in front of Lord Carver? Exactly. Secret conversations, huh? It doesn't mean that. Well, there could have been a better way to put it. Look, Miss Minerva over there is blushing bright red. That's enough. I'll put an end to this. Blushing with embarrassment, Minerva stands up, emitting a dangerous surge of magical power. This is bad. She intends to forcefully remove them. She might be able to control the power well, but if she uses magic in a party where other nobles gather, it will escalate into a major problem. Despite being invited to the Ninth Order's party, the intimate relationship doesn't guarantee that they won't scrutinize the situation and say, our family member is in danger. That's why I stood up as well. Combining the constant activation of body enhancement and the footwork I learned from my mentor, Akatsuki, I smoothly stepped forward in front of Minerva. Huh? Minerva let out a bewildered voice. From her perspective, my movement must have seemed like instant teleportation. Anyway, please tell me their family name. I whispered the question. It's Ho. Thank you. Wah, Minerva, in her confusion, answered honestly. I winked at her with gratitude, causing her face to turn even redder. Well, it's adorable. I thought it was a bit cheesy, but it seems there's no problem. What's this? Is a lowly person like you defying me? Know your place. Exactly. The branch family members raised their spirits in response to my appearance. They sure have the confidence to match. They should have witnessed my previous movement, but it seems like they're surprised. While feeling exasperated, I smiled at them. Carver and the others looked at me warily. Rest assured, I won't make any exaggerated gestures in front of the public like this. I moved in the same way as before, appearing in front of Carver. I adjusted my movements subtly so that only those nearby could perceive the abnormality. Carver, who was about to let out a surprised voice, but I preemptively tapped his shoulder. Then, I whispered in a voice that only he could hear. You? What? TCH. His face alternated between red and blue, and he clicked his tongue before turning on his heels. He didn't bother to hide his displeasure and walked away into the crowd. What? What's wrong, Lord Carver? Exactly? The sycophants were taken aback by his sudden behavior, but apparently, they didn't have the courage to stand alone in front of us and hurriedly followed after Carver. Phew. That boy, Carver, belongs to the category of fools with a bit of intelligence. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to resort to force. I let out a relieved breath that the situation was resolved without any bloodshed. And then I heard a voice from behind. What did you do? It was Minerva, looking disgruntled. Well, considering that I managed to dismiss those persistent guys with a single word, it's an understandable reaction. If you look around, even the nobles who are watching the situation unfold are in a state of confusion. I shrugged my shoulders. I didn't do anything special. He just happened to be understanding. Oh, really? Well, fine. I'll ask again later. Oh, it seems like she doesn't believe my words. Well, maybe this reaction is too deliberate. That being said, I didn't really do anything unusual. For the past few years, vegetables from the Foranada territory have been circulating in the Ho territory, so I just threatened to put a stop to it. I did use some mental magic to make him believe I was serious, but this is a technique that anyone could have used, not just me. For someone without an attribute, you seem competent. I thought you were just a smooth-talking man. I'll give you some credit. However, as the man who will become my partner, I expect you to be able to do more than this. Minerva snorted and turned her face away. She's speaking from a high and mighty standpoint, but it seems she's grateful. Her cheeks are slightly red, and the emotions transmitted through her magic power also seem to be happy. She's still as stubborn as ever. She had a stubborn side even in the game, but it's even worse now. Perhaps it's because I don't have any colors? At the core, she's a good person, so I don't have any complaints, but still, after a while, the Duke returned to the venue, and thereafter, no problems arose. Minerva's ninth rite came to a close. Section. The day after the ninth rite, I was resting in the room assigned to me. Since the guests would all return to Foranada before long, I planned to stay in Lorumbel for a while longer. Minerva, as always, tried to accompany me despite constantly complaining. I appreciated her thoughtfulness, but I also felt sorry for inconveniencing her, so I made it a policy to stay in the room as much as possible. As long as I was indoors, the people of Lorumbel wouldn't show their faces unless it was necessary for something like a meal. They weren't so idle as to visit just to harass me, and they shouldn't be so ignorant of their place. Thanks to that, Minerva prioritized her own tasks. If you need anything, call me. It's more annoying to have you wandering around alone. She left with those words, which I found amusing. Anyway, I quietly waited for time to pass. Come to think of it, This is the first time I haven't seen Karen and the others for so many days. Despite going out and about, I would use the phase link gates to visit them. Orca and I, who have the experience of our past lives, might be fine, but I wonder about Karen. She's such a brocon, and I'm afraid she might start showing withdrawal symptoms or something. For a moment, I considered contacting them through telepathy, but I quickly dismissed the idea. Opportunities like this will come again in the future. Karen should get used to it. Besides, she owns a telepathy tool. If it comes to it, I think she'll send a message from there. I decided that I should patiently wait. Were you thinking about Lady Caroline? Shin, who was sitting at a nearby table, spoke up as I was lost in thought on the bed. There was a hint of exasperation in her voice. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, someone here happened to snatch away the work I had brought along and now I'm bored out of my mind. I had brought some work that could be done on the side and taken along precisely because I would be away from Foranada for about a month. Initially, I was working on it, but somehow Shin managed to swoop in and take it away from me. As a result, I'm currently left with nothing to do. It's good to have some free time. Take this opportunity to rest properly, Shin replied. On the other hand, the main culprit seemed unconcerned. If you're really bored, then let's have a chat. Zechs-sama, wouldn't it be acceptable for you to make more use of the servants? She suggested, with an air of composure. I glanced at her with half-closed eyes. What's your true intention? I want someone I like to pay attention to me. Well, at least you're honest. That's what I thought. I believe her true intention is also to let me rest. But the magical energy emanating from her was incredibly restless. It was too obvious. I do feel the desire to get on with my work as soon as possible. However, when Shin confessed her feelings, I had already made up my mind to fulfill her requests to the best of my ability. It would be unfair to back out at the last minute. I smiled dryly and got up from the bed. All right, let's have a chat, Shin. Yes. Shin had a radiant smile on her face, emitting an aura of happiness that made me feel a bit embarrassed. Afterward, she tried to run towards me, but, oh, oops, her usual clumsiness activated. She almost stumbled dramatically despite there being nothing in her way, and I instinctively caught her. Thanks to my enhanced physical abilities, I was able to support her firmly. However, due to our significant height difference, it ended up looking quite awkward. While I tried to be careful not to cause any injuries, our faces ended up being very close. Oh dear, Shin's eyelashes are so long. Oh, ah ha ha ha. Oh my, Shin seems to have malfunctioned. We locked eyes at an extremely close distance for about 3 seconds. She started spinning her eyes around like a boiling kettle. Just by getting this close, her reaction is like this. I can't help but worry about what will happen next. With a wry smile, I carefully placed the overwhelmed Shin on the bed. Anticipating her return to normal, I decided to prepare some herbal tea with relaxing effects. Shall I brew some herbal tea with a relaxing effect? Using the phase concealing cover texture, I took out several types of tea leaves and began blending them according to Shin's preferences. It seems that the time when she can experience a sweet moment is still a distant future. As Shin and I chatted, half a day passed, and it was right after we finished lunch with Minerva. At that moment, I received an urgent message from one of the spies I had left in Foranada using telepathy. Lord Zechs, I apologize for interrupting you while you're busy. An urgent situation has occurred that needs to be reported immediately. What's wrong? Perhaps due to the somewhat relaxed atmosphere after lunch, I unintentionally let out a sound. Even though we had finished our meal, we were still at the dining table, and Minerva, who was sitting across from me, looked puzzled. I instructed my subordinate to wait for a moment and calmly responded, I just experienced a slight leg cramp, probably because I was so relaxed for half a day. I apologize for causing concern. You can be quite a handful. You shouldn't neglect exercise, especially considering you have no attribute. Well, that was a blatant lie, but it seems she believed me. That's a relief. After returning to my room and parting ways with her, I established another telepathic connection. I'm sorry for the delay. Please proceed with the report. Understood. The information he provided was remarkably succinct. It stated that a certain count had made a secret visit to Foranada, At first glance, this seemed like an inconsequential matter. It was not uncommon for nobles to visit other territories incognito. In fact, similar incidents had occurred in the past. However, the problem lay elsewhere. The visiting count's identity was far from favorable. Count Puteep. He was a member of the family responsible for killing Nina in the original game. In the game, Nina's cause of death was excessive violence leading to severe blood loss. As I mentioned before, if I hadn't intervened, she would have been purchased by a monotheistic noble and subjected to all sorts of humiliation before eventually dying. That noble who committed the acts of violence was none other than Count Puteep. Unlike typical monotheistic nobles, he was a perverted individual who derived pleasure from beating beastmen. The game revealed that not only Nina but other beastmen also suffered at his hands. When I took Nina under my care, I had already conducted thorough research on Count Puteep. It was a natural course of action since I aimed to change her fate of death. In some cases, I even considered eliminating him. Count Puteep was just a minor figure within the monotheistic faction, unlike the palace factions, making it relatively easy to handle him. However, the results of my investigation at that time were surprising. You see, he turned out to be a different person. The Count Puteep in the game was a chubby man in his mid-20s, whereas the real-life Count Puteep was a medium-built young man. Although their facial features were similar, they were definitely not the same person. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the game's Count Puteep was the brother of the current count in reality. It seems that my intervention had unintended consequences, resulting in a change in the successor. Well, even if he didn't inherit the title, his brother remained a dangerous individual who was mercilessly killing beastmen slaves behind the scenes. So I took care of him swiftly, arranging for his accidental death. Fortunately, it appeared that the current Count Puteep had a strained relationship with his brother, so it didn't escalate into a major problem. But it should have been. I whispered softly. Upon receiving the report from my intelligence agent, I immediately made my way to Foranada. It seemed I had traveled quite swiftly, as Count Puteep had already arrived in the capital. He was going through the procedures at the city gate, disguised among the commoners. Naturally, the Count standing before me was not the person responsible for Nina's cause of death. He was his younger brother. He was accompanied by what seemed to be his subordinates as they entered the streets of the city. What on earth had brought him to Foranada? While for other nobles, one might assume it to be a secret trip, when it came to that Count Puteep, I couldn't help but entertain various suspicions. Even though he was a different person from the one in the game, I couldn't completely set my mind at ease. Considering the possibility of a decoy, I instructed his subordinates to attend to other security matters. As for myself, I began trailing the Count and his entourage. There was no reason to restrain them since they hadn't done anything suspicious. I thought about inviting them to the castle and detaining them there, but that wouldn't reveal the Count's intentions, so it wasn't an effective approach. Besides, Zechs was currently in Loremble, so Orca would be the one dealing with them. As capable as he was, extracting information from active nobles would be challenging. Although we were playing catch-up, there was no choice but to let the Count and his group swim freely. Thanks to my detection abilities, the chances of losing sight of them were virtually non-existent. Ensuring our safety, I needed to remain composed and carry out the mission. Initially, they behaved like regular tourists. The conversations exchanged were unremarkable and harmless. However, after an hour, they finally began to act suspiciously. Suddenly, all of them locked eyes for a moment and then scattered, walking in different directions. If they were ordinary commoners, it could be considered free movement. But they were different. The subordinates wouldn't just leave their master to wander alone. I apologize for the irony, but in my case, it's an extraordinary exception, so please bear with it. Let's get back on track. The Count and his subordinates numbered 5 in total. It was physically impossible to monitor all of them. While my detection abilities allowed me to grasp their general movements and positions, visual confirmation provided more accurate information. For the same reasons, I couldn't use my doppelganger ability. It bestows a magical template onto a thought process, which lacks adaptability. In short, Monitoring alone has reached its limit. I have to focus on the target and leave the rest to my subordinates, although it means reducing the security presence. There's no other choice. The main focus of my surveillance is, of course, Count Puteep. He is the most suspicious, so I'll prioritize him over the others just to ensure that no unexpected important figures are involved. I have already thoroughly investigated everyone's background using appraisal. It has been confirmed that everyone, except for the Count, is nothing more than ordinary knights. Maintaining a certain distance, I continue to follow behind Count Puteep. He constantly scans his surroundings and his behavior is suspicious even without observing the significant magical fluctuations. It's understandable for a noble, but he lacks any semblance of stealth. From this perspective alone, I can't help but wonder, was I overly concerned? However, I'm curious to see how things will unfold. The Count continues to move forward with an unsteady gait. Starting from the bustling center, he gradually makes his way towards the outskirts. There's no doubt about it, I mutter. After walking for a while, I am confident in the Count's destination. Letting out a sigh, I quietly activate Otherworldly Realm, Boyurdatazera. The surroundings are enveloped in a curtain of magic, isolating me and Count Puteep from the world. It seems unnecessary to replicate the scenery, so a pure white landscape spreads out before us. Startled by the sudden abnormal situation, the Count is bewildered. Before him, I leap forward in the form of Zechs. Count Puteep. Who are you? It seems he knows who I am. Of course he does. It's only natural. I've undoubtedly conducted that level of research. I am expected to be his biggest obstacle. After all, based on the Count's trajectory, I can make a rough guess. The path ahead leads to the house where Nina lives. As I initially feared, the object of Count Puteep's target is Nina. I don't know why he knows Nina or why he is after her, but it's certain that his intentions are not good. If he had a valid reason, he wouldn't sneak into the capital and display such unnatural agitation. I have a bad feeling about this. The fact that he is taking action in place of his deceased brother, a situation unrelated to the original game, is extremely unsettling. My instincts were whispering that I should know about his past and experiences. In times like these, it's best to follow my intuition, based on both my current and past life experiences. Since I can't leave Otherworldly Realm, Boyurdatazera, I decide to attempt a conversation rather than immediately eliminating him without question. What business do you have with my disciple, Nina? I asked straightforwardly. What are you talking about? The Count feigned ignorance, his eyes darting around and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was astonishing that he could even utter those words under the circumstances. Letting out an intentionally exaggerated sigh, I intensified the pressure on him. You can't deceive me or lie your way out of this. I'll ask you again. What is your purpose concerning Nina? Eek. As my voice laced with killing intent reached his ears, the Count's legs gave way, and he stumbled back, trembling in fear. His emotions were colored by sheer terror, leaving no room for acting. I had merely given him a light warning. Yet for someone who wasn't a combat professional, this was likely the expected reaction. Witnessing his pitiful state, I couldn't help but feel disappointed, but I never let my guard down. I had to admit, my focus wavered slightly, but I remained attentive to the Count's movements. Nevertheless, I couldn't prevent such a subtle action as touching the ring. Even with my strengthened body, I couldn't react faster than such a small movement. Jaya. Sensing the ominous presence, I kicked the Count's hand away just in time. However, it had already triggered. Whatever it was. In the next instant, an unpleasant sensation coursed through my entire body, or rather, through the world itself. What is this? I dropped to my knees, overwhelmed by an intense headache that robbed my limbs of strength. The pain in my head was excruciating. It felt as if a nail had been driven directly into my brain, threatening to shatter my consciousness. My vision spun, and I struggled to gather my thoughts. Taking deep breaths, I fought to endure pain. Even the slightest relaxation would render me helpless. With sheer determination, I focused on assessing the situation and organizing my thoughts. Most likely, mana manipulation is being hindered, causing the difficulty to increase drastically. As a result, my brain processing is unable to keep up. Indeed, the spell Blond is starting to crumble, and the disguise is wavering like electronic noise. Neutral magic tests the power of mana manipulation more than any other magic. It requires bold and precise manipulation of immense mana, compressing and moving it in an instant. Through training, I have reached a point where I can control it even unconsciously, but the current situation has overwhelmed me. It is abnormal and a critical situation. There is no longer any doubt. That ring is likely the cause of this situation. Moreover, despite breaking it with my previous attack, mana manipulation is still being hindered. It appears to be a type of magical tool that maintains its effect for a certain period once activated. I have never heard of a magical tool that interferes with mana manipulation. Neither the information gathered by Foranada nor my knowledge of games included anything similar. In fact, I couldn't even detect mana, and it's doubtful whether it is truly a magical tool. While desperately maintaining my disguise, the otherworld is beyond saving. I look at the Count. He is there, clutching his shattered hand and crying out pathetically. It will be difficult to extract information from him in that state. Moreover, the Count's behavior up until now was genuine. If there were such a hidden trump card, it would be unnatural for him to be so afraid. The conclusion that can be drawn from this is that the Count didn't fully grasp the effect of the ring. There must be someone behind Count Puteep, someone who handed him the ring as a trump card. Ah, I see. Suddenly, an idea occurs to me. The mastermind may not have anticipated the extent to which the effect would be manifested. After all, even if they intended to interfere with mana manipulation, the perceived difficulty has practically doubled. With regular elemental magic, it would have only resulted in significantly increased mana consumption. The current situation is undoubtedly the result of being a neutral magic practitioner specializing in inherently high difficulty magic. However, remaining on my knees won't do. Otherworld Blond is about to collapse completely, exposing both me and Count Puteep to the outside world. It's uncertain whether the mastermind is monitoring us through an alternate route, but it's not a situation where we can casually reveal ourselves. If this situation is exposed, it will be noticed that my magic is of a neutral attribute. Fortunately, since I've abandoned the maintenance of Otherworld Blond, the headache has lessened compared to before. However, I still experience a level of pain that makes me dizzy, but I can't afford to complain. I admonish myself and slowly rise to my feet. Every movement causes the disguise to sway unnaturally, but I have no room to be concerned about it. By the way, even if the burden lessens, I have no intention of releasing the disguise. I don't want to leave even the slightest chance of my true identity leaking to the outside. Finally, after a struggle, I managed to stand up and approach the Count. He is still crying out, completely oblivious to my approach. When I reach the Count's side, I activate the phase concealment cover texture. The headache intensifies, but there's no other choice. I retrieve a sturdy rope and proceed to bind him with it. Naturally, I conduct a thorough body search to see if he possesses anything else of significance. At the moment when Count Puteep, who had been causing a nuisance, was knocked unconscious, the Otherworld Blond completely collapsed, and we returned to our original world. Telepathy is impossible. I considered contacting my subordinates, but it was difficult to unleash any more magic. Due to fully shifting into telepathy, I regretted not bringing the long-distance communication magical tool. I couldn't have anticipated such a turn of events. Switch gears. There's no point in regretting now. Due to the interference with mana manipulation, the range of my detection spells has drastically decreased to a radius of only 10 meters. I can avoid unexpected attacks, but I won't be able to sense any surveillance. I should quickly withdraw. If I can distance myself from this location, the effects of interference are likely to diminish. I lifted the fallen Count Puteep and started walking with heavy steps. However, my progress was immediately halted. I had no choice but to stop. Damn it! A curse slipped out involuntarily, the reason being that Nina was standing before me. Her figure, flickering like a heat haze, firmly recognized the wavering me. What's going on? Nina's softly spoken words made it clear that there was no more room for deception. After a few minutes had passed, the disruptive effect faded away. I can't help but think, if only it had been a little faster, but such thoughts are nothing more than escapism. We concealed Count Puteep with a phase-concealing cover texture and headed to Nina's house. Now, we are sitting at the living room table. Nina, sitting across from me, is staring intently at me. As for myself, I am struggling to find the right answer, so there is a heavy silence hanging in the air. By the way, I have already informed my subordinates of the current situation. Count Puteep's subordinates have also been captured, and search teams have been dispatched to his mansion. Therefore, I can focus on the matter at hand. What should I do? Really? Nina probably sensed that this guy's appearance was a fake, even without knowing about the disguise itself. So, the only option is to honestly tell her the truth, as it is. However, the problem lies in how much should I reveal. It is possible to maintain silence. Considering my position and taking Nina's personality into account, she probably won't press for further inquiries, but causing unnecessary doubts and suspicions when trust is already shaky is not a wise move. If things go wrong, it could lead to a state of paranoia and even endanger her life. That would be counterproductive. On the other hand, revealing everything in detail would be excessive, especially when it comes to the topic of my past life. It is a delicate matter that I have only shared with Akatsuki. If I were to disclose all of it, I might be seen as a lunatic, and there is a risk of damaging the trust even further. In order to maintain a good relationship with Nina, a balanced approach to information disclosure is crucial. I believe it's necessary to tell her about my true identity as Zechs. Now that it's known that I possess the ability to disguise my identity, further deception would be foolish. Naturally, I should also explain the strong reasons behind my lack of colors. There is nothing scarier than unknown powers. Time continues to tick away relentlessly. As the sense of impatience grows, I made an effort to calmly organize my thoughts. Inside my mind, I tilt my head in confusion. It's been at least 30 minutes, and Nina hasn't said a word. I expected her to berate me for deceiving her or interrogate me about every single detail. But as if mocking those expectations, she remained serene. She just stared at me without showing any signs of wanting to speak. What could be her intention behind this silence? Not only her expression, but even her magical energy is as calm as a still lake, making it difficult for even me to grasp her emotions. It seems she only becomes emotionally expressive during training sessions. Let's get serious. I return her gaze and our eyes meet. I concentrate on trying to discern the true meaning hidden deep within her eyes. As we continued to gaze at each other, I whispered, "Could it be? No, it can't be, but I can't think of any other explanation." Despite having come to my own conclusion, I couldn't help but feel bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. I took a deep breath to calm my mind. Then, I focused my thoughts on the conjecture I had just arrived at. It was certain that Nina was waiting for me to start talking. Otherwise, she wouldn't remain completely still and silent. But my speculation went further. Why was she not taking any action and waiting for me to speak? The most likely reason is that she still trusts me. Yes, there was a possibility that Nina still had faith in me, despite the fact that I had deceived her and kept up the charade until now. It's hard to believe all of a sudden. Nina has lived a life filled with constant betrayal. She has been mistreated by her family, except for her sister, and subjected to violence during the Civil War. She grew up in an environment where nearly everyone was an enemy. Therefore, the lies that I have revealed here must have dealt a heavy blow to her heart. It should have shattered the trust we had built up, causing an impact strong enough to undermine it. And yet, what resides in Nina's eyes is trust towards me. The emotional perception through psychic magic undoubtedly captured her genuine belief. It can't be described as unwavering. What is rooted deep within her gaze is fragile and fleeting. It is so delicate that it can only be found when scrutinized like this, a reliance that lacks solidity. Nevertheless, it was certain that Nina had not abandoned her trust. Considering her life experiences, it wouldn't be surprising if such trust had completely disappeared. Suddenly, An image of Nina during training flashed in my mind. It was her dignified presence, with intense determination in her eyes, striving to survive on pure instinct. I was convinced. This girl is truly pure to the core. Despite a past of mistreatment, being hurt unjustly without fault, and being deceived by someone she placed her trust in. Even if the world's injustice descends upon her, Nina remains untainted. While she may direct her anger towards others, she does not let resentment consume her. The essence of Nina Gosiraneus, this young girl, is unyielding purity that permeates her being. No wonder she didn't become the heroine in the original game. In fact, there was a sub-heroine concept for Nina that was mentioned by the scenario writer. They said that she was deemed unsuited to be a heroine and the idea was scrapped. And it makes sense. Indeed, Nina is not suitable to be a heroine. Or rather, she is not suited to be the romantic partner of a hero. The hero wouldn't be able to fully accept her ability to maintain such purity. He, who clings to the values of modern Japan, would be fatally incompatible with Nina. I can envision the image of the hero, who upholds his own sense of justice, and Nina, who pays no attention to it. But that's beside the point. How should I respond to Nina, who places genuine trust in me? There's really no need for words in this case. There is only one way to respond to such pure feelings. I make up my mind. I believe Nina has already sensed it. But my current appearance is an illusion. Yes, I could feel her tension. She may have been prepared for it. But hearing it directly from me must have been difficult. Although I'm concerned, there's no point in expressing worry at this moment. What I can do now is show her sincerity. I use magic to create a different appearance than my true self. An unfamiliar magic. It's not widely known in the Holy Kingdom. It's a magic that disguises only visual information by enveloping oneself in magic energy. That's why there's a sense of inconsistency when touched. Do you remember anything like that? Now that you mention it. Nina, with her gaze wandering in the air as if digging up her memories, nodded slightly. I let out a sigh. Now, I'm going to show you my true form. Understood. After acknowledging Nina's nod, I dispelled the disguise. The magic enveloping me dispersed, and the mask called Zechs came off. And thus, Zechs's face was revealed before Nina. It was the moment of Zechs and Nina's first encounter. Due to the change in my physique, her gaze slowly lowered. Her eyes widened, although she didn't utter a word. As I transformed from an adult man to a boy of the same age, from black hair to white hair, and from a powerful adventurer to an average noble, it was only natural for her to react with astonishment. No matter how much she had anticipated the conversation beforehand, it was impossible to suppress the shock. Zechs Levit Foranada. Nina uttered my name. Well, there was no need for her to introduce me. With my white hair and being a boy of her age, there was no one else but me. Even if there were others, they would be in a distant place where rumors couldn't reach. Waiting for Nina to calm down, I spoke up. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Zechs Levit Foranada. I am the eldest son of the Count's family, who rules over the land of Foranada, and the one who holds substantial control. Control? The current Foranada is under my leadership, I replied. From there, I shared as much of the truth with her as possible. I brushed off the matter of being a reincarnated individual by saying that I had seen glimpses of the future through divine revelation. However, I revealed nearly all the details, including the future where Nina dies and the possibility of a future purging of the nobility as a result. This was my answer. I believed that honest and sincere words would demonstrate my commitment to Nina's trust. Well, I understand that it's not a perfect response since I couldn't reveal everything. I feel sorry about that. Still, I wanted to provide the best possible response I could. After I finished speaking, Nina began to contemplate. I quietly watched over her. Before long, she lifted her slightly lowered face. I have a few questions, she said. I'll answer to the best of my ability. Besides the Byakadai incident, were you involved in any other aspects of the civil war? I had already explained the situation at that time, but she probably wanted to confirm and make sure about the conflict that changed her fate. If that's the case, I will respond sincerely. Apart from providing assistance to the barony, I had no involvement in anything else. I had no association with the monotheists whatsoever. I see. She simply nodded. It was evident that she carried complex emotions, but there were no words I could offer to address them. After a brief pause, Nina returned to her questions. Did you save me for your own self-interest? She was asking if I rescued her to protect my own position, in other words, to change the future of the nobility purge. That's right. To protect myself and my family's safety. That was my motive. I nodded in agreement. While protecting Karan and the others was my priority, I couldn't deny that it was also for the sake of my own life. Since I had decided not to tell lies, I answered honestly. Family. Upon hearing my response, she seemed to have something on her mind. She stiffened for a moment, but then lightly shook her head and quickly regained her composure. Then, she looked straight at me. One final question. There was a heightened sense of seriousness compared to before. It was evident that the next question was the most important one. What do you want from me? I want nothing, I replied reflexively. Nina's most important question. Normally, I should have taken the time to carefully consider my response, but the words came out without hesitation. However, there was no other answer I could give. I wanted nothing from Nina. If I had to say something, it would be please don't die. But even that is something anyone would request from a living person. It wasn't something that needed to be explicitly stated. Nina's true intention was to ask, do you have any intention of using me in the future? I understood that intention, but my previous statement remained unchanged. Indeed, at first, I helped you without considering you. Even if I had any feelings, it was merely a small amount of sympathy. I even considered abandoning you after raising you to a certain extent, but now, it's different. In just half a year, and yet, it was a significant half year, I spent intense and challenging times with Nina in our training. Seeing her desperately clinging to life, feeling her pure instinctual actions, I realized that I am not such a heartless person that I would remain unaffected. Nina, you are my disciple. We are bound by a connection of family. I have no intention of being a corrupt mentor who exploits their disciples for personal gain. I couldn't help but feel that I had become unable to treat Nina as a stranger anymore. I understand that I've lied and now I'm saying convenient things. However, it is true that I value Nina. I genuinely don't want to let you die. Nina remained silent in response to my words. However, it didn't seem like she was completely indifferent. She lightly nibbled her lip, and her wavering magic showed a hint of delight. Oh, her tail is wagging too. Just as I was perplexed by the sudden change in the atmosphere, Nina cleared her throat. For this time, I'll forgive you, but there won't be a next time. Thank you. You should be grateful to generous me. As I expressed my gratitude, she pouted and turned her head away. I couldn't help but let out a small laughter at her unusual behavior. Afterwards, I deployed subordinates as guards around the house, and instead of returning to Laurelumble, I went to a certain place. That certain place was none other than the Marquis of Puteep's mansion. Chapter 4, Covert Operations and Precautions. Inside the vacant private chamber of Count Puteep, there were two individuals present, myself and one of my subordinates, a spy. Interestingly, there happened to be several spies positioned near the vicinity of Count Puteep's territory. Consequently, upon receiving the news of his arrival in Foranada, we had authorized the infiltration of his mansion. Thanks to my supervision and the specialized training and magical tools, Foranada's spy unit has grown to an unprecedented level, making it arguably the strongest in the Holy Kingdom. The security of a mere earl's mansion was no match for us. Despite having only spent about an hour in discussion with Nina, it seemed that the majority of the search had already been completed. The accompanying spy reports on the situation. So far, we haven't found any information related to Miss Nina. We are conducting an exhaustive search just in case, but apart from here, it's likely to be a dead end. I must commend your efficiency, as both your superior and someone who contributed to your training. I'm proud of your work. Your kind words are too much for me to handle. So, what did you find here? The reason I made the effort to come here was because something troublesome, even for the spy unit, had been discovered. I could tell that it was something quite challenging, as even they, who normally refrain from relying on their master, seemed at a loss. Or rather, just from this room, it was clear that something was seriously wrong. The entire room was enveloped in a thick, dark magical aura. It was a sticky, stagnant magical energy that resembled stubborn grease stains. Just standing here, it felt like it was scraping away at my sanity. Unfortunately, solid evidence connecting to the mastermind had been disposed of, but I did come across something intriguing, the spy said. Saying that, the spy opened a drawer of the desk. Inside was a single book. It was about the size of a pocket-sized paperback. The cover was pitch black with no title. It appeared to be heavily used, with significant creases along the edges of every page. As soon as I saw it, I grimaced. I hope no one has touched it, I couldn't help but ask in a stern voice. If it were an ordinary person, my tone alone might have knocked them off their feet. The book in front of me was incredibly dangerous, to the extent that it elicited such reaction. It was far beyond the eerie atmosphere of the room. The magic enveloping it was so intense that merely having it in my field of vision induced nausea. Touching it without any precautions would undoubtedly cause severe mental abnormalities. The spy nodded solemnly. Yes, thanks to Lord Zechs's developed magic vision glasses, we instantly grasped the danger of this book. We isolated it rigorously from the moment of discovery, ensuring that no one has come into contact with it, let alone gazed directly at it. We have been thorough in that regard. The magic vision glasses are magical tools in the form of glasses that grant the ability to see magic, as the name suggests. The day after it was decided that Noma would assist in the development of the territory, we jointly developed them. When Noma is working, the overseers must be able to recognize her, otherwise, the work would come to a halt. The spy agency possessed multiple pairs of these glasses, as they were created incidentally. This time, that incidental creation proved to be a great success. As I listened to the spy's words, I felt relieved and turned my attention back to the contaminated book. Now that we had the protection of magic guarding our minds, there was no need to worry about losing our sanity. However, the chaotic magic emanating from the book was unpleasant to behold. My instincts told me that it was something to be avoided at all costs. Reluctantly, but realizing that I couldn't avoid it, I mustered the courage to pick up the book. Whoa! There's a physical sensation to the touch of the magic. It feels slimy and disgusting. Although it should be astonishing that the magic has semi-physical form, the overwhelming discomfort took precedence. I had an urge to throw it away immediately. Suppressing my instincts, I managed to open the pages of the book. I flipped through them one by one, quickly scanning the contents. I had no intention of reading it thoroughly. Besides being able to speed read, I simply wanted to get through it as quickly as possible. A few minutes later, having finished reading the book, I immediately sealed it with multiple layers of barriers. Then, I stowed it away using the face-concealing cover texture. Now, it wouldn't catch anyone's attention. I actually wanted to destroy the book, but the contamination was too severe for me to handle at the moment. Even Corinne, at this point, would probably find it difficult. Dealing with this book will be a future challenge. In the worst case, I'll have to rely on my mentor, Akatsuki. Are you all right, Lord Zechs? Don't worry, I'm fine. Just as I was catching my breath, the intelligence agent called out to me. I waved my hand lightly to reassure him and responded, "How was the content of the book?" Seemingly eager to hear my answer, he asked the question. Since information sharing with the intelligence department is crucial, I spoke honestly. The content itself was that of an ordinary diary. Well, I can't really say it's ordinary considering what it contained, but it didn't have any particularly significant information. It was the diary of a nobleman from a long time ago. That nobleman had a sadistic obsession with young girls and used his position to torture numerous victims. The majority of the content consisted of reviews of his playtime. It was disgustingly disturbing. However, despite the absence of contaminated magical power, it remains a mystery as to why it has transformed into a cursed object capable of causing mental corruption. I have a suspicion about the true nature of this book. Most likely, it is under the influence of the witch's curse. I said. The witch's curse? The intelligence agent exclaimed. Impressive. The intelligence agent seems to possess extensive knowledge even about relatively obscure matters. The witch's curse is precisely what it sounds like. Its effects are diverse, but the common characteristic is that it manipulates the will of the owner. It is highly probable that Count Puteep was controlled by this book and planned Nina's abduction. While reading the diary, I could distinctly hear whispers urging me to gather information about Nina and attack her. If I hadn't fortified my mind, it could have been dangerous. Well, the witch's curse itself is not the main concern. Witches still exist somewhere in the world, so occasionally, such cursed objects are unearthed. Therefore, the problem doesn't lie there. What's important is that the curse specifically targeted Nina. It is undoubtedly a calculated strategy aimed at her, and we have confirmed that they have allied themselves with a witch. A witch is a colloquial term given to magic users who have delved into forbidden practices. They are often frowned upon and criticized by society, so any reasonable person wouldn't consider joining forces with them. In other words, those who are targeting Nina are clear evidence of their abnormality. It might have actually been convenient for them to discover my true identity. In the eyes of the world, this curse is considered untreatable, but by witnessing it firsthand, I have gleaned some understanding. It is a lower-grade form of mental magic, similar to the hypnotism developed by Cutest. As someone who has mastered higher-level magic, curses like this have no effect on me. Therefore, there's no need for me to fear a mere witch. However, the current situation, with the whereabouts of the witch being unknown, leaves a significant possibility of being caught off guard. While I can handle it, Nina, who is still in the midst of her training, may not be able to withstand the curse. It would be best to keep her closer to me, prepared for any contingencies. Now that I have revealed my true identity, I can have her by my side without hesitation. This is a case of turning a setback into an advantage. It's about time. Having finished the explanations for now, I sense that the scenery outside the window is tinged with a reddish hue. I must return soon, or I will miss the timing for Minerva's invitation to the evening meal. Although many mysteries remain, I have no choice but to entrust them to my subordinates for now. I'll leave the rest of the search to you. Since the shadow of the witch looms behind us, make sure to thoroughly use the magic vision glasses during future investigations, and be cautious not to touch anything in the surroundings without care. Understood? Should our immediate goal be to uncover Count Tep's connections? Yes. Please be extremely careful. After reaffirming the instructions, I opened the phase link gate. It seems that Nina has been caught up in more trouble than I anticipated. There are many aspects of her situation where game knowledge won't apply, so I'll have to proceed with even greater caution. I need to stay focused and vigilant. Section. Hey, are you listening? Huh? Minerva's voice reaches my ears, bringing me back to reality. I am currently sitting at the dining table with her. As expected, I accepted her invitation for dinner, so we are having a meal together. However, as evident from our short exchange just now, I haven't been able to focus at all. It's because my thoughts have been consumed by the various aspects of the witch's curse that was mentioned earlier. I managed to extract some information from Count Puteep and the others we captured, but when it comes to the cursed artifact book, all we could gather was that it was left behind by a traveling merchant. Furthermore, the mental contamination was severe, making it extremely difficult to engage in normal conversation. In the end, we obtained very little valuable information. It's frustrating to be stuck in a situation where we can't even grasp the enemy's presence. Furthermore, the fact that Count Puteep was the one targeting Nina added to my sense of frustration. Although he wasn't the one directly responsible for her death in the game, it felt incredibly contrived that someone close to him stood in our way. It almost seemed as if the world was trying to establish the narrative of Puteep killing Nina. I had been skeptical of the existence of the compulsion force in this world, which forces things to progress according to the game's scenario. Similar narratives in works of fiction had made me wary of such unknown forces. However, recently, I had started to believe that such compulsion force might not exist anymore. After all, the personalities of Karen and Orca, as well as Foranada's circumstances, deviated from the game's script, and so far, Nina was safe. I had become naturally complacent because there was no sign of compulsion being imposed. The recent events surrounding Nina undoubtedly unsettled me. Because of that, I made the blunder of missing Minerva's words. I need to get it together and switch my focus properly. I'm sorry. I was lost in thought for a moment. I put on a smile and casually responded to Minerva. In response, she squinted her eyes slightly. You have quite the nerve to be thinking about something else while having a meal with me. I truly apologize. I'll be more attentive from now on. Well then, fine. She backed off more easily than I expected. Considering her strong tsundere tendencies, I thought she would say various worrying things. Feeling a bit perplexed by her unexpected response, however, I didn't dwell too deeply on it. Well, it can't be helped. I'll give you another chance to listen, so pay attention this time, Minerva said. Yes, of course, I replied. Immediately, Minerva resumed her small talk, and I decided to focus on that. It would be extremely rude to miss it for a second time. The rest of the dinner proceeded smoothly. Minerva proudly provided topics of conversation, and I responded with appropriate nods and acknowledgements. It followed the familiar pattern, and we settled into a comfortable rhythm. It had been about an hour since we finished dinner. I found myself lost in thought on my bed in my room, contemplating the threats looming over Nina. It was confirmed that we would hide her in the castle. However, if there was a compulsion force at play, dictating the progression of the game, I needed to carefully consider how to deal with it. I felt Shin's gaze on me, but I couldn't afford to pay attention to it right now. I'm sorry, but I wanted her to be patient until the situation settled down. The room was enveloped in silence when suddenly it was shattered by a steady knock. Shin and I both tilted our heads in unison. It wasn't a question of who it could be at this hour. With our constant monitoring in place, we were aware of anyone approaching our rooms. The question we had was, what does Minerva want at this hour? Yes, the visitor was Minerva. In fact, she was the only one who would voluntarily come to my colorless room like this. It's quite a situation for a noble lady to visit a man's room at night. Even if the person in question is her fiancé, it's not a commendable act. It's hard to believe that she, being the daughter of a duke, lacks the understanding of such common sense. I wonder what her motives were for this action. While feeling puzzled, I give instructions to Shin to attend to her. Since she knocked on the door, we can't simply ignore her. Shin opens the door and begins a conversation with Minerva outside. I thought it would be over quickly, but the conversation seems to be taking longer than expected. I wonder what they're discussing. Although I could enhance my hearing to eavesdrop, it would lack proper discretion, so I choose not to do so. It's important to consider the appropriate time and place. Before long, Shin approaches me without anyone accompanying her. Judging from the fact that Minerva simply spoke with her and left, I wonder what the purpose of her visit was. As I inwardly tilt my head in confusion, Shin, who has come close to me, says with a smile, Minerva-sama extended an invitation to a tea party. What? Right now? I couldn't help but exclaim in utter surprise at her unexpected statement. The time was already past 2000 hours, and the sun had completely set. It was definitely not an appropriate time for a tea party. Ignoring my wide-eyed reaction, Shin urged me to get up and prepare. Come on. Minerva-sama is waiting for us. Please get ready quickly. Wait a minute. Are we really going to have a tea party? Yes, we are. That's what she said. But, at this hour? Yes, at this hour. I could only feel perplexed by her unwavering attitude. In the end, I was coerced by Shin and reluctantly got ready. I followed Shin's lead as we made our way to the venue of the tea party. While standing at the door, I couldn't help but think that they had conspired during their conversation. However, I refrained from voicing any uncouth remarks. Shin, of course, trusted Minerva, too. Despite her harsh words, she was a thoughtful lady. I could assert that neither of them would engage in any actions that would be detrimental to me. Therefore, I obediently followed along. It appears that we were heading to a different location than the usual courtyard I use. We took an alternate route and arrived at the outskirts of the mansion's backyard, where a gazebo sat at the top of a gentle hill. Minerva was already there, ahead of us, and the tea party was all set up. I didn't sense any presence of other staff, so perhaps she had prepared everything on her own. While she may have needed assistance in carrying the equipment, there was no doubt that Minerva herself had brewed the tea. Judging by the steam rising from the teapot, it was freshly brewed just before we arrived. To be honest, it was surprising. I had always assumed that Minerva, being a typical noble lady, wouldn't be capable of tasks like pouring tea. Impressed by this new side of my fiancé, I bowed to her. "Thank you very much for inviting me to this tea party." There were more formal greetings I could have used, but judging by Minerva's demeanor, I felt that a casual approach was appropriate. It seemed to be the right choice as she confidently placed her hands on her hips. "Today, I personally brewed the tea myself." "Show your appreciation and savor it." "That's wonderful. I'm looking forward to it." I took my seat guided by Minerva, with Shin standing behind me. Then, Minerva prepared cups for 3 people and began pouring tea from the teapot. "Will you prepare a portion for Shin as well?" The servants were not allowed to eat or drink while sitting with nobles. I was surprised by Minerva's action, which went against that common sense. I wondered if she hadn't been informed about it, and Shin also had a surprised expression. On the other hand, Minerva snorted. "This is the first time I've brewed tea myself. So, I want to hear the opinion of an expert. Is that a problem?" "No, I don't mind at all. In fact, I'm happy about it." I felt somewhat pleased that Shin, who was a part of my family, was being acknowledged. "I see." "So, what about you, Shin? Will you drink it?" "Yes, if Minerva-sama says so, I have no objections." "Then, take a seat next to him." You understood, although it shouldn't have been the first time for Shin to drink tea with me. Perhaps because there was Minerva, a third party. She seemed quite perplexed. She cautiously sat on the chair. "Now, let's begin the tea gathering." "Please, feel free to drink and give it a try." Since Minerva mentioned it was her first time brewing tea, she probably wanted to hear our impressions quickly. Skipping any preamble, she promptly offered us the tea. There was no reason to refuse, so both Shin and I took the cups in our hands. The aroma wafting from the tea was pleasant. "Now then, how would it taste?" After thoroughly enjoying the aroma, I took a sip. "This is." Shin and I exchanged glances. It seemed she had the same impression. "So, how is it?" Minerva asked with a mixed expression of anticipation and anxiety. We answered with smiles. "It's really delicious. It doesn't seem like your first attempt at brewing tea." "I agree with Zechs-sama. It's on par with what you would be served at a high-end establishment. Well, there might be some minor points to mention, but it's not the time for that. The fact is, it's undeniably tasty, and Minerva has shown skill that rivals a professional." "I'm glad," Minerva said. She seemed to have been quite nervous. It was unusual for her to express such genuine emotions. Seeing a different side of her, one that was not her usual confident self, both Cyan and I couldn't help but relax our cheeks. Noticing our reactions, Minerva's cheeks turned crimson. What's the matter?" "It was my first time, so it couldn't be helped," she said with pursed lips. I truly thought she was adorable. Cyan seemed to feel the same way, as she murmured, "So cute." In the midst of the pleasant atmosphere, I decided to ask about something that had been on my mind. "There's something I'd like to ask." "What is it?" "Why did you learn how to brew tea?" As I mentioned before, as a duke's daughter, she didn't need to acquire the skill of serving tea. Those tasks could be left to the servants. If it had been a long-standing hobby, it would be understandable. However, considering that this was her first time, it was clear that she had recently learned. I found her change in attitude intriguing. At that moment, Minerva seemed restless, and her gaze began to wander. Somehow, her face appeared even redder than before. As I began to worry if it was a bad question, she answered in a whisper. "Because I heard it was your hobby." "Yes? I heard that brewing tea is your hobby, so I decided to learn it too. Hee. Now, it's proven that I surpass you in everything." She seemed embarrassed at first but ended with a hint of arrogance in her tone. It was evident without needing to read her emotions that the latter part of her statement was merely a cover-up for her embarrassment. It appeared that she had learned a new skill just to share a hobby with me. Her stubbornness as my fiancée was both frustrating and endearing, causing a smile to form on my face. Noticing our warm reactions, Shin also looked at Minerva with a gentle gaze. What's with that expression? Don't misunderstand. I learned how to brew tea for myself. Okay, Minerva hurriedly retorted with a flustered attitude, showcasing an impressive tsundere move. The tea party continued to be lively, and laughter filled the air. Before falling asleep, I suddenly realized something. The restlessness that had burdened me earlier had subsided. Perhaps Minerva had organized the tea party out of concern for my unusual behavior. Thinking about it that way, the spontaneous event made even more sense. Rushing wouldn't change the situation. For the sake of those who cared about me, I decided to act with a calm mind. Sending feelings of gratitude to the two of them, I peacefully closed my eyes. Section 2 days after the evening tea party, I departed for Lorinville and returned to Foranada after a journey of about 10 days. During that time, I didn't obtain any new information, but I no longer felt anxious. I was able to maintain a calm and composed attitude. Anisama. Big brother Zechs. Upon arriving at the castle, Kuren and Orca embraced me immediately. Naturally, there was no choice but to accept their affectionate gestures. I enjoyed the embrace with my adorable younger siblings. We then proceeded to the conversation room and engaged in casual conversation. Shin expressed concern about whether I had accumulated fatigue, but I assured her that I was fine. I reinforced my physical strength with physical enhancement, so I wouldn't easily collapse. Moreover, interacting with Kran and Orca would be refreshing. It had been a whole month since I last saw the two of them. Although I had returned to Foranada a few times due to matters related to Nina, I hadn't visited Karen and Orca. I didn't have the time, and I also wanted them to get accustomed to living apart. I used to joke, Karen might be experiencing withdrawal symptoms, but it turned out to be true. According to Karen, my hands and feet were trembling uncontrollably. Orca also mentioned, Karen's eyes were really scary after about a week. Their expressions tightened as they spoke. It seems that Karen's sibling affection for me goes beyond what I imagined. Fortunately, it didn't disrupt their lives significantly, but it's unclear how things will progress at the current pace. It might be a good idea to train them soon. It has indeed reached the realm of dependency. Setting aside Karen's correction plan, I listened to their stories about the time I was absent. Karen continued with their usual activities, primarily helping at the church, while Orca took on the responsibility of my work. Karen complained that the people at the church, upon hearing about my absence, became even more clingy than usual. On the other hand, Orca was worried that they were working too much. It seems that being my substitute kept them extremely busy. Well, I had instructed them to delegate only certain tasks, but it didn't quite work out. To make matters worse, even Shin, who was waiting nearby, joined in and said, "Zechs-sama, you're working too hard." Realizing that continuing this topic would be unfavorable, I quickly decided to change the subject. Conveniently, I had a topic that everyone would be interested in. Actually, there's someone I want to invite to this castle. By bringing up the topic in this way, I expected to get the desired reaction. Who's this thief cat? Who could it be? I have no recollection whatsoever. Karen became spirited. Orca was highly interested, and Shin looked perplexed. Each of them focused on my next words. Operation successful. While inwardly thinking, I did it, I continued speaking. It's someone Karen knows. It's Nina, the girl I've been taking care of under Sis's name. Oh, everyone reacted with understanding since they had heard about Nina. In particular, Karen, who is close to her, quickly transformed their attitude from burning with jealousy to a very delighted smile. Are you arranging for Nina to live here too? Karen's body trembled with anticipation. Considering their good compatibility, it was a response I expected. I replied with a wry smile. Yeah, that's right. Things have been a bit suspicious around her lately. So, I intend to let her live in the castle to ensure her safety. Is that safe? No problem. We'll strengthen our defenses, considering all possibilities. Besides, the threat is not significant in terms of strength, just troublesome due to the unknown identity. To reassure Karen, who was concerned about Nina, I responded with confidence. After discovering the witch's curse, I initially struggled deeply, but upon calm reflection, I realized that the enemy wasn't such a significant threat. The curse doesn't affect me, and I currently possess the physical curse itself, allowing me to conduct various verification experiments. Eventually, I'll be able to create a magical tool that completely neutralizes the curse. Therefore, apart from the unknown identity, there was no need to worry at all. Sheltering Nina in the castle was just an insurance measure until countermeasures were complete, a precautionary action. As I explained these points, Karen visibly showed relief. It showed how genuinely concerned she was for Nina. She's truly a kind-hearted girl. Orca, who only knew Nina as a source of information, expressed interest. Karen-chan seems to be really concerned about her. I'm even more excited to meet her. It was a friendly statement typical of Orca, the most outgoing among the siblings. Just like the children in the town below the castle, Orca would easily get along with Nina. As I watched the two of them with a smile, Shin voiced her discontent. Lord Zechs, when you invite people from outside, it would be troubling if you didn't inform me in advance. I told Sebastian about it. I wasn't informed, though. Well, you just got back today. Even if Lord Zechs informed me, wouldn't it have been better? I'm sorry. Facing her half-glaring eyes, I apologized sincerely. Upon reflection, she was right. Shin had been by my side all along, so I could have notified her at any time. The reason I didn't was simply that I had forgotten. It was my mistake. Enough. Please be more careful next time. Shin puffed up her cheeks. I'll keep to myself the thought that even when she's angry, she looks adorable. It's probably best not to say it out loud, as it would likely spoil her mood even more. Our conversation as the four of us continued for several more hours. Section 3 days later, the day of Nina's move arrived. Well, it's not exactly a move in the traditional sense. We're just connecting Nina's house and a room in Foranada Castle using the phase link gates. In terms of her public position, it would be portrayed as follows. After the recent mission, Nina established a friendship with Karen and started receiving frequent invitations. This way, her regular outings and activities would remain unchanged. Only the foundation of her daily life would be transferred to the connected room in the castle. Now, why go through such a complicated process? One reason is to eliminate any suspicion or unnaturalness. If a simple adventurer like Nina were to start living in the castle, it would raise too many eyebrows. To be prepared for any emergencies, we will openly acknowledge the fact that Nina comes and goes from the castle. However, it was necessary to disguise her residence as a suburban house to maintain a facade. Another reason is to use that house as a decoy. Nina is being targeted by factions that include witches. Since her true identity has not been revealed, it was inevitable that we would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, we devised a plan to use the aforementioned suburban house as a decoy to lure out the enemies. Well, this plan is more of a hope than a certainty. The enemies seem quite cautious, so it's unlikely they will fall for it easily. For these reasons, we proceeded with connecting Nina's house and the castle using the phase link gates. It goes without saying that Nina's information is shared with my subordinates. The trust in Foranada Castle has reached 100%. There's no need to worry at all. By the way, we solved the issue of leaving the phase link gates connected permanently by developing a specialized magical device. We couldn't rely on external alchemists for top-secret magical device development, but the current Foranada has overcome that challenge. Thanks to my contract with Noma, we have achieved the significant accomplishment of being able to prepare magical devices within our own circle. However, there might be a bit of a problem. From the day after we made the contract, I had entrusted Noma's operation to my subordinates in charge of finance and agriculture. But when I saw her after a long time, her expression was intense. Her eyes were clouded like a dead fish, and she emitted a negative aura stronger than her entire body. I was truly shocked. She used to have a noble and radiant presence, but now she had completely transformed into the opposite. When I asked her what happened, she simply replied, "Work." The following words were, "What's the next task?" It was a situation where I could easily guess what was going on. Well, yes, I genuinely wanted to consider improving her treatment, but the personnel in charge of her begged me for Nama's assistance, stating that they needed her power. I couldn't intervene. I just hope she can hold on until the end of the fiscal year. After that, I will give her plenty of time for a vacation. But I digressed slightly. Thanks to Nama's precious sacrifice, Nina's move has been successfully arranged. It's past noon. In the room prepared for Nina, the three of us siblings and Shin have gathered. We're going to be the welcoming committee for Nina. Originally, I wanted to introduce her to the executives, but I thought it might be overwhelming for her to meet a lot of unfamiliar people at once, so I decided to hold off. I plan to gradually introduce her to each person one by one. Now, let's open it. The appointed time has arrived, so I activated the magical device. The magical device for the phase connection gate takes the form of a mirror. It is connected to its counterpart mirror, and by passing through the mirror, one can travel a long distance. As the magical energy began to flow, the mirror part started to glow. It emitted a strong light, not dazzling but enough to obscure reflection. Before long, a figure emerged from within the light, gracefully descending to the ground. It was indeed Nina. Knowing that she was coming to the castle, she seems to have dressed up as much as possible. Her attire is of a higher quality even though it's for commoners, and her braided hair, tied into a single strand, seems more carefully done than usual. She seemed nervous. At first glance, she appeared expressionless, but there was a slight trembling around her cheeks. Although she had claimed not to hold any grudges, it was a fact that she had been plagued by misfortune due to her connections to the nobility. It's only natural for her body to tense up, even if to varying degrees. It seems like it would be best for me to approach her in this situation. With that judgment in mind, I was about to speak to Nina when Nina, long time no see. Before I could take a step forward, Karen stood in front of Nina. She gently enveloped Nina's hands and offered her a smile. It was a soft and gentle smile befitting her nickname, the Sunshine Saint. Who could resist being captivated by it? No one. Indeed, Nina's tension seemed to dissipate in response to Karen's smile. She let out a small sigh and relaxed her shoulders. Long time no see, Caroline Sama. I insist. Huh? As Nina returned the greeting with a calm expression, Karen suddenly shouted. Nina, as well as the rest of us, were taken aback by the outburst. Ignoring our reactions, Karen continued. Since we're going to live together from now on, please stop using such formal language. You can just call me Karen. We worried about what triggered her anger, but it seemed she wanted Nina to change her way of speaking. Our concern was in vain. Nina looked at me with a troubled expression. Well, it's understandable. Despite living together, there is still a difference in social status between the two of them. It wouldn't be easy to use casual language or call each other by their first names, even if Nina desired it. But you're being naive, Nina. It seems you've forgotten what I'm known as in these parts. It's fine within the castle. None of my subordinates will mind. What? Her eyes seem to accuse me of betrayal. Well, as a self-proclaimed siscon, how could I not choose Karen when forced to decide between the two? As I continued to feign ignorance, it seemed that Nina had given up. She let out a disappointed sigh and slumped her shoulders. I understood, Karen. I will follow your request within the castle. Yes. Thank you so much. Shin wouldn't change her mind no matter how much I pleaded, so I'm really happy about this. What? She even wanted Shin to call her by her first name. That's a bit too much to ask from a subordinate like Shin, I think. With a wry smile, I spoke up. Nina, what about your luggage? It's in the bag in front of the mirror. I've already informed her to use the house as a decoy, so she probably doesn't intend to bring much besides essentials. In that case, it should be fine. Got it. I'll take care of moving that for you, so you can focus on building a friendship with Karen and the others. I'm sorry. When I offered to help with the luggage, Nina furrowed her eyebrows. I can see her hesitation and insecurity. I understand that she doesn't want to be left behind, but let's insist on this. You'll be living in the new residence from now on. It's best to quickly get along with the other residents. With Karen around and even without me, you'll be able to engage in casual conversations. All right then, I'll leave the rest to you, Karen, or Shin. You can count on us. We've got it. Understood. Having received responses from the three of them, I swiftly turned towards the other side of the mirror. I had a faint sense of hearing Nina's voice, but I didn't turn back. Everything went according to plan. In less than 3 days, Nina had already settled into Foranada Castle. She casually greeted the working staff and had a good relationship with her siblings. Well, it seemed they immediately hit it off due to a certain shared experience. That shared experience happened to be the training supervised by me. Apparently, they bonded over the hardships they endured together. It was quite perplexing, considering I was merely teaching them essential knowledge for survival. Section. Thanks to the prompt resolution of Nina's matter, I now have some spare time. It's also a big help that Karen is actively taking care of her. So, I'm currently working during my free time. Don't I take breaks? Well, Karen is keeping Nina company, and Orca is handling the remaining work that I've delegated. So it works out. Oh, it's not a valid reason? Well, as Nina pointed out, I seem to lack hobbies, so I don't really know what to do when I'm alone. I allocate separate time for magical studies, though. Relying on work as my only source of entertainment when I have free time might not be a good idea. Maybe I should use this opportunity to find a hobby. While pondering over such matters, I continue to go through the documents piled up on my desk. It seems like today's workload is relatively light, so at this rate, I should be done within an hour. Your speed is increasing day by day. Shin, my secretary, comments from the adjacent seat with an exasperated voice. I simply shrug my shoulders in response. If you do similar tasks every day, anyone would optimize their movements. Besides, I have reliable magic at my disposal. In reality, with the skill of physical enhancement, my learning ability can be honed. Just as there is the expression the body remembers, it seems that I can even enhance the accumulated experience within my body. Additionally, there's the boost in thinking capacity through mental magic, so my proficiency is rapidly increasing. By the way, I only recently discovered the side effect of physical enhancement. Although my siblings and I constantly used it during training, we didn't realize its full effects until reports came in from subordinates whom we had taught the same magic. To be sure, I confirmed it with my mentor, Akatsuki, who responded with, "Oh, didn't you know?" and took a swing at me. He remained completely composed, though. For these reasons, my work is incredibly fast-paced. Well, if it weren't, my schedule would fall apart. Between managing the territory, handling adventurer requests, training Nina, socializing with Karen and Orca, having tea with Shin, listing it all again, I'm impressed that it all fits within 24 hours. Even I find it remarkable. If efficiency is improving, the time allocated to work should be decreasing, though, Shin remarks. I'm also working on new plans within the limits that won't burden others. And, well, I'm currently busy with that project we discussed earlier. Having knowledge from my past life, I can't help but be concerned about the current working environment. There are parts that have been pushed back due to prioritization, so it's only natural to use any spare time for improving those aspects. However, it's difficult to convey this sense to my subordinates who perceive the current situation as normal. While they might feel that the working environment has improved, they must have been skeptical about taking the initiative. In fact, Shin is more concerned about my lack of vacation. Thanks to physical enhancement, I hardly experience fatigue. As we banter back and forth, Shin and I quickly finish the work, and before I know it, an hour has passed. As expected, I've successfully achieved today's quota. After loosening up my stiff body from desk work, I ask Shin, "What's the plan for the rest of the day?" I finished ahead of schedule, so I have a 2-hour gap. It's good that the work is getting done quickly, but now I have some free time. Currently, there's nothing else to occupy my attention, so I'm completely free. What should I do? Isn't resting an option? It's not. It's not like I can take a break in the morning. Ignoring Shin's sigh, I ask her, "Is it possible to move up the original plans?" "It depends on Lord Orca. The next schedule is subject to Lord Orca's consultation." "Orca's?" I don't recall hearing about such matters from him until yesterday. Did he purposely keep it quiet? Do you know what it's about? No, It's just a work consultation. However, it seems to require a significant amount of time. Approximately 5 hours have been allocated. A consultation that requires 5 hours, huh? If I remember correctly, one of the tasks I assigned to Orca was related to agricultural development involving Noma. Among the tasks I delegated to him was the improvement of agricultural lands, not only the areas already functioning as a village, but also the undeveloped outskirts. Perhaps something significant was discovered in those undeveloped areas. It doesn't seem to be an urgent matter since it hasn't been brought directly to me. Let's check it out. I establish a telepathic connection with Orca. Though it's still early in the morning, he is already awake. He has been trying to wake up early ever since I entrusted him with some responsibilities. Orca, are you available now? I'm fine. What's up, Zechs? The response comes immediately, without any delay. Orca, along with Karan and Shin, always respond quickly to telepathic communication. I finished my work faster than expected. Since the next schedule is your consultation, I thought I'd come over if it's convenient for you. No problem at all. As expected. An instant reply. I can hear his energetic voice. It seems like he actually voiced his response. I sense a hint of embarrassment. He understood. I'll come right away. Is it fine to meet in the agriculture department's room? Don't laugh at me. Yeah, I'll be waiting. I couldn't help but let out another laugh at Orca's sulky response. I feel a bit guilty, but I couldn't suppress my smile at the adorable reaction of my younger brother-in-law. Accompanied by Shin, I visit Orca. As the other subordinates pause their work to greet me, I signal them not to interrupt and take a seat in front of Orca's desk. I'm intruding. Welcome, Zechs. Is everything all right? I'm fine. Everyone here is so kind, and they always help me out. I'll do my best to meet everyone's expectations. Don't push yourself too hard. Okay, we engage in light small talk, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere. After exchanging a few words, we get down to business. So, you have something to discuss with me? While Zechs was staying in Lorumble, we received a report from Noma-chan. He found something troublesome in the undeveloped area. As expected, it's information related to the undeveloped area, and it's described as troublesome. I wonder what it could be. As I brace myself, Orca continues the explanation. The location is a mountainous region in the southeast of Foranada. It's a harsh land for human habitation, but we thought that with Noma-chan's abilities, we might be able to manage it. Initially, they were making progress in clearing the path. However, as they ventured deeper into the mountains, the knights accompanying them started experiencing health issues. The symptoms would subside once they descended from the mountains, but every attempt to climb resulted in the same outcome. Recognizing the abnormal situation, I asked Noma to investigate the land, and he concluded that there is something causing magical contamination deep in the mountains. Magical contamination. A curse? When it comes to magical contamination, the memory of the witch's curse is fresh in my mind. However, curses are not exclusive to witches. Curses can also exist in the natural world. When the flow of magical particles in the atmosphere becomes imbalanced due to some cause, resulting in stagnation in a particular area, it is referred to as the curse of the land. Cursed land harbors stagnant magical energy, contaminating the beings that remain within its boundaries. Depending on the progress of the curse, it gradually undermines their well-being. This information is common knowledge for any noble who owns land. However, the cause is still unknown, and there is only one solution. The only countermeasure against the curse of the land is light magic. The land can be cleansed through purification magic. However, this solution is not foolproof. After all, it requires a light mage with capabilities surpassing the curse, and in some cases, purification may be impossible. Especially when curses occur in remote locations, they tend to accumulate power until they are discovered, often rendering purification futile. The curse of the land tends to be left untouched by most lords since its contamination doesn't spread beyond its original boundaries over time. The mountainous region described by Orca seems to have been untouched by human intervention for many years. It's likely that even Karan won't be able to purify it. Probably even Karan-chan would find it difficult to cleanse, I commented. Orca expressed a similar view, but Noma-chan mentioned that Zechs might be able to do something about it. He said the curse is similar to your magic. Me? Yes, the curse resembles Zechs' magic, according to Noma-chan. I see, I understand. Curses are a lesser form of mental magic. I am confident in this conclusion based on my encounter with the witch's curse, considering that, as someone skilled in mental magic, there might be a possibility for me to deal with the curse. Since I have been studying and analyzing the curse since I obtained the witch's curse and we have Noma, an expert in magical matters, it's worth giving it a try. Besides, I can defend against contamination anyway. Understood, I'll take care of it. Should I head directly to the site? As long as it's within Foranada's territory, it should be within the range of the phase link gate. Orca answered my question. I think it would be best to head to the nearby village. That's where Noma-chan and the others have their base. Got it. Then let's go right away. They have already been notified over there, I assume. Knowing my personality well, Orca should understand that I would act promptly. As expected, Orca nodded emphatically. Yes. I informed them that you would be heading there today, and I'll be accompanying you as well. Huh? This was unexpected. I had assumed that Orca would stay behind. He puffed his cheeks in response. But I rarely get the opportunity to go on a trip with Zechs. Considering that I'll be acting as Zechs' substitute, I'll end up staying behind no matter what, right? Well, that's true, but don't worry. I've made arrangements so that everything will be fine even if I'm not here. I glanced at the subordinates in the room. They all nodded in agreement. If they're okay with it, then maybe it'll be fine. It's true that Orca rarely gets the chance to go out together. Considering his efforts and his request, I feel like I should fulfill his wish as his older brother. The only concern is the dangerous area, but I should be able to protect Orca if it's just him. All right, I'll bring Orca along. Yes. Orca jumped up and down on the spot with excitement. Seeing him so happy, I couldn't help but feel that this was the right decision. Orca and I quickly teleported using the Phase Connect gate. We designated a remote corner as the teleportation point, so there were no people around. Since we couldn't be detected and there were no witnesses, we could confidently say that no one saw us. While feeling the unique fresh air of the frontier, I stretched a little. I don't mind this peaceful atmosphere. It's nice to take it easy, right? Orca seemed to agree. I'm not really suited for a slow-paced life, but I can enjoy it with my adorable siblings. Well, I can't stay in this calm mood forever. I came here for work. Let's proceed promptly. With Orca by my side, we headed towards the nearby abandoned village. Our arrival seemed to have been properly announced, as there were welcoming party members standing at the entrance. It was Noma and the officials in charge, along with 2 night escorts. Except for Noma, the other 3 were wearing those magic vision glasses we're familiar with. They can't see Noma without using them. As the 4 individuals recognized our presence and began to kneel, I stopped them with a single hand. Such noble exchanges are better suited for crowded places. It's a waste of time to engage in them during moments like this, I believe. However, it's quite severe. Observing Noma floating next to the official, my cheek twitched involuntarily, the reason being that their eyes appeared even more lifeless than when we last encountered. Their gaze was slightly downward, and they were muttering something under their breath. Realizing that immediate action was necessary, I quickly approached her side and cast the spell. Spirit Life, Bestow Wings. It's a mental recovery magic I developed specifically for Noma, an improvement upon the previous Calm Composure spell, which had limited effectiveness. In theory, it should be successful, but unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to test it. I would be delighted if it proves to be effective. The Noma, infused with magic, lowered her head and stiffened for a few seconds, and then, where is my work? Work is calling me. The Noma abruptly lifted her face and started shouting with fierce, gleaming eyes, radiating a vibrant aura from her entire body. All right, it's a success. All right isn't the right word. As I nodded in approval of the spell's effectiveness, Orca interjected with a sharp retort. Zechs, what did you do to Noma-chan? She's tripping like she swallowed some dangerous potion or something. How rude. I merely bestowed her with a magic that can invigorate and uplift her spirits. It helps her forget about previous mental fatigue and even boosts her mood to an extreme level. By using this, she can endure staying up for about a week straight. It's my masterpiece. A week? And rather than recovering from fatigue, it seems more like you're making her forget about it. That's somewhat dangerously suspicious. Don't worry. Spirits don't die. It was far from not worrying. In reality, since spirits don't possess physical bodies, the concept of life and death differs from that of humans. A spell that merely elevates their spirits to some extent won't cause them to vanish. Moreover, in the previous world, there were popular energy drinks with similar effects consumed regularly. Prescribing it a few times to people shouldn't pose a problem. However, considering the officials' and knights' horrified reactions, it's probably best to refrain from using it in the future. The idea of popularizing it in Foranada is also scrapped. How regrettable. For now, since Noma has regained her energy, let's discuss the situation. What's the situation? Ignoring the screaming Noma, I directed my question to the official who answered. Currently, we have deployed the dispatched knights to seal off the surrounding mountains. It is highly unlikely for anyone to infiltrate from the highways. What about intruders from other directions? I apologize, but it's difficult to completely eliminate the possibility with our current manpower. However, this area has always been cursed, and there are no settlements whatsoever. The chances of people wandering in here are incredibly low. I see. Nonetheless, let's maintain our detection measures just in case. As the official stated, there were no signs of anyone other than the knights within a few kilometers from this location. On the other hand, I detected a response that seemed to be related to the curse of the land. Its center was within a radius of about 10 meters and its effect range didn't exceed a kilometer. It was located quite deep within the mountains. To think that such a curse of the land existed in this place. While I have the ability to detect the entire territory, it consumes a considerable amount of magical power, and there was a possibility that perceptive individuals would notice it. So I hadn't used it until now. I don't consider this judgment to be wrong, but it's disheartening to discover such oversights. Well, there's no point in regretting it now. It's best to focus on what we can do at the moment. Gathering myself, I spoke up. Then, Orca, Noma, and I will head towards the center of the curse. The rest of you, continue to maintain vigilance in the surroundings. Understood. The three subordinates nodded in unison. My abilities are widely known among those close to me. There is no need to worry about the danger at this point. Shall we go, Orca? Yeah. It's like a hiking adventure. When I called out to him, Orca cheerfully responded. Does he understand that we're heading into a dangerous zone? No. Perhaps he simply trusts me that much. It's a slightly complicated feeling. While retrieving the still screaming Noma, we proceeded towards the problematic mountain section. I could have easily used a phase link gate to quickly move to the center of the curse. But since I had the opportunity, I decided to investigate the ripple effects of the curse on the mountain. Although I didn't have any specific mountaineering gear, it wasn't a problem for us who had acquired physical enhancement. We effortlessly climbed the steep mountain path. As Orca had mentioned, it felt more like a light hike than anything else. I hummed a tune while Orca skipped alongside me. He seemed to be in a very cheerful mood. I chuckled and said, "Just make sure you don't trip." "I know I'll be fine, you know," Orca replied. "Even so," I said. "All right," he said. He understood that we weren't in a situation to fool around. Though his response was somewhat relaxed, the atmosphere quickly became more serious. His expression still appeared joyful, but it was evidence that he was enjoying our mountain climbing adventure, and I didn't want to spoil it by pointing it out too much. "By the way, there are a lot of signs of creatures around," I remarked. Even though we had only just entered the area before the curse's effect, we encountered many animals and magical beasts in the mountains. It gave the impression that they were fleeing from something. If we hadn't used magic to move stealthily, we might have been significantly delayed. Then, Noma, who had calmed down her excitement from earlier, spoke up. "Everyone is avoiding the curse. It's proof that the curse hasn't been around for long," she said. "Is that so?" I asked. "If it were an ancient curse, The animals and magical beasts would have long since moved far away, Noma explained. I see, that makes sense, I replied. I had completely mistaken it for a long-neglected curse due to its remote location. If that were the case, I might have considered asking for Kalon's purification, but it's no use saying that now. Even a short-term curse seems to have the power to affect trained knights. If it was something related to mental magic, I could understand, but it's quite troublesome. While being cautious of encounters with wildlife, we walked along an unmarked path, and finally, after a while, a glimpse of our destination came into view. It's definitely a curse, I remarked. Ugh, it feels creepy, Orca added. We were about a kilometer away from the center of the curse, just before its effective range, and we couldn't help but voice our thoughts. Both Orca and I can use mana sight, so we can visualize the curse. It's not as bad as the witch's curse, but the black mist-like mana is uncomfortable to look at. Since we're at the very edge of the range, we can't grasp the details yet. We still have to see the center of the curse if we want to deal with it properly. I'll cast a mental defense spell, I said. Okay, Orca and Noma replied. I cast the spell on the three of us. With this, we should be able to enter the curse without our health being affected. With determination, we moved forward. The air touching our skin felt heavy, but for now, everything seemed fine. As expected of our lord, you can completely block the influence of the curse, Noma exclaimed in awe. I tilted my head in response. Can spirits not manipulate mental magic? I had been curious about this since I asked Torku about it earlier. If Noma could manipulate mental magic, she could have resolved the situation without sending me. Therefore, the current situation indicates that either spirits or Noma individually cannot use mental magic. However, I couldn't understand why a spirit, who is an expert in mana, couldn't perform mental magic. She can even activate magic in realms that are considered impossible for humans. Noma replied. We can't manipulate it. In the first place, as spirits, we can't comprehend the concept of mental magic. I can't comprehend it? For spirits, everything that constitutes ourselves is mana. We don't understand what humans refer to as the physical or mental aspects. Of course, we understand the meanings of words, but fundamentally, it's an unknown entity. So, because it's a quality we don't possess, we can't imagine it as magic. That's right. It was somewhat understandable, yet also confusing. Anyway, I accepted the fact that spirits are different beings from us. The fact that the calm spell didn't work properly before was likely due to those differences. It's similar to how we can't understand what a mana body is. That's correct. I obtained rather incomplete knowledge, but as Orca said, I had to accept it as a difference in species. The more precise definition should be left to specialized scholars. While engaging in idle conversation, we didn't neglect observing our surroundings. As we approached the range of the curse's effects, the number of creatures decreased. Once we entered, we couldn't even spot a single insect. It seemed like everything had fled from this place. Even if there were any remaining, they would likely die due to the curse. On the other hand, there seemed to be no impact on the plants. It appeared to be a typical mountain forest. Even when taking photos of the surrounding scenery, it was hard to believe that it was a cursed land. Since there were no notable wildlife or other concerns, our progress accelerated significantly. As a result, we quickly arrived at the center of the curse. Wow, Orca exclaimed, sounding disgusted, as he grabbed onto my arm. I think the creepiness got to him, causing him to react involuntarily. While gently stroking his head, I observed the source of the curse. In the center, there was a large rock, about 10 meters in diameter. Given the nearby cliff, it was likely a result of rockfall. This rock was the key to generating the curse. It contained a dark and potent magical energy that it couldn't contain, releasing it into the surroundings. Orca seemed to struggle due to his first encounter with it, but I could still endure. That was because this magical energy was more straightforward compared to the witch's curse. Although it was a murky magical energy, it was less chaotic than the witch's curse. It could be described as a pure negative force. In addition, I see now. By directly observing these two curses, I arrived at a possible explanation. It seems that magical energy has classifications distinct from attributes. Roughly speaking, There are two categories, tentatively called pure white and chaotic black. Ordinary magical energy has a balanced distribution of pure white and chaotic black. However, intentionally tilting it toward chaotic black leads to the formation of a curse. While it becomes highly unstable, the effectiveness of the curse dramatically increases. However, it is inefficient to tilt the distribution too much. After all, it becomes too unstable and fails to activate properly. The witch's curse likely overcomes this drawback by imposing constraints such as mental confusion. On the other hand, the land's curse seems to be a natural disaster that occurs as a result of the disruption in the flow of magical energy in the atmosphere. In this case, the rockfall caused a halt in the flow of magical energy in the mountains. Furthermore, I discovered why curses resembled psychic magic. The nature of magical energy, the pure white and chaotic black, can be equated to the positive and negative aspects of the mind. As negative emotions intensify, the chaotic black aspect of magical energy increases. This means that when emotions are disturbed, it becomes a cause for a higher probability of failure in magic. In other words, curses can be seen as a form of psychic magic limited to the positive and negative aspects. Once the mechanism is understood, manipulation becomes easier. I improvised a spell. Thanks to years of practice and dedication, I have unparalleled confidence in my ability to handle psychic magic. Harmony adjustment. The magic I cast towards the rock successfully takes effect. For a brief moment, it shines brightly, and then the black magical energy it contained dissipates. As expected of the Lord. You're amazing, Big Bro Zechs. Noma is astonished, while Orc enthusiastically showers me with praise. While expressing my gratitude to both of them, a smile naturally forms on my face. The information I obtained this time was a great harvest. It not only contributes to countering witches but also, with further refinement, can lead to the advancement of magical techniques. It was an unexpected joy. I couldn't help but feel delighted by the fact that the possibilities for the future have expanded. Chapter 5, Commencement. Time flies quickly. After the incident with the curse of the land, no major issues arose, and we welcomed the arrival of March. And today, on the eve of the Curran 9 rite, the fateful opponent finally arrived at Foranada. It goes without saying, but let me state it explicitly, the second prince of the Holy Kingdom, Grey Bakanayu and Katashito, has finally set foot in the earldom. Accompanied by 100 subordinates, he entered the city in a gaudy and distasteful carriage that suits his unfortunate taste. Outwardly, we greet them with smiles as befitting esteemed guests. Well, the only one genuinely smiling from the depths of his heart is my father, considering how much suffering we have endured in the royal palace. This time I had no choice but to summon the father again. Unfortunately, the infamous plan hasn't come together in time. As the target of the Holy Maiden's conquest, the second prince, Grey, is handsome. He has short, neatly trimmed red hair and vibrant green eyes with a hint of depth in his features. From his demeanor, one can sense his assertiveness as a young man. When he saw me and Corinne, he openly furrowed his brows. It may seem rude, but I anticipated this reaction in advance, so I can tolerate it. In fact, it's even milder than I expected. Is he restraining himself because we are near the crowded entrance? By the way, apart from Grey, the second prince himself, the group includes knights, servants, and the escorting earl named Becca. Although it's an announcement of engagement, the Holy King himself didn't bother to make a personal appearance for someone who is not currently the crown prince. The other members of the royal family are the same. It's not about personal feelings but rather a matter of crisis management. We leave the care of the second prince's entourage to capable subordinates, and we lead Grey and Count Becca to the reception room. It's time for Grey and Corinne to face each other. Originally, we were supposed to proceed after allowing Grey and the others some rest, but the eager Grey wished to get it over with quickly, so the schedule was moved up. What an old-fashioned room, were Grey's first words upon entering. I was aware that he was in a sour mood since his arrival, but isn't this too blatant? Just to clarify, I guided him to the highest-ranked reception room. At this point, I resign myself to the fact that I can't avoid the developments as they unfold in the game. I have a sense of resignation, although I have created various situations that deviated from the game before. This time I instinctively feel that it's impossible. This guy, Gray, hasn't looked at Karen at all. It's due to the prejudice against her blonde hair and his rebelliousness against the arranged engagement imposed by the surroundings. Due to such factors, he hasn't truly faced the reality of her. I understand his feelings. During one's youth, there is a tendency to rebel against rules and regulations. Especially if you are constantly restricted as a member of the royal family, it's even more pronounced. However, I cannot sympathize. While Gray is burdened with the obligations of being a member of the royal family, he also enjoys the most affluent lifestyle in the country. Even if he is a child who cannot make choices, I believe he should fulfill his minimum responsibilities. At the very least, he should be able to treat his fiancée with basic courtesy and affability. Ideally, it should be pointed out by those around him. But it seems that it had no effect. Count Becker, who is accompanying him, has been constantly wiping sweat off his forehead. He had a stubborn personality even in the game, so it's understandable. In short, Gray is far from being fit to be a king, and he absolutely refuses to acknowledge Karen. Seeing the real thing, I am convinced of these things. Since earlier, it's been only my father and Count Becker desperately trying to appease Gray. The three of us siblings have been mere bystanders. I wish the preparations would be ready soon. How long do we have to endure this ordeal? Ignoring the chaotic situation with the two earls, I let out a quiet sigh. Several days had passed since the second prince, Gray, arrived in Foranada. Finally, it was the day of Karen's 9-order ceremony. Since that day, the security around Karen had been heightened to the highest level. Even Shin, who usually attends to me, was focused on her. Additionally, I had Orko accompany Karen as much as possible. If Gray himself made contact, it would be difficult to handle with just the subordinates. Fortunately, such a situation never occurred. However, there were many instances where he sent his subordinates to issue unilateral orders. They demanded that she come alone to his room. But naturally, there was no way that could be accepted. It was unthinkable for an unmarried woman to be alone with a man who was not a family member. Gray had not yet become an official fiancé, and even if he did, it would be scandalous. I have no idea what Gray is thinking. Even if I wanted to probe, he mostly stays holed up in his room, making any contact impossible. With a faint sense of unease, I continued with the final preparations for the 9-order ceremony. Due to Karen's fame resonating throughout society, there were more guests compared to when I or Orko had our ceremonies. Perhaps there were even people who had heard about the engagement with the second prince. It would be a considerably large-scale event, so there was work to be done until the last minute. Nevertheless, I couldn't afford to have much free time today. It was about time to delegate the tasks to my subordinates. Can I leave the rest to you? Of course. Leave it to me. Handing over the documents to the person beside me, I left the area. My destination was the castle's entrance. I was going to welcome a certain individual. Timing it perfectly, just as we finished preparing, the person we were waiting for appeared. It's been a while, Minerva-san. Thank you for the welcome. You've worked hard. I greeted her with a smile, and Minerva responded with her usual arrogant attitude. That's right. My main task today is escorting Minerva. She will be attending as the representative of the Bell family. As her fiancé, I have to accompany her to official parties. By the way, the Duke himself is currently stationed in the capital due to work. Although it's somewhat embarrassing that I can't join Karen's protection, there's nothing I can do about it. Trusting my subordinates, I focus on Minerva. That's a lovely dress. It suits you very well. She dressed up for Orko's ceremony as well, but today's outfit seems to have even more effort put into it. A blind dress with a black theme. It's a slightly mismatched attire for Minerva's impression, which tends to be more mature, but it's not that she doesn't look good in it. Despite a slight sense of incongruity, it accentuates her dignified and imposing atmosphere. Receiving my honest comment, Minerva proudly brushes up her twin-tailed hair. HMPH. Of course, it's not just magic that makes me perfect. I pay attention to my appearance too. Judging from her magical power, it seems she genuinely believes her beauty is flawless. Her confident statement, typical of her, puts me in a warm mood. It's quite amusing, like a child trying to act grown-up. Do you have something you want to say? No, nothing in particular. Oops, I've struck a nerve. She's quite sharp. Gathering myself, I extend my hand. We still have some time before the ceremony, so allow me to guide you to the resting room. Thank you. The princess of the ducal family places her hand on mine in a familiar manner. I lightly grip her hand and prepare to escort her. However, Minerva murmurs just as we start walking. What's the matter? Well, I stop and ask her what's going on. She seems slightly embarrassed, a rare reaction for the always confident Minerva. It becomes even more difficult to discern her intentions. There's a hint of bashfulness in her emotions. Several seconds of silence pass, and Minerva suddenly raises her head forcefully. She has a look reminiscent of a warrior who has made up their mind for death. Your suit suits you too. You look cool. Surprisingly, what comes out of her mouth is praise directed at me. She hadn't expressed such straightforward words before. Even if she had concerns, it was an unexpected line from her. I was completely caught off guard. For a brief moment, I'm stunned and bewildered, but I quickly regain my composure and respond, realizing that it would be impolite to remain silent. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to receive compliments from you, Minerva-san. That was an honest reaction. Considering that she usually only makes twisted remarks, it was delightful to see her honestly expressing her thoughts as if she had trusted me. However, perhaps feeling embarrassed, Minerva turns her gaze away. HMPH. That's right. It's rare for me to praise someone, so don't get used to it. It seems that our sincere moment has come to an end, and she returns to her usual self. Her behavior strikes me as somewhat amusing, and I can't help but burst into laughter. Although I receive a stern glare from Minerva, it seems like it will take some time for me to stop laughing. Section. The 9-rite ceremony of Kiran proceeded smoothly, as long as you overlook the fact that Gray seemed displeased throughout. It might not have reached the level of the Duke's party I experienced before, but I believe we provided the best hospitality possible in Foranada. Of course, the most impactful moment was the announcement of Kiran and Gray's engagement. The attention towards the union between the royal family and the Sunlight Saintess was quite high, and many nobles flocked to them after the announcement. Naturally, my subordinates calmly managed the situation. Currently, we are in the latter part of the ceremony, the time for casual conversation. With a first-class musical ensemble playing in the background, everyone is enjoying mingling freely. While there are a few individuals focused on the food since it's a standing reception, they are in the minority. Due to Minerva being a duke's daughter and my partner, some nobles approached us. Or rather, the majority of them were interested in her. It's not common for people to show interest without any ulterior motives. Well, it's well known that Kiran and I have a good relationship, so we are not treated rudely. As long as we aren't blatantly disregarded, it's considered good enough. However, Minerva didn't seem too pleased with my responses. When people indirectly made snide remarks, I would smile and let them slide, but Minerva would occasionally retaliate behind their backs. From her occasional snide comebacks, it was clear that she was getting angry on my behalf. She's a good kid. As the interactions with the nobles settled down, Minerva starts nagging about something. I understand that you may not want to deal with those kinds of people directly, but when the opportunity arises, make sure to respond properly. You don't want to be taken lightly in critical situations. As the next head of the family, remember to maintain that level of composure. Minerva nagged. She's actually thinking about it quite seriously. She truly is a duke's daughter. I had thought it was fine to just let things slide, but I have to admit that she has a point. Engaging in direct hostility would be foolish, but allowing others to criticize without any response could also become a hindrance. While inwardly impressed, I express my gratitude. Thank you for your concern. It's not like it's for your sake. I'm going to marry into your family. After all, I can't allow the reputation of my future home to be tarnished. Yes, this is a critique for my own sake. Minerva averts her gaze with a pout, seemingly embarrassed by her straightforward gratitude. It's quite the tsundere move. I've noticed this before, but as a duke's daughter, she's not accustomed to positive words such as praise and gratitude. Ah, no, that's not it. It's precisely because of her position. Perhaps all the words around her sound like flattery. In that case, it seems like she genuinely accepts my words. I'm not sure why that is, but it's something that makes me very happy. What is it? Oh, it's nothing. Minerva pouted and questioned me when she noticed my smiling face. I'm glad she trusts me despite everything. If I were to say something like that, this girl would most likely get angry. I had no hobby of stepping on visible landmines. As we continued the Nine Rites ceremony in this manner, I suddenly received a telepathic message from Shin. It was a communication addressed to all members of the Foranada camp. I will now escort Lady Caroline outside for a makeup and touch-ups. Please reconfirm your positions. Also, I kindly request enhanced security from the knights outside the venue. Caroline is taking a break for a moment. It's according to the schedule. I've been using my detection abilities to keep track of Caroline and Shin's movements. Escort knights are stationed at the entrance, ready to accompany them, so there shouldn't be any problems with this arrangement. However, in a different location from Caroline, I noticed some suspicious activity. It was only because I had spread my detection abilities throughout the entire venue that I was able to discern it. The second prince has started moving outside the venue. A report was made by one of the surveillance team members, confirming what I had already observed. Tension ran through the entire Foranada camp, including myself. Why would the second prince be moving at the same time Caroline left the venue? What could be the intention behind his actions? Orca, I telepathically requested assistance from my brother-in-law, taking care to convey my urgency. As siblings, it was a sufficient reason for him to stand by her side. However, my plan fell through. I am sorry. I'm surrounded by other nobles, and I can't move right away. What? I managed to hold back the urge to let out a voice of frustration while focused on Corinne. I hadn't noticed it before, but Orca was indeed surrounded by a dozen nobles. Moreover, they were all members of the royal faction. It was too blatant. Although I lacked concrete evidence to assert it, it was sufficient to consider it as an orchestrated situation. With Orca's abilities, forcibly breaking through would be easy, but, considering every possibility, I made a deliberate and calm judgment. Security team, urgently head to Corinne. Orca, make your way out of the crowd without hurting anyone. You can do it because you're petite. Corinne could be a decoy, and the purpose could be to create an attack opportunity against Foranada. If that were the case, rough handling should be avoided. Orca's assistance would be delayed, but there was no other choice. Minerva-san, I need to step away for a moment. Huh? Wait. I also started moving. I felt sorry for Minerva, but Corinne took priority now. Due to the reasons mentioned earlier, I couldn't sprint through the crowd at full speed. I had to skillfully maneuver my way through, which would slow down my movement speed compared to usual. Frustrated and anxious, I hurried forward, and finally, Corinne and Gray came into contact. As expected, his target was Corinne. Fortunately, my subordinates had finished deploying around them, so I didn't think it would lead to the worst outcome. However, one thing bothered me. Gray was alone. He didn't have any attendants with him. What was he planning to do? While moving, I pondered over this question. In the next moment, I was left dumbfounded. Simultaneously, a loud explosion echoed through the venue. It was a blast that shook the entire room, causing the nobles to show signs of panic. However, the one most thrown into chaos in this situation was undoubtedly me, because the cause of this explosion was Gray, and Corinne and her companions were the ones caught in it. Just now, Gray had unleashed a fire magic attack against them, and it was a considerably powerful strike. Images of the incident with Cutest resurfaced in my mind. I envisioned a sobbing Corinne and a critically injured Shin. An impulse to use magic surged within me, but I restrained myself with the last remnants of my rationality. Right before the explosion, competent subordinates were standing by my side. They should be handling the situation properly. Currently, the problem was me openly displaying magic to those around me. I combined it with my mental magic, using calm to suppress the welling emotions as best I could. However, I didn't stop my legs from running. I pushed through the crowd of nobles, eager to reach Karen and her group as quickly as possible. The situation on the scene was deadlocked. As I had anticipated, the knights I had assigned as escorts were guarding Karen in a protective formation. Karen, Cyan, and the knights were all unharmed, staring down Grey, who had launched an attack. On the other hand, Grey seemed visibly frustrated that things didn't go as he had expected. However, there was a slight deviation from my expectations. You see, the corridor leading to the venue where we were currently located had suffered minimal damage despite the massive explosion. Fire had scattered around Grey, and there were cracks running along the corners of the walls, but Karen and his side remained completely unscathed. The reason for this was clear. Karen and his side were protected by a golden translucent curtain, a barrier of light magic. It could be inferred that this barrier had perfectly nullified the force of the previous explosion. The one responsible for creating the barrier was evident. Karen wore an expression filled with determination, as if saying, "I won't let anyone be hurt ever again." It seemed that the incident with Cutest had been a bitter experience for Karen. His resolve to never repeat the same mistakes was clearly visible. At first glance, it seemed like Karen was being protected at the rear, but in reality, she was the one protecting everyone. Truly, Karen has grown splendidly. My heart is filled with overwhelming emotions. From the past failures, Karen didn't become fearful of her comrades getting hurt. Instead, she sought the power to protect them in any situation. The result of that is the scene unfolding before us. With a resolute expression and magical abilities to match, she was a magnificent figure that lived up to the name of the Sunlight Saint. However, there was someone who dampened this climax, a pivotal moment in the movie. Naturally, it was Grey, who had taken hostile actions. What's with that rebellious look? I am of royal blood. Don't you dare give me such a gaze. Who do you think you are? He shouted, clearly agitated. His choice of words was rather crude. But before Karen's side could retort, Grey continued his barrage of words. Even though I unleashed my maximum firepower, you're keeping a cool face. Don't get carried away. Damn it. That's why I hate blondes. All that nonsense about being different from that woman. The result of accepting such nonsense that a single blow will make you obey is this. Your contemptuous eyes haven't changed at all. Damn it. You're my fiancé. You should just obediently follow me. Grey's ranting was no longer directed at Karen and her group. It was his jealousy towards that woman, or so he called her, that resided within him. The initial concerns I had during their first meeting had become a reality. Grey was completely oblivious to Karen. From the beginning to the end, he resented and became angry at the image he had created within himself. In response to his behavior, Karen displayed an expression that could be described as pity. I am not certain whose shadow you are projecting onto me, but I will say this much. I will not yield to you. Your anger will never be directed towards me or anything precious to me. What? How insolent. Those eyes drive me mad. Stop it. Don't look at me with such compassion. I am not inferior enough to be seen in that way. Grey flinched under the intense gaze Karen directed at him, but quickly regained his composure. Karen's eyes seemed to agitate his nerves, causing his eyes to become bloodshot as he shouted in anger. Then, it seemed like he was going to launch another attack as he began to channel magic into his right hand. It would be unwise to continue observing without taking action. My patience was wearing thin, and I made the decision to step forward onto the front lines. However, before I could do so, someone jumped into the midst of the turmoil. Are you all right, Prince Grey? It was Count Becker, Grey's attendant. Several knights followed closely behind him. This was turning into a troublesome situation. Observing this, I furrowed my brow. As expected, Becker made an outrageous statement. Lady Caroline, what do you mean by attacking His Highness? What? Karen let out a cry of astonishment, and those around her, including Shen, held their breath. I, too, was taken aback. I sensed the presence of trouble, but I didn't expect it to come to this. My fist trembled with anger. I did not launch an attack against Prince Grey. Quite the opposite. It was you who attacked, and I defended. Karen exclaimed. That is not what it appears to be. Judging from the situation here, His Highness's side is heavily damaged. It seems quite clear that you were the one who launched the attack, Becca countered. That's why I'm telling you. I defended against the attack, using this barrier that is still active, Curran desperately tried to explain. Indeed, whether that magic is truly a barrier or not is questionable. It could be nothing more than a deceptive attack magic, Becca replied. Despite Curran's desperate defense, Becca paid her no attention. Not only that, even the knights who had come along with him began to condemn her. The Grey faction seemed determined to shift the blame for this incident onto Curran. Therefore, any explanation was meaningless. Furthermore, what was particularly vexing about Becca was that his statement couldn't be definitively refuted. At first glance, the scene could be mistaken for Grey being the one under attack. Additionally, without knowledge of light magic, one could not confidently assert that Curran's magic was indeed a barrier. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. What matters is how Becca perceives it and how it will be reported to the palace. It's infuriating. These people, who mistakenly believe that we have quietly accepted the engagement, are audaciously blaming Curran, and it's incredibly frustrating. A burning sensation wells up in the depths of my stomach. The back of my mind tightens, and I can't help but narrow my eyes. Phew. I exhale as if releasing the built-up heat within me, and then, as I take a step forward towards them, wait. Suddenly, my shoulder is grabbed. I'm surprised and quickly turn around. Minerva is standing there. Seeing my expression, she shrugs her shoulders with a look of exasperation. Aren't you letting your guard down too much? I couldn't argue. It was true that I had been too focused on Curran and the others, neglecting my vigilance. It's ridiculous that I didn't even notice someone grabbing my shoulder. If this had been an enemy, I would have been dead. I felt the heat that had been racing inside me suddenly cool down. My sluggish thoughts started to turn, and my narrowed field of vision began to expand. You came after me, didn't you? Yes, to scold the fiancé who ran off, leaving his partner behind. Minerva snorted softly. The meaning contained in her response was closer to advice than anger. What happened? And it turns out that was the cause. How can I put it? My future sister-in-law seems to be thoroughly disliked by His Highness. Minerva's gaze fell on the ongoing argument between Curran and the others. It seemed she understood the situation from observing it. Her quick comprehension was helpful. Yes, that's why I want to intervene. No, you shouldn't. Even though I was in the middle of speaking, Minerva cut me off decisively. I've told you many times you should understand your position. Even if an outsider like you meddles, it won't resolve the situation. Why is that? I turned to Minerva and asked her directly. I really wanted to rush over to Curran right away, but I held myself back. Now that I had calmed down, I could understand. Even if I didn't act hastily, Curran and the others wouldn't be harmed. Grey and the rest couldn't break through the barrier, and there were subordinates of the escorts waiting beyond it. Moreover, upon closer consideration, this situation held the potential for exploitation. So I decided to go with the flow. As long as Minerva's eyes were on us, resorting to forceful measures would be difficult. In response to my question, she replied, "It's simple. I am, after all, a relative of the royal family. Naturally, I have met His Highness a few times and have a grasp of his personality to some extent. Despite his arrogant demeanor, he's quite the self-deprecating type. You could say he's a bundle of insecurities. He doesn't fully believe in his own abilities. That's why he dislikes those who are more capable than him and thoroughly looks down on those with lesser abilities. So even if I intervene, he won't listen." It was hard to imagine that arrogant Grey would pay any attention to the opinions of someone he looked down upon. He would stubbornly ignore it. My speculation proved correct, as Minerva nodded. "In that case, what should I do? I will mediate." "You, Minerva?" Surprised by the unexpected offer, I tilted my head. Even though she belonged to the noble faction opposing the royal court, even though she was going to marry into the Foranada family, there was no advantage for Minerva herself to get involved in this dispute. Upon hearing my words, Minerva let out a deep sigh. "What do you think of me? I haven't become such an unfeeling person to do nothing when my future sister-in-law is in trouble," she said that and looked straight at me. Her eyes were filled with conviction and pride. I had completely forgotten. Although Minerva's outward demeanor may be twisted, at heart, She is a kind-hearted girl full of compassion. It was impossible for someone like her to leave the current situation as it is. Consider yourself on a great ship. Minerva walked towards the center of the turmoil with light steps. I followed her. Our approach was quickly noticed. Anisama, Zechs Sama, Zechs Sama, Zechs Sama. First, Kren and her subordinates raised their voices. The gazes directed towards us were filled with trust. I felt ashamed of my previous anger. Next, the members of Grey's faction showed a reaction, but it was directed towards Minerva, not me. Minerva or Elaine, you carry Larambu. Grey called out her name with a bitter expression. Judging from that reaction, it seemed that he disliked Minerva as well. Didn't he say he hates those who are superior to him? That was his personal experience, I guess. Minerva replied coolly. Long time no see, Prince Grey. It seems you've caused some trouble here, Minerva said. It's none of your concern, Grey replied. Not true. Caroline is my fiancé's sister. In other words, my future sister-in-law, Minerva stated. Fiancé? Ah, the insect behind you, Grey sneered. Oh, calling me an insect, how grand. Seeing his contemptuous attitude surpass my expectations, I couldn't help but smile wryly. On the other hand, Kren and the others emitted a tremendous sense of hostility in response to his derogatory remark. Realizing who they were dealing with just now, the guards on Grey's side trembled. They adore you, Minerva remarked. Thanks to you, I replied. Although even Minerva was exasperated with me, I had no choice but to accept the undeniable truth. It's not like I hated it. Amidst the intense hostility, Count Becker, seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere, spoke up. Lady Minerva, His Highness is the victim here. If you support the side of the perpetrator, it will tarnish the name of the Larambu family. It seemed that he intended to stick to the same argument as before. Even with Minerva acknowledging his statement, Minerva snorted. The victim, you say? But the flames scattered around us seem to be coming from His Highness's side, don't they? She was right. If you observed the scattered flames closely, you could see that some of them were aimed at Grey. They were likely the aftermath of his own magic. And then, Minerva continued. Caroline's deployed magic is a barrier. How can you attack through that? It may not necessarily be a barrier. It's a barrier. How can you be so sure? Have you already forgotten my family name? Becca's voice choked. Naturally, Minerva's father was known as a magic enthusiast and was well versed in magic. As his daughter, she would also possess knowledge of light magic. Confronted with this fact, there would be no words to retort with. TCH. Fine, let's go back. Wait. Your Highness. Hey. Perhaps sensing the worsening situation, Grey grew impatient and turned to leave. Following his lead, Becca and the guards hurriedly followed suit. Minerva and her subordinates attempted to chase after them, but I stopped them with my hand. Aren't you going to pursue them? At this rate, they'll make it back to the capital. Your Highness, for now, it's fine. We have our own plans. I see. As long as you're not showing mercy, I don't mind. Surprisingly angry, aren't you? Of course I'm angry. They ridiculed us. Wait, scratch that. It's not like I'm concerned about you all. And stop grinning. At the very end, a drop of refreshment was injected into the tense atmosphere. Ignoring Minerva's desperate assertions, I turned my thoughts to the future developments. Grey and his group's attitude is deserving of severe punishment, but simply retaliating would be foolish. The activation of the plan we discussed is imminent, and this could be the perfect opportunity to make thorough preparations. Depending on one's perspective, it might have been a fortunate turn of events. Contemplating the approaching conclusion, I chuckled to myself. Section. The Ninth Order of Quran was forced to terminate prematurely. The chaos caused by the explosion and Grey's unauthorized return to the capital forced us to shift our focus to handling the situation outside of the ceremony. I feel sorry for Corinne, but there was no other choice. A slight delay can sometimes be fatal. The only consolation was that she didn't seem to be bothered by it at all. Naturally, I lodged a complaint to the palace regarding Grey's misconduct. However, their response was infuriating. They adopted the very arguments that Becca had put forth and turned the tables, filing a counter-protest against Corinne. They even suggested that Minerva's assistance was a false testimony given her close relationship with us. I was speechless with exasperation. I anticipated some sort of cover-up due to the scandal involving the second prince, but this outcome was beyond expectation. Furthermore, there are already rumors spreading in the capital that the Sunlight Saint attacked the second prince. Currently, it's only whispered in certain circles, but it's clear that they are forcefully trying to bury the truth. If an ordinary noble family had faced this, without any preparations or countermeasures, they would have had to swallow a bitter pill. It seemed unlikely that the situation could be resolved discreetly, and Karen's reputation would not recover. The influence of the palace on the populace was that strong. However, this future does not await Foranada. We are not ordinary, and fortunately, we were prepared. Although the unfolding of events deviated slightly from what I had envisioned, the time has come for the plan we discussed to shine. Is everything ready? The office. Normally, it would be filled with several subordinates, but currently, only Shin and I were present. Shin nodded firmly in response to my question. Yes, reports have come in that all units are ready to move. I see. It has been a long journey. For years, I have held the real power in this territory. The efforts I have made, enduring various obstacles and harassment, are finally bearing fruit. I feel a surge of intense emotions welling up in my chest. However, I will save expressing them for a different place. I inquire again with Shin. Is everyone gathered? Yes. All subordinates have been notified to assemble in the central hall. Good. The central hall should have enough space for all my subordinates to gather. It seems there are no issues with the meeting location. Then let's hurry. We can't keep them waiting any longer. I have made them wait for many years. I no longer wanted to subject them to any more patience. Accompanied by Shin, I head towards the hall where everyone is waiting. Of course, we use their phase link gate, which allows for the shortest possible travel. I step into the opening in the void, and in an instant, my field of view switches from the office filled with the smell of paper and ink to the expansive hall filled with an atmosphere of excitement. The designated teleportation point is at the center of the hall. As expected of my subordinates, they anticipated our use of the phase link gate, as the central area was deliberately left vacant. Shin and I land within a 5-meter radius circle. Although it's not visible from a child's height, I can sense that the room is packed with people from the atmosphere. In this very hall, my subordinates who serve in Foranada Castle have gathered. Shin nodded firmly in response to my question. Yes, reports have come in that all units are ready to move. I see. It has been a long journey. For years, I have held the real power in this territory. The efforts I have made, enduring various obstacles and harassment, are finally bearing fruit. I feel a surge of intense emotions welling up in my chest. However, I will save expressing them for a different place. I inquire again with Shin. Is everyone gathered? Yes. All subordinates have been notified to assemble in the central hall. Good. The central hall should have enough space for all my subordinates to gather. It seems there are no issues with the meeting location. Then let's hurry. We can't keep them waiting any longer. I have made them wait for many years. I no longer wanted to subject them to any more patience. Accompanied by Shin, I head towards the hall where everyone is waiting. Of course, we use their phase link gate, which allows for the shortest possible travel. I step into the opening in the void, and in an instant, my field of view switches from the office filled with the smell of paper and ink to the expansive hall filled with an atmosphere of excitement. The designated teleportation point is at the center of the hall. As expected of my subordinates, they anticipated our use of the phase link gate, as the central area was deliberately left vacant. Shin and I land within a 5-meter radius circle. Although it's not visible from a child's height, I can sense that the room is packed with people from the atmosphere. In this very hall, my subordinates who serve in Foranada Castle have gathered. After acknowledging Shin's swift disappearance into the crowd, I activate the phase concealment cover texture. From within, I retrieve Noma. She, who was recently freed from her black labor, appeared in a sloppy attire, wearing a tracksuit. Clearly caught off guard by being taken out of the cover of the phase concealment cover texture, she seems surprised. What's happening all of a sudden? Is it work? As I thought, She starts trembling uncontrollably. The excessive workload has clearly taken a toll on her mental stability. Feeling apologetic, I make a request to Noma. I'm sorry. Just this once. I want you to create a platform at a height where you can overlook the surroundings in this blank area. Just that? Just that. I promise. Oh, okay. With a strong nod from teary-eyed Noma, she breathes a sigh of relief. Then, with a cute shout of a raised podium is created. Since I was standing in that spot, I am inevitably lifted onto the platform. Thank you. Now I can see everyone's faces. After expressing my gratitude, I return Noma to the phase concealment cover texture. She seems quite mentally exhausted, so I'll let her stay withdrawn as much as she wants. Now then, gathering myself, I look around from the podium. I can see every corner of the room that was previously hidden from view. All of my subordinates in this room are paying attention. With eyes filled with strong conviction and trust, they gaze at me. Their magical auras contain various emotions, a sense of accomplishment, determination, trust, rebelliousness, independence, and shades of joy, among others. There are faint traces of anxiety, but the predominant emotions are positive, and above all, what stands out the most is anticipation. Anticipation towards me, towards Foranada, and towards what they have cultivated. It comprises the majority. Facing my subordinates with their shining eyes, I finally begin to speak. Thank you all for gathering here. I'm delighted that you responded to my call, especially during this busy time. While the preparations for the aforementioned plan have been completed, they still have their regular duties to attend to. Amidst the lack of free time, their willingness to come here is genuinely heartening. That's why we don't have much leeway. Let's not waste time with unnecessary introductions and get straight to the point. Taking a deep breath, I raise my voice to resonate throughout the room. The time has finally come for Foranada to take action. The days of enduring harassment from various factions, especially the Royalist faction, are over. I apologize for the hardships I have caused you due to my own immaturity. Once again, I express my apologies and gratitude. I'm sorry and thank you. Words such as "you were never immature" and "we were the ones holding you back," and "we are the ones who should be grateful" can be heard from my subordinates. I truly have outstanding subordinates. They have emerged from the swamp of indifference and now burn with enthusiasm. They are excellent comrades. With a slight smile, I continue my speech. I have grown closer to becoming an adult, surpassing the Ninth Order. The forces of the Night Order and the Mage Guild have been organized. Our self-sufficiency in food production has reached nearly 100%. The major discontent that was brewing internally has been resolved. Numerous specialty products, led by agricultural produce, have gained fame outside. Through this, we have established a strong distribution network. The negative reputation of Foranada, including the rumors surrounding me personally, has been eliminated through meticulous manipulation. The conflicts with other forces, despite the lack of time, I couldn't skip this part. It represents the efforts of my subordinates, and I can't simply disregard it. The plan that has been progressing under the name of the aforementioned plan is the plan I have been formulating since I seized control. Its goal is the overwhelming strengthening of Foranada. It aims to create a territory that cannot be defeated even if other forces join together. Personally, I would be satisfied with protecting only my close ones. However, to protect the smiles of those close to me, it was clear that I needed to protect those around them as well. A world with only close ones is narrow and boring, that's for sure. Therefore, I had decided to protect the entirety of Foranada. However, even if I become strong on my own, there is a high possibility of being manipulated by the sheer force of numbers or by schemes. After all, my true nature is that of an ordinary person. No matter how strong I become, I will inevitably make mistakes. No matter how much I struggle, I can never achieve perfection. And so, I strengthened my subordinates, my comrades. I honed their military power to the point where they could defeat our adversaries and developed a network of connections and information that could counter any strategy. I trained them to have the strength to survive even in isolation. Carefully and discreetly, I improved the power of Foranada's territory without being detected by other forces. In the final year, I heavily relied on Noma's assistance, and there may have been some sloppy aspects to our concealment operations, but it no longer matters. The time for lurking in the shadows ends today. The palace underestimates us. They try to manipulate the will of Karen and Orca, Harmshan, and now they seek to tarnish our reputation. Now that we are prepared, should we continue to silently endure? The answer is a resounding no. Voices of agreement rise from my subordinates. After a brief pause, I declare once again. Let me make it clear, Foranada is moving. From this day forth, I will sit in the position of Counter Foranada. We shall step onto the stage and show those palace faction troublemakers who have caused us so much trouble that they will regret it. Ooh! The resounding cheers of my subordinates and the shouts of my name echo. The voltage of Foranada has reached its peak. We will no longer hide in the shadows. The time for enduring has come to an end. The time for our triumphant advance begins now. Chapter 6, Duel. The royal capital of the Holy Kingdom is located at the center of the country, approximately a 2-week carriage ride from Foranada. As the heart of the nation, it is a vast city where many people live lively lives. It represents the prosperity of the Holy Kingdom. I had come to visit the royal capital, the official. The reason wasn't particularly complicated. It was to report my appointment as a count to the Holy King. In this country, inheriting a noble title was not as simple as declaring it. It required registering magical power with the magical tools managed by the royal palace. Therefore, I had made this journey in the midst of a dispute with the royal palace. Some may question it, but it was precisely because of the current circumstances that it was good. If I were to propose a discussion about that matter, they would naturally take the bait. Once that happened, the situation would be in my favor. By the way, the group this time consisted of several caretakers, a dozen members of the Night Order, and a few members of the Shadow Division. Of course, Karen and Orca were present, but I had not brought Shin along. As for Shin, it was because her elven family was in the royal capital. If she were to show her face in this city, they would undoubtedly make contact. The probability of trouble arising during such an encounter was high, so I decided to leave her behind this time. We would eventually have to settle things, but now was not the time. But I digress. With such circumstances, our group was making its way through the royal capital. We were currently heading towards the royal castle in a carriage. It felt a bit odd that Shin wasn't in the carriage, but it couldn't be helped. We had used a phase link gate to shortcut our way to the outskirts of the royal capital, so this was still the easier option. As I surrendered myself to the rattling of the carriage, the door was unexpectedly knocked. One of the servants who accompanied us confirmed that it was Night Order Commander Brazelda, who had come to deliver a preliminary report. I allowed him entry without hesitation. Brazelda quickly boarded the carriage. It was quite impressive that he managed to transfer from his horse to the carriage, considering our slow speed. "Sorry to disturb you, Captain." With no one else around, Brazelda, a large man who continued to behave roughly, did not change his demeanor. I couldn't help but be impressed by his unwavering nature. With a small smile, I asked, "I heard you have a report?" Yes. First, permission to enter the castle has been granted. Upon arrival, you will be guided to the prepared rooms," Brazelda responded. "That's only natural. Despite our delicate relationship, we can't reject a pre-announced visit. It would greatly damage our reputation among the other nobles. Next, let's talk about the schedule after arriving at the royal castle," Brazelda continued. "Did you hear about it in advance?" I asked. "Yeah. It might sound strange, but there's a person who wants to have a conversation with you before the ceremony for the inheritance of the title." Apparently, they wanted to get a rough idea of the schedule, Brazelda explained. According to Brazelda, the ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and the other party wants to meet during the available time before that. In the current tense situation with the royal palace faction, is there someone who wants to have a meeting with me within the royal castle? And they're willing to accommodate our schedule as well? Who is this curious person? I inquired, furrowing my brow. "It's Prince Wymley, the first prince," Brazelda answered with a mischievous grin. "It goes without saying that this will be a headache for me." The meeting with Wymley was arranged shortly after our arrival. Even though we were asked to accommodate his schedule, I couldn't keep the prince waiting for too long due to our respective positions. Furthermore, the reason why he requested the meeting remained unclear. To begin with, I didn't have much information about the first prince. All I knew was his name, Wimley, that he was 3 years older than me, and that he had been born with a frail constitution. His infrequent public appearances due to his poor health made it difficult to gather any substantial information. Even with skilled spies, game knowledge was out of the question. After all, Wimley had died of illness at the start of the game. His name only came up a few times. In other words, I couldn't predict what Wimley had in store for me. There was nothing more frightening than the unknown, and leaving it unresolved would only distract me. It was a matter I wanted to deal with promptly. That's why, without resting too long in the prepared room, I made my way to Wimley's private chamber. Yes, I was being led to his private chamber. I never expected that, despite the fact that the royal palace and I were practically in a hostile relationship, he would invite me into his personal space. Who knows what will happen? While urging my subordinates to remain cautious, I steeled myself and entered the room. The first impression of Wimley's private chamber was that of a sick room. The first thing that struck me was the scent of disinfectant, characteristic of hospitals. And then, what caught my attention next was, for a moment, my steps faltered, and my face contorted. It was because I sensed a faint curse lingering in Wimley's room. At this point, I raised my guard, thinking that perhaps the perpetrator of Nina's attack has made contact. It wasn't confirmed yet, but it was better to be cautious. Having passed through these 2 points, I finally entered the room. Within a matter of seconds, the servants who had been waiting in the adjacent room entered and began preparing tea for the 2 of us. During that time, I took my seat. Once all the preparations were complete and the servants had exited, only Wimley and I remained in the room. The room fell into silence, but it lasted no more than 10 seconds. Wimley was quick to break the silence. I must apologize for the trouble caused by my younger brother this time. I am truly sorry. This time, my younger brother caused a tremendous inconvenience, and I apologize for it, Wimley said, bowing his head as he spoke. Faced with this sudden situation, I was taken aback. It was only natural to be surprised when I was apologized to, wondering what intentions were behind it. Moreover, the person apologizing was a member of the royal family, so it was even more unexpected for him to lower his head so casually. I hastily tried to advise him, "Please raise your head, Your Highness. There is no need for you to bow down." "That's not true. It was my family member who acted disrespectfully. It's only natural for me to apologize as an older brother," he replied. "It may be the case in general sense, but please consider your status, Your Highness. Your position doesn't allow for such a light gesture. That's why I created a situation where it's just the 2 of us here. Don't worry. There is no one monitoring me, a weak and sickly person." It seemed that his actions were not thoughtless. He must have considered his position and the circumstances before acting. However, I couldn't simply accept his words. If I were to do so, in the end, I would have no choice but to forgive the second prince, Grey. Accepting his apology would lead to that. "Your Highness, even if you take such actions, it troubles me. I mean, Foranada, have no intention of showing leniency towards Prince Grey. It wasn't just a matter of personal emotions. For the future of Foranada as well, I couldn't afford to be forgiving towards Grey. I wasn't considering any extreme retaliation like killing him, but I wouldn't hesitate to impose some form of punishment." Shortly after, Wimley raised his head. Feeling relieved that he seemed to accept my point of view, my relief was short-lived as he made yet another shocking statement. "It seems you have misunderstood. You can consider this apology and whether to forgive my brother as separate matters. I have no intention of withdrawing your protest against my brother in exchange for this apology. I simply wanted to apologize for my brother's misconduct. That's all." "What? So this is a sincere and genuine apology?" I couldn't hide my confusion at his attitude, claiming that his apology had no value. However, there was no hesitation in his eyes, and I could sense that his words were heartfelt. "Is this guy serious? He is a member of the royal family, and I am without any social standing. There are countless reasons for him not to bow his head. And yet, this young man disregarded all of them to take action. It was as if he was saying, it is the duty of an older brother to apologize for his younger brother's mistakes while feeling both empathy and disbelief towards Wimley. I asked him, understood. I have heard your apology, Your Highness. So, what is the reason you summoned me? Considering that he went through the trouble of informing me beforehand, it must be a matter of great importance. In response, Wimley tilted his head in confusion. The purpose? It was for the apology just now. Of course. What? I was dumbfounded by his response. So, you brought me into this room and created a tense atmosphere in the palace just for such a trivial matter? It's not trivial at all. I've said it multiple times already. Apologizing for my brother's misbehavior is the natural duty of an older brother. Well, it's quite disappointing that all I can do is apologize. Wimley spoke with the same seriousness in his eyes, leaving no room for doubt that he was being sincere and not putting on a facade or lying. In other words, he genuinely invited me here solely for the purpose of apologizing. Sigh. I let out a small sigh, trying not to be noticed. It now seemed ridiculous that I had been on high alert, considering this invitation from the commander-in-chief of the enemy camp. Wimley appeared to possess a genuinely kind nature, contrary to the actions of the palace faction so far. He didn't seem to harbor rigid prejudices, even bowing his head to someone without color. I felt that he might be suitable as the next king. Not as stubborn as Grey and not as ruthless as that person. He seemed to strike a good balance. And with that, I also began to understand his state of mind. Perhaps it would be beneficial for me to get personally involved in this situation. At first, I had no intention of intervening. However, after experiencing Wimley's character, I changed my mind. I judged that it would have a positive impact on my future and Karen's future. Above all, I was drawn to his sincerity in being able to act for the sake of his siblings without considering gains or losses. If you have some spare time, would you mind engaging in a little chat? As a resident of the bed, I don't have many opportunities to talk with others. Before that, may I ask something? I interrupted Wimley, who had a wry smile on his face. Without showing any particular concern, he urged me on, saying, "What is it?" Taking a deep breath, I spoke up. "Your Highness, you are cursed by a witch." Instantly, the air became icy. Of course, it was meant metaphorically, but it felt like the perceived temperature had dropped several degrees. Wimley's demeanor had changed drastically. He wiped away the cheerful smile he had before and stared at me with a completely expressionless face. "Is that the truth?" He implied that if I were lying or deceiving him, he wouldn't show any mercy. A witch is a magic user who violates taboos. Taboos are treated very seriously by religions, and it is the same in the Holy Kingdom, which has aspects of a religious state. A witch is an existence that should be despised without exception. It was only natural for him to react this way when confronted with the accusation of being cursed. As expected, I felt no anxiety due to the unfolding situation and calmly stated only the facts. "It is the truth. You see, I have the ability to visually perceive magic power, and I can see the pervasive black magic curse within your Highness's body." When I first met Wimley, I was momentarily taken aback, and the cause was the curse. I witnessed the curse entwining around him like chains, leaving me breathless. Most likely, the reason Wimley cannot leave the bed is due to the curse. Of course, his inherent frailty plays a part, but the curse is stronger. At this rate, he is likely to die within a few years. Perhaps his death in the game was also caused by the curse. Considering his potential as a future king, it's not an entirely baseless speculation. Yes, I believed that someone from either the second or third prince faction had cast the curse, and there were individuals within the palace who collaborated with the witch. Any sensible person would immediately reject such a notion. For the Holy Kingdom, witches are natural enemies, and forming an alliance with them is an unimaginable choice. However, considering the circumstances, I believe there is room for consideration. If it was someone from the palace faction, they could have sent cursed items to Count Puteep without leaving any evidence, and they could have used the Dark Guild to search for Nina. Above all, cursing the bedridden Wimley would have been impossible without being inside the royal castle. There is no evidence, but within me, it was almost certain. Wimley, who was gazing at me, asked, "You can visually perceive magic power. How can you prove it?" "I have no means of proving it." "While there are ways to prove it, revealing too much of my abilities would be excessive. The plan we discussed earlier eliminates the need to hide my abilities, but revealing everything would be going too far." "Well, how am I supposed to believe your story then? I can only leave it to your Highness's judgment. However, I believe it is possible to search for the source of the curse and improve your Highness's condition." Wimley placed a hand on his mouth, deep in thought. I had no intention of pushing him, so I decided to wait for him to gather his thoughts. However, I had nothing to do in the meantime, so I decided to search for the cursed item that was causing Wimley's curse. Since I could sense the presence of the curse throughout the room, it was likely somewhere in this room. By focusing my ability to visually perceive magic power on detecting the curse, I quickly pinpointed its location. It was inside the drawer of the table next to Wimley's bed, emitting a dense curse. "I see." Timely enough, it seemed that Wimley had also reached his decision. It was faster than I expected. "Are you ready?" There's no point in thinking for too long with the information I currently have." He shrugged his shoulders and spoke again. "Let's trust your words, Lord Zechs. As I am now, I have no value whatsoever." "If that's the case, there's nothing to lose by taking a gamble." His voice was resolute. It seemed he had made up his mind. I nodded. "Understood. First, let's start with your treatment." "Will you be the one doing it, Lord Zechs?" Wimley asked, with a hint of doubt. It's understandable for him to question it when a colorless person like me offers to perform the treatment. It is commonly known that light magic is specialized in dispelling curses. However, there's no problem. Even after resolving the curse of the land, I continued my research on curses. Thanks to that, I was able to independently lift the witch's curse we recovered from Count Puteep's house. If it's a curse weaker than Puteep's, I can easily dispel it. I'll be getting closer. Is that all right? No problem. I have already made up my mind. Very well. I stood up from my seat and approached Wimley. Then, raising both hands, I chanted a spell. Harmony Adjustment. It was the same name as the spell used to dispel the curse of the land, but its effect had improved significantly. Wimley's body momentarily emitted a glow, and the magic's effect was immediately completed. It's done without any issues. The black chains that were entwined around his body have completely disappeared. How do you feel, Your Highness? Just to make sure, I asked. In response, Wimley blinked his eyes and looked at his own hands. Hi, it's amazing. I really feel much better. With a burst of energy, he leapt out of bed. I can stand. I'm standing on my own feet. Wimley shed tears as he looked at himself standing on the ground. He tried to act strong, but there seemed to be moments of hardship as well. However, due to his long period of bed rest, he immediately collapsed again. Quickly, I supported him and helped him sit back on the bed. I'm sorry, I got carried away. No, I fully understand your feelings. I appreciate you saying that. His face turned red with embarrassment, so it would be best not to dwell on it any further. I changed the subject. Your Highness, next, I would like to eliminate the source of the curse. Right. Where is this so-called source? Wimley, feeling relieved after the successful treatment, was now on board with the plan. Thanks to the treatment, any doubts he had about me seemed to have vanished completely. I could sense a strong trust in his words. It's in the drawer of that table. What? Upon hearing my words, Wimley frowned deeply. After a brief hesitation, his face turned pale. No way. Is that possible? In a panic, Wimley opened the drawer and took something out. At that moment, the presence of the curse intensified as Wimley took out the item from the drawer. What he held in his hand was a palm-sized bag. Your Highness, that is the source, I pointed out. With a pale face, the prince bowed his head. I see. So, it is true. What is it exactly? As I asked, Wimley hesitated for a moment but eventually spoke up. It's my medication. Medication. He took out a pill from the small bag and stared at it in disbelief. Having seen it directly, I understood it more accurately. This curse item, resembling a pill, was significantly different in nature from the diary owned by Count Tep-Putep. Instead of instantly cursing, it gradually weakened the target, like gently strangling them with a cotton thread. That's why it appeared as if the person was growing weaker due to their inherent frailty. If someone had tampered with the prescribed medication, it was certain that there were individuals within the palace plotting against Wymerley's life. That's why he had such a horrified expression. Are you certain of the identity of the physician? Yes, there's no doubt. He comes from a family that has served the Holy Royal Family for generations. In that case, it's possible that a third party switched the medication. Of course, there is a high probability that the personal physician is the culprit, but it would be cruel to tell Wymerley in his current state of distress. For now, let's keep silent about it. Wymerley seemed lost and desperate. It was understandable. If the curse was exposed and the other party became aware of it, they might try to take his life through different means. However, as he was already partially excluded from the position of the next Holy King candidate due to his frailty, he lacked the means to protect himself from threats without any backing. Having just been freed from the looming specter of death, anyone would become anxious if another Grim Reaper placed a scythe at their throat. However, it was too early to be anxious. After all, I had anticipated this flow of events when I offered to lift the curse. I whispered to Wymerley, "Shall I lend you my assistance? What is your objective?" "I see." His immediate response confirmed that he was indeed an exceptional individual. Despite the imminent danger of death, he hadn't lost his composure, which was truly remarkable. "I wish for you, Wymerley, to become the next Holy King." Originally, I had no interest in the next Holy King. I had my reasons. And although I wouldn't act on it now, I had been considering independence from the Holy Kingdom by the time the next generation took over. However, after getting to know Wymerley's character and abilities, my mind had changed. If he were to become the next Holy King, I might reconsider putting the independence plan on hold. That's how much I had taken a liking to Wymerley. Upon hearing my proposal, he opened his eyes wide. "I thought Lord Zechs had no interest in matters of who is becoming the next Holy King." "Why did you think that?" "Anyone would understand when they see your magic. There is no one in Foranada who can rival you. At first, I thought you had come to the royal castle to apologize to the Holy King's family, but it was the opposite, wasn't it?" "Well, it's only natural for him to think that since I, without any magic, lifted the curse." "Yes, you're right. I have done nothing wrong, so I have no intention of apologizing. I plan to settle the score with the palace faction." "That sounds scary." Wymerley deliberately shrugged his shoulders. It seemed he had no intention of snitching on me. Moreover, there shouldn't be anyone for him to snitch to, and even if there were, they probably wouldn't believe him. I had taken that into consideration when revealing my intentions. "So, why do you want me to become the next Holy King?" "Because I need your highness to build the future I desire." "What future do you desire?" "A future where my family can be happy." "I see." Wymerley looked straight into my eyes and nodded quietly. "Very well. Let's go along with Lord Zechs's proposal. From this moment on, Foranada belongs to my faction. I won't allow any withdrawal at this point." "I have no intention of withdrawing." I smiled in response to Wymerley's slightly mischievous demeanor. After that, we briefly discussed our future actions. For the time being, he will continue to live under the curse, waiting for the opportune moment for Foranada to step forward as a guardian. By doing so, we could protect ourselves with full force, and I wouldn't have to worry about his life. Ideally, I wanted to become a patron right away, but Foranada would be in turmoil for a while. It would be more convenient to wait for the situation to settle down. Though it was a rough plan, we reached an agreement. "I apologize for the inconvenience it may cause, but please bear with it for a while." "Well, I'm used to being bedridden. Having hope makes it better than before." We exchanged handshakes with smiles and parted ways, wishing each other good luck. Now then, unexpected gains have been made, but the real battle starts after this. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the onslaught of Foranada will finally begin. Section. As the morning broke, the long-awaited moment of destiny had arrived. There were some spies from the royalist faction who tried to gather information, but they were no match for us. We defeated them one by one, despite a few minor disturbances. The time for the ceremony of succession to the title finally came. Guided by an attendant, I made my way to the throne room where the Holy King awaited. According to the explanations along the way, it seemed that there were quite a few nobles attending this ceremony. It must be quite a hassle for them to come all the way here for a brief ritual of registering magical power into magical artifacts. Most likely, they were more interested in the negotiations that would take place after the ceremony. It seemed that the palace side misunderstood and thought that we were coming to apologize, so they came to witness that and mock us. It's enviable how they have so much free time. I wouldn't mind if they shared a little. While lost in these thoughts, I arrived in front of the doors leading to the throne room. The attendants seemed to have fulfilled their duty and quickly left. There was no need to psych myself up for this. Let's just get it over with and do what needs to be done. I reached out to the door to proceed when I heard a voice from behind before I could exert any force. Lord Zechs. It was a voice I recognized, dignified and imposing. As I turned around, as expected, Duke Lorumbale stood there. He maintained his usual austere aura, with a furrowed brow. What brings you here in a place like this? While I had a rough idea of what he was going to say, I decided to play dumb and throw a deliberately clueless question. In response, the Duke's brow furrowed even deeper. The path beyond is the execution grounds. I didn't think you would be oblivious to that fact. I widened my eyes at his words. It seemed that he was considering my well-being. His manner of concern was unexpected for a mad mage. It appeared that I had earned more favor with the Duke than I had anticipated. I must emphasize once again that it was truly unlike Duke Lorumbale to be so concerned about someone like me, who had entered his daughter's heart. I appreciated his warning, but there was no turning back at this point. I appreciate your concern, but I have no choice but to move forward. The nobles gathering in the throne room are either from the royalist faction or Count Honsel's camp. Even if you excel in political power, it's hard to believe that you can break through such a desperate situation. Ah, so Count Honsel and his camp are here as well. Well, they must still hold a grudge from the time of the Civil War. They had chosen not to engage in hostilities, deeming it unprofitable, and had remained silent all this time. However, that didn't mean they didn't harbor any emotions. Seizing this perfect opportunity, they had apparently decided to jump on the bandwagon. As the Duke watched me with a carefree smile, his tone grew stronger. Why did you step into the spotlight at this timing? It's clearly a blunder. It would have been best to wait until this incident had settled down. If it were the covert faction of Foranada, we could have easily extinguished the spark created by the royalist faction. Indeed, if we had the upper hand, we could have easily countered the plans of the royalist faction. In that case. But that won't do. Interrupting his words, I calmly spoke up. Erasing this incident would be equivalent to pretending that the second prince's blunder never happened. In that case, Foranada would be unable to move freely. From the moment I seized real power, the storyline leading up to stepping into the spotlight had already been decided. Naturally, it included breaking off the engagement between Karin and Grey. However, unexpectedly, the second prince, Grey, took an unforeseen action. He recklessly attacked Karin with magic, committing a grave and disastrous mistake. Thanks to that, I was able to revise the crucial part of the plan. I devised a perfect plan to dissolve Karin's engagement without Foranada needing to play the role of the villain. If that's the case, there's no reason to disrupt it. The Duke seems to view this incident as a calamity, but in reality, it's quite the opposite. For Foranada, Grey's misbehavior was like a blessing in disguise. You asked why I stepped into the spotlight at this timing, correct? I raised the corners of my mouth in a smug smile. Because this timing was the most optimal. It's a chance for Foranada, and for me, to showcase our strength. Ignoring the wide-eyed Duke, I opened the doors to the throne room. I plunged into the midst of countless enemies. The throne room, arguably the face of the Holy Kingdom, had a more extravagant appearance than anywhere else. The floor was covered in marble, and each pillar was adorned with exquisite artistic sculptures. The ceiling was incredibly high, and the throne placed at the far end was dazzlingly luxurious. The most expensive chamber in the Holy Kingdom was now filled with many nobles, There were around 20 to 30 of them, though it was hard to say for sure at a glance, but the majority seemed to belong to the palace faction. Mockery could be seen on everyone's faces, and they couldn't hide their intention to turn this into a spectacle. It's hard not to think of them as arrogant nobles, but perhaps they deemed it unnecessary to pretend when their trap had ensnared their target. They might not even know who fell into the trap. Seated on the throne was the Holy King, a man in his late 30s with slight curly black hair. He had an average build and looked like a regular handsome guy. I had seen him a few times in the game, but he didn't have any notable features. Well, he didn't have much of a role in the game either. While thinking such impolite thoughts internally, I glanced around at those around him. Other members of the royal family had gathered near the Holy King. Not everyone. Of course, there were 3 individuals: Grey, the central figure, Grey's mother, the second queen, and the third prince. Grey and the second queen had very unpleasant smiles on their faces. They seemed to wholeheartedly believe that I had come to apologize. They had such blissfully naive minds. I saw the third prince for the first time. He was a character who didn't even make an appearance in the game, and I had no information about him in that regard. According to the intelligence from the spies, he was described as a reasonably capable child, but there's nothing particularly notable about him. Let's set aside the third prince for now. What matters in this situation are the Holy King, the second prince, and the noble members of the palace faction. It was fortunate that the Consul faction was also present. I wanted to make sure they wouldn't hinder us in the future. The actors were all in place. Now it was time to proceed with the execution. Let's skip the description of the inheritance ceremony. It's neither interesting nor significant. I swore loyalty before the Holy King, received his words, and infused magic power into the stone tablet-shaped magical device. That's all. I briefly scanned the magical device that caught my interest, but it was a complete disappointment. It was nothing more than a device specialized in registering magic power. I could probably make one myself if I wanted to. Now, at this moment, a new count is born. Let us applaud for Zechs Levit San Foranada, the Holy King proclaimed, and the sound of scattered applause followed. Afterward, the Prime Minister, who was serving as the Master of Ceremonies, continued speaking. Now, we have heard that the new Count Foranada has a petition for His Majesty the Holy King. His Majesty graciously agrees to listen to it at this moment. Please express your gratitude and present the content. The surrounding laughter and mockery surged forth. It was an immense amount. Even if I had mentally prepared myself beforehand, it made my head spin. The emotion of looking down on others is always repulsive. Mental magic is convenient, but it's troublesome when it forces you to confront such aspects. Taking a deep breath and fighting off a dizzy spell, I opened my mouth. I shall state our demands. We, the Foranada, request the annulment of the engagement between Prince Grey II and Caroline, a public apology from Prince Grey II to Caroline, and the public release of an apology statement from the Holy Royal Family, I declared. What? A stunned murmur rippled through the throne room, followed by a painful silence. Everyone present, except for me, seemed unable to comprehend my words. However, as time passed, their minds slowly began to process the meaning of my statement. Then the room erupted into a cacophony of voices. The nobles collectively exclaimed, "Are you joking? Or shouldn't it be you who apologizes? Or don't get carried away. You pretentious Earl." They hurled insults and derogatory remarks at me. From the perspective of the royal faction, it was understandable. Offering a public apology would tarnish the reputation of the apologizing party. The public release of an apology statement would have the same effect, casting a shadow over the authority of the Holy Royal Family. In essence, I was demanding that they acknowledge their wrongdoing to the citizens and neighboring nations. They couldn't possibly accept demands that threatened their positions. Naturally, the Holy King refused. We cannot accept such demands. Furthermore, it was your side that committed the impropriety. There is no reason for us to apologize, the Holy King retorted. That judgment is based solely on the arguments of Prince Grey II and his associates. Shouldn't we hear the Foranada's side and establish the facts? I countered. It is unnecessary. If someone affiliated with the Holy Royal Family speaks the truth, it is considered the truth. This guy, is he serious? No, He's genuinely saying it. Judging by his eyes, the current Holy King seems heavily inclined towards authoritarianism, and he's showing favoritism towards his family. It makes me worried if someone like him is leading the country. The current state of affairs seems to be running smoothly, and the intelligence reports state that government affairs are being handled properly. Perhaps his personality has no influence in his daily duties. I had a sense of it when he didn't respond to the prior protest. However, seeing it firsthand left me dumbfounded. While sighing inwardly, I proceed with the plan as intended. Understood. In that case, I will modify my request. I see. The Holy King, with a relieved expression, appears at ease. However, it's too early for him to relax. I will challenge Prince Grey II to a duel. What? Upon hearing my following statement, the Holy King's eyes widen. No. It's not just him. Everyone present in the room expresses their astonishment. Dueling is an ancient custom within the aristocratic society. It is the ultimate means of resolving disputes by literally engaging in a duel to determine the victor. Due to the requirement of mutual consent and the presence of a third-party witness, duels rarely come to fruition. However, the conditions are ripe for it in this situation. The only thing left is to obtain the consent. Ignoring their confusion, I continue speaking. If I emerge victorious, I request that you accept the previous demands. In return, if I lose, I will relinquish all of Foranada's assets. There's no way we can accept such conditions. Foranada doesn't hold that much value. You cannot assert that, can you? I interject as the Prime Minister becomes agitated. Foranada's agricultural products are currently being shipped to numerous territories, which alone generates substantial profits. Additionally, we have made significant achievements in the commercial sector in recent years, and this year we have started engaging in the trading of ores. When combined, they should bestow immense wealth upon the Holy Kingdom. Specifically, I proceed to present detailed figures, including the profits from various sectors such as agriculture, mining, and commerce for the previous fiscal year, as well as projected estimates for the upcoming years. While it falls short of the entire Holy Kingdom's resources, it amounts to a sum comparable to the total funds of the royal faction. That is, the Prime Minister widens his eyes, and the surrounding nobles start to stir. It seems that they have finally recognized Foranada as a formidable threat. While I doubt their abilities as nobles, it is an unavoidable realization. Foranada was originally a small territory, and they were thorough in managing their information. If the opposing side was actively concealing their presence, it would have been impossible to investigate. The majority of those present here are visibly pale, witnessing the might of Foranada. They are probably individuals who have their economic interests intertwined with Foranada, be it in agriculture, commerce, or something else entirely. While I don't know the specifics, it is clear that they now find themselves in a position where they cannot oppose us. Just witnessing this scene brings a sense of relief, as some of the tension is lifted. However, not everyone shares the same sentiment. Some nobles view Foranada as a treasure trove and were practically drooling at the prospect. Most likely, they intend to make various moves after this negotiation concludes. It could be covert operations by the Shadow faction or an outright display of military force. Since we have only showcased our financial strength so far, they seem to believe that a simple takeover is possible with such naive calculations. It's a condescending attitude towards me due to my lack of color. Just as I anticipated, now Grey and the Holy King still appear hesitant. Perhaps I need one final push. Furthermore, when referring to Foranada's assets, it also includes human resources. Including myself, Caroline and Orca. They should be free to go. I had obtained permission from Karan and the others beforehand regarding this matter. Honestly, I'm not particularly fond of this condition, but if I didn't include it, there was a possibility that Grey wouldn't agree. According to Minerva, he is a bundle of complexes. If he hears that he can have Karan, who is plagued by feelings of inferiority, as he pleases, he should eagerly accept. However, as we are in a dire situation, I must ensure the success of the plan to repay the two who believed in my victory. Very well, a voice resounds. It is the arrogant and self-assured voice of a young boy. It is Grey's response. At this point, I am confident in the success of the plan, Your Highness." The Prime Minister panics. "But Grey pays no attention. If you say you'll give us everything, I'll accept. If we back down here, it will tarnish the reputation of the Holy King's family. However, if anything were to happen to you, do you think I would lose to someone without color like him? No, that is not my intention. However, considering the possibility." The Prime Minister voices his cautious opinion to Grey, who is fully prepared to accept the duel. It is a reasonable judgment since he is a prominent candidate for the next Holy King. Nevertheless, it unfolds exactly as we anticipated. "In that case, let us permit a proxy. If we can obtain the opponent's consent, anyone will do. Please arrange a representative." "Ah, but I will be the one fighting on our side." My proposal once again engulfs the room in unease. Considering I declared that anyone could stand in as a substitute for a life-or-death duel, their reaction is only natural. In extreme terms, if we obtain consent, we could even bring the world's strongest. And since I, being colorless, cannot use magic, it makes even more sense. Grey seems to have interpreted it as a personal insult and glares at me, while the majority of others are perplexed by my words and actions. The unease spreads for a while until a decisive voice speaks up. "I accept that duel. It is the Holy King. He has determined that the probability of their defeat based on the proposal I put forth is close to zero." There is no disturbance in his eyes as he gazes directly at me. "Now, will you retract your statement?" "I will not retract it." In response to the Holy King's ultimatum, I shake my head. Having acknowledged this, he wears a slight smirk and declares, "We shall proceed with the duel. Prepare at the first training ground." Unaware of who the real prey is, they have fallen into the trap. The first training ground within the royal city was a place specifically prepared for the royal guards, and it was about the size of 2 soccer fields. Additionally, just a quick glance revealed the presence of expensive-looking magical equipment lined up there. Those who trained here were indeed fortunate to have such favorable conditions. In the middle of that ground stood me. The opponent had not yet shown their face, so I was standing there alone. On the other hand, the gallery surrounding the training ground was packed. Not only the individuals in the throne room but also the knights serving in the royal palace seemed to be present. They must have plenty of free time. Let me explain my objective at this point. The reason for challenging a duel was simply to demonstrate my strength. During the negotiation phase, it became public knowledge that the current Foranada faction possessed economic power that did not fear the royal palace faction. Normally, this would be sufficient to intimidate them. However, the reality was not so smooth. The issue was that I am a colorless. Just by being a colorless, there were those who arrived at the conclusion of resorting to force. In fact, it is not an entirely incorrect line of thinking, as nobles often play a significant role in the final push of a magical battle. Dealing with such individuals is quite difficult. Probably, if I hadn't presented the idea of a proxy, they would have declined the duel and later incited the Night Order against me. The likelihood of that was high. It would allow them to undermine the royal family without exposing them to danger and also strip Foranada of its profits. The Prime Minister, for one, had a rather wicked smile on his face. Therefore, it was essential to demonstrate my strength through the duel. I needed to leave an impression that even a united front of the royal palace faction would be no match for me alone. The deeply ingrained prejudice that has been a recurring obstacle continues to hinder Foranada's progress. It is an extremely annoying issue, but it is proof of how deeply rooted the problem is. Once the matter with Karan is resolved, I intend to address the issue and work towards improvement. Well, in the original plan, I was supposed to show it through a different method, but this opportunity arose due to Grey's rampage. It allows for a stronger and more memorable impression, and above all, it provides me with a sense of relief. I have endured various things until now, but it's not like I don't have pent-up frustration. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I had already achieved my objective. After all, there was no way I would be defeated by someone of the caliber of the Holy Kingdom's talents. Even if the heavens and earth were turned upside down, a future where I would lose was inconceivable. This is not arrogance, it is a pure and simple fact. After waiting for a while, My opponent finally appeared. I wonder who it is. Oh? Upon seeing the enemy standing in front of me, I was impressed. It was a muscular man, robust and sturdy. He wasn't particularly tall, probably not even reaching 180 centimeters, but the armor of muscles enveloping his body was thick, greatly amplifying his presence. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure emanating from his entire being was astonishing. It felt suffocating, unlike any magical power. To have the Sword Saint as my opponent, I suppose I should go all out even to hunt a rabbit, I remarked. Yes, the man before me was none other than the one bestowed with the title of the strongest in the Holy Kingdom, the Sword Saint Gruzad Soderil San Feibeln, the current head of the Feibeln family. He turned his sharp gaze towards me and asked, "Since we are facing each other, I won't hold back. Surrender now, while you still can." "How kind of you." "But I won't surrender," I replied. "Fool," he muttered. The Sword Saint, acknowledging my response with a slight shrug of his shoulders, seemed to have lost interest. He averted his gaze as if to say he was done with the conversation. Closing his eyes on the spot, he entered a state of intense concentration. It appeared that he had no intention of wasting time before the duel began. "Since the duel hasn't started yet," I observed the Sword Saint. "He is at level 57, and his skills in swordsmanship and martial arts are remarkably high. His aptitude for magic seems to be in fire and earth. However, compared to his swordsmanship, his magical proficiency might be somewhat lower. Still, it's a skill level above the average. In terms of style, he primarily fights with a one-handed sword at his waist, using magic only as support. He is an orthodox swordsman. Now, how should I approach this? The level difference is significant, so I could end it in an instant if I wanted to. However, if I were to do that, the spectators might complain. It's best to show some restraint, enough for those around to grasp my strength. Now, the duel between Count Foranada and the representative of the second prince, the Sword Saint Count Feibeln, will commence. Acting as the referee is Vice Commander Osterbeckett Gatan Wader of the Royal Guards. Finally, the duel is about to begin. As the Sword Saint unsheathed his sword, I prepared my weapons as well. I retrieved two of my favorite daggers from the concealed phase pocket, and they materialized from the void. The surrounding area became noisy as the daggers appeared. But there's no need to pay attention to that. They will be even more surprised later. Are we both ready? Then, let's begin. The Vice Commander, slightly flustered, gave the signal to start. Simultaneously, the Sword Saint closed in on me. Oh? Even though we were about 10 meters apart, he closed the distance in an instant without using any body enhancements. It's not just his raw physical strength but also his skillful body movement. He fully utilizes the strength he possesses. However, he underestimates me. The opening move of Vessel Feibeln from the previous fight wasn't such a brute force attack. While not a counter move, if I let him continue to underestimate me, it would be difficult to showcase my true abilities. So, I'll demonstrate some elaborate techniques. Narrowly avoiding his downward strike, I take small steps. In one fluid motion, I circle around to his back and casually swing my right dagger. The hasty slash I unleashed is something that can easily be defended against under normal circumstances. However, the Sword Saint managed to barely intercept it. "Where did you learn that footwork?" Our clash lasted only a moment. As I stepped back with a backwards step, the Sword Saint asked with a menacing voice. There was no trace of the previous composure he had. What did I do? I unleashed the same sudden attack appearing right in front that Vessel demonstrated in the past. It was quite a unique footwork, and I had anticipated it to be a Feibeln family technique. Judging by his reaction, I shrugged my shoulders. I learnt it by imitating. Nonsense. The Sword Saint glared at me sharply. Of course, he didn't believe me. With enhanced visual acuity from body enhancement, and rigorous training with my mentor Akatsuki, it's something that I couldn't help but learn. Also, the fact that a similar technique was showcased in a manga from my previous life played a role too. The mechanism is rather simple. People predict the direction of movement based on the opponent's preparatory action. By moving in the opposite direction of the shifted center of gravity, one can shake off the enemy's line of sight. Well, manipulating the center of gravity is quite challenging, but I practiced it through practical combat and learned it. Oops, TCH, so you're blocking it after all. The Sword Saint attacked using the same footwork. Previously, I could barely manage to block it using anticipation. But now I can handle it with ease. I must say, I've grown. Our weapons clashed. There was a tremendous pressure coming through the daggers, but my arms didn't flinch. Even though I'm just a child in the early double digits, there was no way I could break through his strength, which had increased tenfold through body enhancement. Realizing that he was at a disadvantage in a contest of strength, the Sword Saint immediately retreated after a brief struggle. He's quick to assess the situation. I had intended to continue the contest of strength and break his sword, but it seems that bestowing him with the title of the Sword Saint wasn't without reason. If we're starting over, this time I'll take the initiative and attack. Gripping my two daggers tightly, I dash forward. For now, I won't use any magic other than body enhancement and anticipation. If I were to employ more than 2 spells, the Sword Saint probably wouldn't be able to endure it. I launch a hit-and-run strategy, capitalizing on my speed. It's easy to evade the opponent's defense with anticipation and land every attack, but that would quickly bring the battle to an end. I'll keep it moderate and just inflict some minor wounds. I maneuver around the training ground, bewildering the Sword Saint. I strike when I shake off his line of sight, then swiftly move again. I repeat this process over and over. Despite holding back, there are times when he defends against attacks properly. Must be the difference in experience. He didn't react to anticipation, so he's mostly relying on his instincts. I need to stay focused, otherwise, a lucky punch might happen. Let's tighten our concentration. Multiple slashes cut through the air, and with each strike, blood dances in the air. The Sword Saint no longer carries an air of dignity. He's just a battered weakling standing there. It's about time. The spectators who were initially lively before the duel have already fallen silent. They tremble in fear. Their faces pale. The results seem to be satisfactory. I come to a stop. I stand 10 meters in front of the Sword Saint. Just like at the beginning of the duel. Is this the end? The Sword Saint exhales roughly and murmurs. His eyes reflect resignation, but it seems he intends to continue fighting until the end. Truly the stance of a battle-crazed warmonger. I ask him, would you prefer a light touch to end it or a decisive conclusion? If we don't leave any loose ends, it would be better to just kill him. However, I don't particularly enjoy killing. Since the Sword Saint doesn't seem likely to hold a grudge based on the outcome, I ask deliberately, although I already know the answer. That's a foolish question. I see. His reply was short, but it was very clear. That's what I expected from a Feyibeln warrior. I shrug my shoulders and adjust my weapons. What a foolish question. I see. His reply was short, but very clear. That's what I expected from a Feyibeln warrior. I shrugged my shoulders and readjusted my weapons. I've demonstrated my close combat skills up to this point. In that case, it's best to finish with a single blow of magic. A spell that showcases overwhelming power in a way that even the inexperienced spectators can understand. It's quite challenging, but with my skills, I should be able to achieve it. Believing in my own magical technique, I refine my mana. I let it expand around me, spreading it out and visualizing each element. What unfolds are hundreds of magical blades. A cluster of white translucent blades, resembling thin, shimmering fragments of magic that could be mistaken for feathers. They materialize in the air around me. The noble onlookers buzz with excitement. Some seem to have realized it's my magic, and a sense of astonishment can be felt. Such splendid reactions. If I've put on this level of performance, there should be no one left to underestimate me just because I have no color. This is the finishing blow. I infuse magic into both of my daggers. The materialized mana extends the blades, transforming them into swords adorned with a divine radiance. I swing both swords in a crossing motion. Instantly, the shining blades turn into flying slashes heading towards the Sword Saint. Simultaneously, the swarm of blades deployed in the sky descends upon him. The The Sword Saint swings his sword, bellowing with a voice full of desperation, but it was too reckless. His voice is drowned out by the collision sound of the blades, and his figure sinks into a mountain of swords. All the blades fall to the ground, leaving behind a heavily damaged training ground and the torn apart remains of the Sword Saint. A painful silence engulfs the training ground. No one's expression wants to believe what they see before them. Even Gray, who is kneeling in astonishment with his head down. The mana is in disarray, and the fear directed towards me is palpable. Considering this as a good opportunity, I activate telepathy. The target, of course, is Gray. Gray, the second prince. As soon as I conveyed my voice, he trembles and looks around frantically. The previous duel must have been quite shocking for him. However, I have no intention of showing mercy. Never come near Caroline again. If you ever try to harm her again, I will relentlessly chase you to the depths of hell and ultimately kill you. Due to the combined use of the mental magic, fear, Gray loses control and faints while wetting himself. TCH, he should have endured it more. Oh well, can't be helped. I shift my focus and look towards the judge, but it's no use. Perhaps I got too close and he fainted from the aftermath of a battle. He's quite injured, but it's his own fault, so I'll leave him be. Without mercy, I address the spectators who are watching from above. The duel is over, and I am the winner. I trust you will keep your promise, Your Majesty. The Holy King, upon hearing my words, can only open and close his mouth in silence. Observing his reaction, I determine that there's no point in waiting any longer. You understand what will happen if you fail to keep your promise, right? With a veiled threat, I withdraw from the training ground. Well, there's no reason for me to stay in the royal castle anymore. I decide to swiftly return to Foranada. Gathering my subordinates who are waiting in the background, I promptly use Phase Link Gate to return. I'm not aware of what happens in the castle afterwards. Epilogue 01, Distorted World. A few days after the duel, the royal palace retracts the accusations against Karan. Along with a formal apology from Prince Gray, even the Holy Royal Family releases a statement of apology. As mentioned before, the fact that the country's leaders acknowledged their mistake is significant. It not only shakes the nation internally but also sends shockwaves through neighboring countries. However, immediate chaos does not ensue. The Holy Kingdom is, after all, a major power. They are well versed in handling such situations and have suppressed any potential riots before they could escalate. While their reputation may have been tarnished, they have managed to maintain control. On the other hand, Gray has suffered a fatal blow. The fact that he assaulted the Countess and, moreover, a rare light mage, weighs heavily against him. His chances of becoming the next Holy King are now despairingly low. There are even rumors that he will be disinherited as soon as he reaches adulthood after graduating from the academy. The only reason he hasn't been discarded immediately is out of humanitarian consideration. Personally, I feel that the punishment is rather harsh. This incident was blown out of proportion by the Foranada Intelligence Agency, and Gray is effectively socially dead. It would be fine to leave him be without further consequences. By the way, Count Becker, who supported Gray, has mysteriously disappeared. It seems his entire household has been dismantled, and it's easy to imagine her fate. The nameless knights who assisted Gray are likely not safe either. As for my abilities, a gag order seems to have been placed. It is only known to those who were present at the scene. That's probably for the best. If news were to leak that a colorless defeated the Sword Saint, it would be a massive embarrassment for the nation. It would be like a professional losing in a serious match against a baby. Even if that infant is an exception among exceptions, no one would believe it properly. I'm fine with that. I have no intention of boasting about my strength, but at the same time, I have no desire to hide it anymore. Let's leave the topic of the royal palace behind and talk about Foranada. Overall, life here remains mostly unchanged. There were some complaints when I took a more prominent role, but pre-existing public opinion control efforts have prevented any significant problems from arising. However, there is one annoying issue. It seems the Duke Lorumble was observing the battle between me and the Sword Saint, and since then, he persistently inquires about magic. I receive a letter from him every day. Moreover, he tries to push his daughter Minerva to stay in Foranada. I couldn't help but wonder about the treatment of his only daughter. However, now that there are no more secrets, I had no strong reason to refuse. In the end, Minerva ended up living in Foranada Castle. What surprised me a little was that Minerva, who was called a magic fool in the game, didn't show much interest in my abilities. It seemed that she wasn't unable to be straightforward due to her emotions influenced by magic power. But, despite the new changes, peaceful days continued. Not all the problems had been resolved, but I finally found a moment to catch my breath. However, I let out a voice full of frustration that didn't suit the peaceful atmosphere as I threw a powerful right straight punch. The target of my punch was a white-haired, black-eyed young man, Akatsuki. That's right. I was currently engaged in simulated combat training with my mentor. Since I was able to win against his doppelgangers consistently, I was now sparring with the real self. I couldn't afford to let my guard down, as one wrong move could lead to death. As we were in the final stages of training, I was already at my limit. I had no weapons and very little magic power remaining. I was fighting solely with my fists. Fortunately, it seemed that his magic power was also running low. Although he seemed to have more leeway than me, the fact that we were on the same playing field of close combat gave me a glimmer of hope for victory. Oh yeah. Akatsuki throws a counter-like jab at me, desperately evading it. I launch another punch. It's a back-and-forth battle. In my battered state, even a single blow could bring me down. I have no choice but to avoid with all my might. I want to land at least one hit on Akatsuki. It was the goal I set from the beginning of my training. It feels like it's within reach now, so I'm more determined than ever. I widen my eyes and carefully assess his movements. And finally, seizing a split-second opening, my fist lands on Akatsuki's cheek. It was the first time in 3 years of training that I achieved this. I did it, Yuga. Overwhelmed by joy, I let my guard down and receive his counterattack perfectly. I'm sent flying backward with great force, and my consciousness fades away. Section. When I come to, the sun has already set. It should have been early afternoon during our training, so I must have slept for about 4 or 5 hours. Akatsuki is standing right beside me. He acknowledges my awakening and shrugs his shoulders. I didn't expect you to take a hit. His words confirm that the events before I lost consciousness weren't just a dream. The grueling scenes of training flash through my mind, and I can't help but tear up. Hey, come on, there's no need to cry. I aim to land a punch on you. That's quite dangerous. Akatsuki chuckles wryly. However, he doesn't continue with any complaints. Perhaps he's aware that I've been engaging in reckless training. Suddenly, he starts to speak. By the way, there was something I wanted to ask you. What is it? Why didn't you become independent? I thought it was just a casual question, but he unexpectedly asked something delicate. I answer carefully, choosing my words. I was fond of the first prince. However, it seems that this response doesn't sit well with him. Akatsuki shakes his head. That's a story from when you went to the capital. But even before that, you had no intention of becoming independent, did you? I find myself at a loss for words. His observation is correct. I had decided not to become independent before I even met the first prince, Wymley. Even in the current situation, I could have distanced myself. In truth, up until 6 months ago when I initiated the plan, I had planned to become independent. I thought it would increase the chances of overturning Karen's fate if I didn't have to attend school, but I discarded that idea. The reason is clear. I shift my gaze to the western sky and exhale. This world is on the edge, isn't it? No way. From my gaze and words, it seems that Akatsuki has grasped the situation. As I suspected, he also knew. 6 months ago, when I understood the concept of pure white and chaotic black magic, my perception of the world changed. I became able to accurately read the flow of magic throughout the world. In simple terms, the resolution of my magic sight increased. Through this, I discovered that this world is cursed. A malicious curse fills the entire world, albeit in a minuscule amount. This curse is likely the cause of the land curses that occur. Furthermore, it must also be affecting the people. A small grain of sand can accumulate and become a mountain. Those who are weaker to their desires will inevitably stray onto the path of wrongdoing. The fact that this world has been twisted by someone's curse is a terrifying truth. And I had a clue about this curse. When it was revealed that the origin of the curse lay to the west through the flow of magic, I realized it. The Western Demon Lord is cursing the world even while sealed. Isn't that right? In the game, the enemy that the saint would reseal, a calamity that the Holy Kingdom has been resealing every 100 years. That is the Western Demon Lord. Honestly, in the game, the portrayal was rather haphazard, so I didn't consider it much of a threat. But now that I know the truth of the world, I keenly feel that my perception was naive. After learning about the curse, I hurried to the sealing location. I also checked the east, where the hero should handle things. The east was fine. There was a suitable existence that slept just as I remembered. Even if the hero were to fail, I could handle an enemy of that level. However, the west is different. It's not a matter of whether I can defeat it or not. It's understandable why it's a matter for the saint. It's not effective without light magic. It's hopeless. In game terms, it's like having resistance or immunity to anything other than light magic. In terms of level, it's weaker than me now, but I can't inflict damage without using a non-elemental attack. Perhaps, by relying on brute force and the level difference, I might be able to inflict some damage, but it would undoubtedly require an immense amount of time. If the battle were to drag on, the world would be destroyed in the aftermath. Even though it's considered weaker, it is overwhelmingly stronger than humanity. That's why the Western Demon Lord must never be unleashed. Even if I keep Karen from meeting her fate, it would be futile if the world were to perish. I wanted to closely observe the movements of the saint and take precautions. In the worst-case scenario, Karen could also be in danger. The reason why Karen, in the game, falls into the clutches of the final boss is due to the temptation of the Western Demon Lord. That entity takes advantage of the darkness within her heart and transforms her into an enemy of the world. As someone who has a connection with Karen, it's possible that I might get involved, even if the real-life her is a different person from the one in the game. I believe that the chances of the real Karen succumbing to temptation are low. As long as she remains sealed, there shouldn't be any problems. However, if the Demon Lord were to be revived, I couldn't make any guarantees about what would happen if there was direct interference. Considering all the risks, it was inconvenient for me to leave the Holy Kingdom until the ritual for resealing was completed. And besides, I wanted Karen to experience being a student. That's another reason. Adding a playful remark to mask the serious atmosphere, I included those words as well. It wasn't a lie. I did want to keep Karen within my reach, and that was part of the reason for having her attend the academy. However, it didn't seem to have much of an effect. Akatsuki looked at me with a serious gaze and nodded. It seemed like he was contemplating something. I couldn't read his inner thoughts, but it appeared to me that he had made a once-in-a-lifetime resolution. I sincerely hoped that his resolve would not be put to the test. Epilogue 02, 6 years later. Time flies quickly, and 6 years have passed since Foranada took center stage. We are now 16 years old, the age to enter the academy. As the start of the game scenario approaches, I naturally feel the pressure, but I believe I have prepared everything I can in advance. All that's left is to adapt on the fly. By the way, our conflict with the royal palace is currently at a stalemate. It feels like both sides are upholding a non-aggression pact. Well, things got pretty heated when I volunteered to be the guardian of the first prince, but we resolved it quickly, so let's consider it a success. Now, back to the present. At 16, according to the growth rate of people in this world, our bodies are already adult-like. My white hair and light purple eyes remain the same, but my height has grown to 183 centimeters. I hate to say it myself, but I think my facial features have become more handsome and refreshing. Well, self-praise feels awkward, but I should note that people around me have a positive opinion of me. However, there is one point of dissatisfaction. Despite having well-developed muscles, this body has a slim appearance. It seems to have a tendency to look slender, which is a drawback. With the white hair, it really gives off a cosplay vibe. I mused in front of the mirror in my private room. Today, I heard that the academy's uniform had been completed, so I decided to try it on. The result was indescribable. The uniform itself had a design of a black base with gold lines, resembling a casual military outfit. It reminded me of characters from manga or anime, and it felt quite out of place. Well, considering that this world itself is similar to the game, I can't help but feel this kind of Chunobu vibe, which makes me restless. I pondered in front of the mirror for a while, making a few grunts. Then, I heard a knocking sound at the door. With my constant detection ability, I was aware of the presence approaching my room. It turned out to be Karen, Orca, Nina, and Minerva standing in front of the door. It's not unnatural for all four of them to be together. We all get along well, after all. Minerva's tsundere tendencies were something I had come to understand about everyone. After spending 6 years together, you start to grasp each other's natures. But I digress. Timing-wise, they must have come to show me their uniform outfits. The suggestion came from Karen and Orca, with Minerva pretending to be reluctantly enthusiastic, and Nina just going with the flow. I can easily imagine the interactions between the four of them. I motion for them to come in and step away from the mirror. It's somewhat embarrassing to be caught scrutinizing my own uniform appearance. We're intruding. Zechs Orca takes the lead. Unfortunately, his growth over these 6 years seems to be limited to an increase in height. I think he was around 155 centimeters. He hasn't become more manly at all. He still has his baby face, and his short chestnut hair is silky smooth. The girl's uniform has been modified to feature a black-themed pleated skirt instead of the men's slacks, and he wears it flawlessly. Unlike me, he looks incredibly adorable, with a charming appeal. Especially the tail peeking out from the skirt, swaying playfully. It was incredibly cute. Wait a minute. Why is Orca wearing the girl's uniform? I overlooked it because it suited him so well. But it's too unnatural. Why are you wearing the girl's uniform? Someone told me that Zechs would be happy about it. Who was it? I can't say it's a complete lie, but I'm frustrated that I'm giving him such poor advice. I genuinely care for Orca as my little brother. As I hold my head in frustration, Orca responds with a puzzled expression. It was Garner-san, the newcomer caretaker. That maid did? I had hired someone a year ago to take care of Karen and Orca in preparation for their enrollment at the academy. And it seems that person is the mastermind behind this. We should have a serious talk with them. I knew they had a cheerful personality, but their perception of me is off. To prevent any further troublesome incidents, it's necessary to firmly address the issue. Having made up my mind, Orca suddenly lowers his head unexpectedly. What's wrong? I hurriedly ask, concerned about Orca, who is rapidly shrinking. Then he raises his face slightly and says, "Doesn't it suit me?" Problem. When asked by a tearful, beautiful step-C brother with upturned eyes if the current outfit suits them, how should one respond? It suits you perfectly. Answer. Respond enthusiastically with "it suits you" without hesitation. Thanks to my swift response, Orca visibly relaxes with a relieved expression. No. If I were to suggest changing into the boy's uniform after seeing that sad face, it would be out of the question. They willingly changed into it with good intentions. The school rules state that both boys and girls can wear either uniform, so I won't say anything more tactless. Yeah, I've given up. By the way, why only Orca? After a brief pause, I inquire about the reason why the other members are still waiting by the entrance. Orca suddenly exclaims, "Oh, I forgot. We decided to have each person go in one by one for Zechs to see. The rule is that the person who went in before calls the next person." Oh, I see. It seems like they made that arrangement among themselves. It's not entirely clear, but it's probably best not to interfere unnecessarily. Orca calls out, "Next person, please." And the door opens immediately. Nina enters the room. Unlike Orca, she has undergone significant growth over the past 6 years. Although her hairstyle remains a single braid, everything else has changed dramatically. Firstly, her height has reached 177 centimeters. With her dignified facial features, calm demeanor, and excellent posture, she has become a stunning beauty whom the term handsome accurately describes. The uniform she wears is also impeccably fitting, giving her a knightly aura. However, Contrary to her appearance, her body has developed in a feminine way. She possesses a well-proportioned figure with pronounced curves and just the right amount of muscle, combining functional and artistic beauty. While she retains the title of a beauty, she might end up being called a warrior goddess or something similar at the academy, and it seems her popularity among girls is likely to soar. By the way, her twin sister, the heroine, may not be considered Lily, but she didn't develop as much. Well, considering the environment she grew up in, it's understandable. What do you think? Nina calmly asks. She's still a reserved child who doesn't show much emotion. However, having spent many years together, my skills have sharpened to the point where I don't miss even the slightest change. It's evident that she's undoubtedly waiting for my opinion. I am not one to disappoint such expectations. You look really great, handsome and cool. And I think the ribbon you're using for your braid is cute too. Thank you. Nina faintly smiles. It seems I was able to give the right feedback. Through my application of anticipation, I noticed that she was using a different ribbon to tie her hair. It was probably something she acquired for this occasion. I'm glad I was able to compliment her properly. Next, please. Nina nods satisfactorily and promptly calls the next person. She then moves to a corner of the room. It seems she wants to bask in the afterglow. Was she really that happy? I thought I was giving her compliments as usual, but maybe I should increase the frequency. However, I can't keep paying attention to Nina forever. I respond to the call, and the third person enters. Hey, feast your eyes on my beauty. Appearing with an arrogant and disdainful attitude is my fiancée, Minerva. She sways her trademark twin tails and proudly averts her flat chest with a smug expression. Minerva has always had confidence in her appearance, so her reaction is as expected. However, it's a cruel fact that she, like Orca, hasn't grown much. Her lovely pouting face, eyes resembling shiny black onyx, and mostly straight figure have hardly changed since 6 years ago. Although her height has increased, it's just barely around 140 centimeters. To give Minerva some credit, she has grown more compared to the original game. In her past life's profile, her measurements were AAA, yet, in reality, she's an A cup. I think that's quite a difference. Your beauty is so enchanting that you could be mistaken for a fairy. I think you really bring out the allure of black in Minerva's uniform, emphasizing the black of her hair and eyes, and making her fair skin even more beautifully radiant. Of course, I do. Her tsundere attitude is in full swing today. She turns her head away with a huff in response to my words, but it's clear as day that she's delighted. As I smile at my adorable fiancé, Minerva also raises her voice and says, "Next, please. It seems it's finally time for the last member to enter." "Pardon me, Anisama." With a polite greeting, a beautiful woman with distinctive golden hair tied in a ponytail enters the room. Her golden hair, resembling ears of rice, and her porcelain-like white skin shimmer brilliantly. Every feature on her face is of exquisite beauty. Her beauty is not the only impressive thing. With her height of 166 centimeters, her figure is outstanding and would captivate anyone who sees her. No, her proportions are truly remarkable. Needless to say, this golden-haired beauty is none other than my beloved sister, Corinne. She was grown into a peerless beauty from her previously adorable self. It's truly something to be proud of. However, the question remains as to why she has grown so much compared to her game counterpart. It's as if she's in the wrong genre of the game. Her body has significant curves and irregularities. I wonder what she did to grow to this extent. When I indirectly asked her, she only responded with, "It's the power of love." Well, let's set that question aside for now. Her polished ruby-like eyes, slightly slanted, perhaps due to her role as a villainess, are now fixed on me. Sensing her emotions, I quickly speak up. "Corinne, you're beautiful too. The combination of black and gold enhances each other, highlighting your beauty." "Thank you, Anisama." The moment she hears my compliment, Corinne blossoms into the radiant smile. Just from that expression, one could feel satisfied enough to have multiple servings of food. In this way, all four of them have grown into beautiful and adorable individuals. I believe I've also made some progress, but to keep up with these girls, I can't afford to be complacent. I must continue to put in effort. Satisfied with receiving my compliment, the girls start chattering excitedly. They all wear smiles, clearly enjoying the present moment. As I silently observe this scene, I suddenly hear a voice from beside me. "You look great too, Zechs." "Handsome." "Thank you, but Shin compliments me no matter what I wear, right?" "I mean it." "That's why I'm returning the favor, isn't it?" "Huh?" "When did this happen?" Karen and the others, who just noticed Shin's presence, look at us with surprised expressions. It seems they weren't aware of Shin's presence. Shin calmly responds. "I entered the room together with Lady Caroline and her companions. I was immediately captured by Zechs-sama's attention, though, of course." I shrug my shoulders at her slightly disappointed expression. I was aware that Shin had entered the room unnoticed from behind Karen and the others. I trusted her, so I let it go, but I wonder what she really wanted to accomplish. However, thanks to her, it became clear that Karen and the others lack sufficient perception abilities. Even though Shin is the strongest among the girls, she shouldn't be disregarded. I'll think about adding some additional training for them later. The expression on Nana-sama's face. "What did you do, Shin? I wonder if I can escape." Resignation is crucial. The four of them are making a fuss, but I don't pay it any mind. As Nina said, there's no way they can escape from me. Another lively day passes by. Soon, our eventful school life will begin. We'll experience enjoyable events along with challenging developments. I strongly feel that I want to overcome all of them and continue to laugh together like this. I want to put even more effort into it, all for the sake of a happy future. In a section of the royal palace, deep within a restricted area accessible only to the Holy Royal Family and authorized individuals, a minor official named Louise was present. To provide a more detailed description, she was seated at a table in the center of an indoor garden covered by translucent walls. Accompanying her were two individuals. One was the person Louise served, Her Royal Highness Princess Arianote Yustria Ali Cutest, known as the Ice-Wise Saintess. Her loosely tied golden hair exuded a divine radiance, and her deep blue eyes reflected profound wisdom. She was a person who embodied both beauty and intelligence befitting her nickname. The other person was Cardinal Famnulf Madella, a seasoned veteran well over 70 years old and the second in command of the church. He was on the verge of surpassing the record for longevity in the Holy Kingdom. The wrinkles etched on his face were not for show, and despite being a non-combatant, his sharp gaze contained the presence of a blade. This peculiar group of individuals gathered together, enjoying tea amidst the flowers. It would be impossible for outsiders to guess the topics being discussed between Louise, Princess Arianote, and Cardinal Madella. Princess Arianote had invited Cardinal Madella for a specific purpose, to hear the details of the recent ceremony of peerage inheritance and the duel that had taken place. The conclusion was already known to Louise and her companions. Colorless had inherited the title of Count and challenged His Highness the Second Prince to a duel. Furthermore, it was reported that Colorless, acting as a proxy, had soundly defeated the Sword Saint, leaving no room for doubt. To be honest, Louise still found it hard to believe. The current Sword Saint, rumored to possess the greatest swordsmanship skills of all time, defeated by someone of colorless background, and not just defeated but overwhelmingly so. Princess Arianote also seemed unable to discern the truth of the matter. With her exceptional strategic mind, she could usually unravel the truth from even the smallest scraps of gossip. However, this time seemed particularly challenging. That's why she invited Cardinal Madella, who happened to be present at the scene. Although there was a strict non-disclosure order regarding the incident, it did not apply to the royal family, as confirmed by His Majesty. Cardinal Madella, bursting with the desire to speak, enthusiastically relayed what he had witnessed. According to him, Colorless displayed swordsmanship far surpassing that of the Sword Saint. He claimed that Colorless wielded angelic and awe-inspiring magic. It all sounded like a fantastic tale, tempting one to doubt its veracity. I can understand why it's hard to believe, Cardinal Madella remarked, sensing their inner thoughts from Princess Arianote and Louise's expressions. He let out a wry smile. However, he continued, the world is full of events that defy common sense. You may not have encountered such experiences in your 10 or 11 years of life, but you will inevitably come to realize it in the future. His words carried weight, coming from someone who had lived for over 70 years. With a meaningful smile, Cardinal Madella continued, even for this old bones of mine, his magic was shocking. It was truly angelic, as if a divine messenger had descended. Your Highness and Miss Louise are of the same age as him. You will undoubtedly have the opportunity to witness his abilities firsthand during your school life. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Cardinal Madella took his leave. Only Princess Arianote and Louise remained in the garden. A brief silence enveloped them before Princess Arianote spoke up. It seems to be true. Do you believe it, Your Highness? A slight sense of astonishment welled up within Louise. She still couldn't fully believe it. The idea that they were being deceived with hallucinogenic drugs or that it was a plot to discredit the intelligent Princess Arianote seemed more plausible. It was absurd to think that a 10-year-old child could surpass the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, and even colorless using magic was beyond the realms of believability. Princess Arianote shook her head. No matter how difficult it is to believe, we have no choice but to believe. It is a fact that the Sword Saint has passed away, and there is no reason for Cardinal Madella to plot against me. He is the second in command of the church. As a woman, someone who is far from the throne like me is not a threat worth scheming against. Princess Arianote. Louise had no words to respond. Princess Arianote was incredibly intelligent, surpassing the noble elite. She possessed the talent of a light mage and was capable of acting for the sake of the Holy Kingdom more than anyone else. She had the ideal qualities, yet she could not ascend to the throne of the Holy King. It was because of her gender, a single factor that kept her farthest from the throne. If the other princes were incompetent, there might have been some hope. While she couldn't inherit the throne, there could have been a future where she herself became the Holy King. However, reality is cruel. Despite excluding the first prince due to his frail health, the other two princes were competent in their own right. As a result, the chances of the throne falling to Princess Arianote became almost non-existent. It was truly frustrating. Above all, Princess Arianote was the most deserving of becoming the Holy King. Louise, please don't make such a face. I, myself, am not particularly interested in the throne of the Holy King. In fact, I am not suited for it. But I have my reasons. Princess Arianote interrupted Louise's words and spoke with a tone of denial. A king should not dedicate themselves solely to the country. That's what I believe. Even though you are a king? Because I am a king. The king is the embodiment of the country itself. It would be unnatural to sacrifice oneself for one's own sake. Dedication is the duty of subordinates, not the duty of the king. Then what is the duty of the king? I believe that the job of a king is to uphold their own will. It is the unwavering heart in the face of any difficulty that inspires the people, don't you think? I see. It was both understandable and incomprehensible. This was the first time Louise had heard such a conversation from Princess Arianote, who had shown a tendency to avoid discussions about the throne. The change in her mindset was undoubtedly related to Count Foranada's movements. The princess spoke. Most likely, the next Holy King will be my brother, Prince Wimley. Yes? Why do you think so? For a moment, Louise was taken aback. After all, the first prince had been bedridden for a long time, and there were rumors that his end was near. He seemed even more distant from the throne than Princess Arianote. However, she quickly reconsidered. Princess Arianote was intelligent, and she wouldn't make baseless statements. She must have had some basis for her belief. Her thinking was correct, and Princess Arianote continued to speak. There is information that Count Foranada had a meeting with Prince Wimley before his ennoblement. Yes, I have also heard about it. Apparently, it was because the first prince strongly requested the meeting. The details of the meeting were unclear, as it concerned the one who was seemingly abandoned. Considering my brother's nature, he probably apologized for Gray's incompetence. That person is kind-hearted, after all. Princess Arianote's eyes were incredibly cold as she spoke. Having served for many years, Louise could understand the reason without being told. Princess Arianote was someone who could execute anything for the sake of the country. She was a personification of rationality. The ideals of the first prince, who prioritized human emotions, must have seemed foolish to her. However, she didn't stop at belittling him. Considering Count Foranada's character, Prince Wimley's actions were the optimal solution. The Count must have promised to support my brother. In this way, she would use emotions as well when necessary. She could become relentlessly rational for the sake of her goals. That was Princess Arianote's strength, demonstrated by her ability to understand emotions and the like. Louise voiced a question. I understand why Count Foranada would cooperate with the first prince, but what about his health? If he were to die, it would be a lost cause. We have the Holy Maiden of Sunshine, don't we? In response, Princess Arianote gave a concise answer. If I, as the counterpart light mage, provide assistance, Prince Wimley's condition may improve, don't you think? But even with your help, wouldn't it be impossible for Princess Arianote to restore the first prince's health? I intentionally held back in that case. What? Louise froze in surprise at the unexpected response. Ignoring her reaction, Princess Arianote continued. I don't know the details, as I haven't investigated it myself, but Prince Wimley's deteriorating health is due to a plot. If I were to restore his condition, assassins would come after me as well. It may sound heartless, but when weighing the value of myself, a light mage, against a mere prince, the scales tip in my favor. You're not mistaken. Louise herself couldn't be so ruthlessly rational, but if the one she served was in jeopardy, she would gladly sacrifice others. It could be confidently asserted that Princess Arianote's choice was flawless. After hearing the explanations and understanding them, Louise felt convinced. If Count Foranada favored the first prince and there was a possibility of his recovery, it was highly likely that he would offer his support. Shall I make the necessary arrangements? I questioned Princess Arianote about executing measures to hinder the first prince's rise, as it would undoubtedly disrupt the delicate balance within the current palace faction. However, Princess Arianote shook her head in response. No, there's no need to do anything. Why not? Now would be the perfect opportunity to crush him before he officially receives support. If we intervene recklessly, it will be us who end up being crushed, you know. Haven't you forgotten? Foranada is strong enough to defeat the Sword Saint. Can't we overpower them in numbers? It's impossible. There should have been elven operatives infiltrated into their house, and yet, no information has leaked whatsoever. We should consider the entire family a threat. That's the elven operatives, kept secret from the public. They are an exceptionally skilled group, possessing magic abilities surpassing that of humans. The fact that they have been deceived is indeed a situation that should be treated with the utmost seriousness. Louise bowed her head. I overstepped my boundaries. I apologize. It's fine. With an ordinary opponent, that wouldn't be a problem. After saying that, Princess Arianote smiled. No interference with Foranada. That's my policy. At least until the start of the academy. Her smile, her signature price, was as cold and sharp as ever. Interlude. What is that? What is that? What is that? Is it really colorless? I've never heard of such a monster. If something like that exists, it will ruin my plans. What should I do? What should I do? Wait, calm down. If there really is a monster of that level, it might be watching me from the shadows. I should avoid showing my agitation here. Deep breaths. Okay, that's better. However, this turn of events has resulted in an unexpected outcome. If I were to comply with the monster's demands, Gray's future would be ruined. Unless something drastic happens, his disinheritance is certain. In a sense, that's desirable, but in another sense, it's not ideal. From a long-term perspective, it would be a tailwind for what I aim for. With one heir eliminated, I just need to crush the remaining two. But in the short term, it would also affect me. I have no choice but to endure it. But it's not something to be celebrated. Damn it. It's all Gray's fault. I never expected him to attack his fiancée. It was just meant to stimulate his inferiority complex towards the first princess. But I didn't expect such a dramatic effect. It was naive of me to think that it would be enough to thoroughly dislike Caroline. Gray turned out to be even more of a fool than I imagined. No. It's dangerous to solely blame Gray. Perhaps my perception of Caroline's character was inaccurate. I thought she was just a young girl with excessive power, but could it be different in reality? I should consider the possibility that this discrepancy has led to the outcome of this incident. Foranada was unexpected. I never imagined they had enough power to deceive the major faction of the palace and to keep it hidden from the outside. Their local connections must be just as monstrous. It can be assumed that the palace has been influenced by information manipulation for quite some time. Probably, the person I recommended, under a different identity. Of course, Cutest should have been eliminated long ago. Over-reliance on elven magic has resulted in the current lag. Even an elf would struggle against that monster. Well, there's no point in dwelling on the past. Let's consider our future strategy. How far have we expanded at present? Since obtaining the assistance of the Witch of the West, we've been involved in various activities. We shouldn't have left any traces, but let's be cautious and scale down our operations. If they excel in information warfare more than the elves, it would be wise not to make any rash moves at the moment. I'm sure we would be quickly exposed. The question is, how much should we cut off? First, we should retract our reach within the royal palace. The probability of that monster's operatives sneaking in is high due to the recent incident. If we show even the slightest suspicious behavior here, my machinations would be exposed like a chain reaction. Next, we can continue with the experiments in several other territories. I believe it would be safe as long as I don't directly communicate and leave the work to my subordinates. I've convinced them to continue the experiments even without direct contact from me. Lastly, the issue of the witch. This is a difficult judgment. Even though it's a monster, it's impossible to outsmart that woman. No. He is the sister of a light mage. Light magic is the natural enemy of curses. Depending on the circumstances, the witch might be disposed of as well. It's a pity to sever the connection, but I should withdraw my hand decisively here. The witch's existence is not essential to my objectives. By the way, Witch of the West mentioned introducing one of the faction members to me. I believe she said the witch wanted high-quality prey, so it seems like a perfect fit. Did I provide her with the name of a noble? According to the reports from the elves I had monitoring the situation, that person seems to be widely engaged in criminal activities. That honorable man, turning out like that. The witch's tricks are truly terrifying. It's probably best to feign ignorance and stay uninvolved. They seem to have implemented effective concealment that's difficult to unravel unless you know in advance, but it's unclear how effective it would be against those monsters. It's important to anticipate the worst-case scenario. When listing them out like this, it seems that conducting the majority of my plans in other territories has paid off. It would be a heavy blow if I myself become completely immobilized, but it's not a fatal blow just yet. 7 years. Until 7 years from now, when I enter the academy, I won't actively scheme. During that time, I will search for means to counter the monsters and create an environment where I can freely wreak havoc. It's a time of lying low. Slowly and carefully, I will gather my strength. I will definitely bring this country to ruin. Interlude. Orca's second brother's invasion. After the incident at the royal palace was resolved, Foranada entered a period of tranquility. The peaceful atmosphere was further enhanced by the arrival of spring. Even I, Orca, felt a sense of relief and enjoyed a more relaxed state of mind. With the completion of the Foranada enhancement project, there was a decrease in the workload, which contributed to the overall sense of calm. However, suddenly and unexpectedly, the serene atmosphere was shattered. "Uark!" The loud voice reverberated throughout the castle, causing everyone in the room, including myself, to jump in surprise. The volume was so intense that some people even became disoriented. While making sure that my colleagues who worked with me were unharmed, I established a telepathic connection using a magical device. Naturally, I connected with my older brother, Zechs. Zechs, is this about the loud voice? Yes. There was a man who arrived at the castle gate and shouted at the top of his lungs. The gatekeeper suffered some ear injuries but is not in critical condition. The rest of the staff is unharmed. The castle guards are handling the situation. At the castle gate. Such a loud voice, isn't it? Upon hearing Zechs's report, I couldn't help but be astonished. Foranada Castle, as the residence of nobles, is quite spacious. If the voice from the gate could reach this far, it must have been as loud as an explosion caused by fire magic. It seemed to surpass the range of what a human voice could normally reach. Fortunately, the gatekeeper escaped any serious harm, which I considered quite lucky. "So, who was the culprit?" I asked. That explosion-like noise was almost tantamount to an attack. Even with some luck, it wouldn't be surprising if they ended up as a slave. It was a rare occurrence for someone to be arrested for shouting at the top of their lungs. I was merely curious about the person's name. But the situation took an unexpected turn. "Well, that is," Zechs responded with an unusually hesitant tone. I tilted my head in confusion and waited for a few seconds. Finally, in a subdued voice, he declared the answer. "It's Gad's Aushes by Akadai. He claims to be your brother." "What?" This time, my frantic voice echoed throughout the room. I immediately headed to the castle gate. After being apprehended by the guards, the person claiming to be Gardner was taken to a waiting room near the gate. I needed to confirm as soon as possible if it was really Gardner. Normally, one wouldn't think that someone who pulled such a foolish stunt could be their brother, but I believed it was possible with him. Gardner is the second son of the Byakadai family. He's the younger brother of Kaizani and my older brother. Unlike me and Kaizani, he's more of a warrior type, or rather, I hate to say it, but he's incredibly simple-minded. He casually makes statements like muscles are power, and his lack of intellect is quite pitiable. Thanks to attending the academy during the Civil War, he wasn't caught up in it. Kaizen instructed him to continue his school life until graduation. So Gardner followed those orders. That's why we hadn't seen each other until today. Come to think of it, he graduated last year. Last year was so busy that I completely forgot about Gardner's existence. I think Kaizen, who works as a bureaucrat, is probably the same. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. Calling out my second brother's name, I rushed into the waiting room. "Ha, ha, Gardner Orca, my beloved little brother. Hey, don't just move around freely. And you're surprisingly strong." There was no mistaking it. Gardner was in the room. He recognized me and tried to come running towards me. Of course, as the culprit, he wouldn't be allowed such freedom. He was being restrained by two knights standing beside him. If those knights hadn't been taught body enhancement by Zechs, they probably would have been brushed aside. As mentioned before, Gardner is a full-on warrior. Unlike me and Kaizen, who have slender builds, he's a muscular, well-built man. It's frustrating how no matter how much I train, I can't seem to gain any muscles. I can't help but feel a little envious. But now is not the time for idle thoughts. Gardner seems to be forcefully trying to break free, as he has been shouting angrily since earlier. I hope he doesn't escalate the situation any further or add to his crimes. Please, have mercy. Suppressing my complaints, I approach Gardner and the others. The knights were concerned for my safety, but I apologize. This person is my family. With an overwhelming sense of apology, I call out to Gardner. "It's been a while, Gardner." "Oh, it's been ages, Orca." I want to celebrate this heartwarming reunion with an embrace, but I can't seem to shake these guys off. These knights here are exceptional to make me, of all people, struggle. Gardner continues to resist with laughter, showing no sign of remorse. Letting out a sigh, I point out the situation. "It seems like you don't understand the situation, but Gardner, you're a criminal." "What? What do you mean?" he exclaims, completely caught off guard. It was a bit of a shock, even though the volume of his voice was less intense than when he caused a disturbance at the castle gate. Wow, has he become even more of a muscler than before I attended the academy? I'm taken aback, but I can't let myself be swallowed up by this. I need to explain it to him. "You injured a knight affiliated with Foranada and caused chaos within the castle. That makes you a proper criminal." I just greeted them. That greeting was a weapon. He's completely oblivious. It's surprising, as I contemplate how to find a resolution in this headache-inducing situation. Zechs finally appears. "It looks like he really is your older brother." "Yeah. Well, better late than never. I was reviewing the extent of the damages in various areas." "Sorry about my idiotic brother. There wasn't much significant damage, so no need to apologize." As I bow my head, Zechs smiles and forgives me. It's a stark contrast to some other idiotic brother. After a brief conversation with me, Zechs turns his attention to Gad. Nice to meet you, Lord Gad. I am Zechs Levit Foranada, the ruler of this earldom and Orca's brother-in-law. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Lord Earl Foranada. I am Gad's Auscus by Akadai. I apologize for the improper introduction in this state. Who? Wait. Did Gardner just use polite language? Is he going to swing a spear tomorrow or something? In the midst of the unexpected situation, Gardner narrows his eyes. I can use polite languages too, you know. It's a necessary skill in school. Oh, so he does have the capacity to learn and grow. What a groundbreaking discovery. I feel like you're thinking something very rude. Considering his usual attitude and the current situation, I think it's understandable. Now, let's get back to the topic. Zechs speaks up. Even though he's Orca's brother, there has been actual harm caused. Some form of punishment is necessary. Both Gardner and I couldn't say anything. As former nobles, we understood the danger of being too lenient in such situations. There was no room for us to interject with Zechs' decision. We had to hold our breath and wait for the judgment. Then, Zechs smiled warmly. Lord Gad is said to be one of the top 10 performers at the academy. Why yes, I'm not good at magic, but I have talent in swordsmanship. However, I received a report that you turned down the path of the Royal Knights. Is this true? You're correct. What? Is it true? I learned about Gardner's achievements for the first time. I knew he was aiming to become a knight, but I had no idea he was talented enough to aim for the Royal Knights. Or rather, is my actual brother in his right mind, rejecting that elite path? Receiving my incredulous gaze, Gardner turned away with a sulky expression. They call me an idiot, right? But I'm fine with it. It's my own fault for working in the capital while Kazelnia and Orca are in Foranada. Gardner. It seems that Gardner gave up on the path of the Royal Knights because he wanted to stay by our side. Should I be happy that he's liked so much, or should I be sad that his bright future has been closed off? As I grapple with these conflicting emotions, Zechs, still wearing a smile, announces, "Well then, I'll hire you in Foranada." What? Both Gardner and I let out bewildered voices at this unexpected statement. Seeing our reactions, Zechs bursts into laughter. You both have such similar surprised expressions. It's clear that you're brothers, Zechs remarks. Wait a minute. Wasn't the discussion about punishing Gardner? I interject. Why has the topic of punishment shifted to a job offer? Nonchalantly, Zechs responds. It's a punishment. Lord Gad will work without pay for the next year. Will provide the bare minimum for his basic needs, but that's it. He'll be almost entirely focused on work. It serves as both a punishment and a way to secure excellent talent. It's killing two birds with one stone, isn't it? With that, he concludes that having his brothers by his side is a benefit. After listening to Zechs' explanation, Gardner's face is filled with overwhelming emotion. Thank you for understanding my feelings. I, Gad, will serve with utmost dedication. Yeah, I'm counting on you. That's great, Gardner, I say, congratulating him on the seemingly heartwarming turn of events. Well, he's happy, and his request has been granted, so I suppose it's fine. However, I know about the Earth spirits who worked tirelessly without breaks for a year. Gardner, who has been declared to be almost entirely focused on work, his fate. Only Zechs knows. Interlude. Current teach us, current sensei. It has been about a month since Foranada started to make its moves on the public stage. The buzz and commotion in society have subsided, allowing for a more peaceful and settled life. During this time, I, Carolyn, decided to visit the town below the castle after such a long time. Over the past few months, I had been busy preparing for my engagement with the second prince, so it truly was a rare occasion. My elder brother and Orca were occupied with work, while Nina had taken on adventure requests. Therefore, this outing was a solo excursion for me. It's a bit disappointing not having them with me, but even so, I can't help but feel excited for this much-needed break. I wonder how Dan-san, Tali-chan, and Milia-chan are doing? As soon as I arrived at the usual plaza, I spotted them without any trouble. It seemed they also noticed me. waving their hands and approaching me with smiles. Long time no see, Karan-chan. Hey there, long time no see. Well, it's been a while. Yes, it's been a while. Everyone seeing their unchanged brightness. A smile naturally formed on my face. Although I wasn't particularly worried, it was reassuring to see them in good spirits. After exchanging greetings, Milia-chan and Tala-chan asked with serious expressions. Things seemed quite tough, but are you all right now? We were worried. It was only natural for them to have heard about the big incident involving the royal palace. Although I felt a bit embarrassed, I responded with a smile to ensure they wouldn't have any further concerns. I'm perfectly fine. Thanks to Unai-sama and the others, I can spend each day with energy and peace of mind. Thank you for your concern. I see. Well, that's a relief. Good to know you're feeling better. It seemed like they understood that I genuinely meant those words, as Milia-chan and Tala-chan showed a relieved expression. In addition, Dan-san let out a sigh of relief. Oh, Dan-san, you were also worried. Thank you. No. It's not like it was a big deal or anything. While expressing my gratitude to them like the others, for some reason, Dan-san turned bright red and averted his gaze. I wondered what was going on. Perplexed, I tilted my head, but the answer to that question remained elusive. Milia-chan and Tala-chan seemed to know something since they looked disappointed, but they didn't disclose anything. It's quite puzzling. More importantly, there's something I want to ask you, Karan. As the atmosphere started to feel a bit awkward, Dan-san, who couldn't sit still, raised his voice. Since changing the topic seemed like a good idea, I tilted my head in response. Something you want to ask me? Well, we want you to teach us magic. It was Milia-chan who answered. However, that answer didn't dispel my doubts. Why me, though? Don't Dan-san and the others attend the elementary school? They should be learning the basics of magic there, right? There's no need for me to teach you at this point. That's right. Except for Tala-chan, both of them have been attending the elementary school since last spring. Besides the fundamental subjects, they should also be learning the basics of magic there. It seems unnecessary for them to ask me for instruction now. It seemed that Dan-san anticipated my question and promptly provided an answer. The magic we learn at school and the magic you guys use, they seem different somehow. We want to learn the kind of magic that you and Zechs use. I see. Upon hearing his words, I understood. Indeed, the magic we handle is more advanced than what is generally taught. It's natural since it's directly taught by my older brother. Having witnessed our magic a few times, they must have noticed the difference and felt curious about it. What should I do? Technically, spreading knowledge about magic is permitted. My older brother expressed his desire to make the importance of things other than basic knowledge, like body enhancement at 2 to 3 times the normal level or design architecture, part of common education. However, I don't have any teaching experience, and I'm still in the process of training myself. Can I really teach them properly? Additionally, there's one concern I have. What is it that you want to achieve by learning the kind of magic we use? The purpose behind wanting to learn magic, that's crucial. My older brother has always said that having more options isn't always a good thing. It's true that expanding the possibilities for the future is important, but it also means that unnecessary choices can become mixed in. What I mean to say is, I'm worried that once Dan-san and the others acquire magic abilities superior to others, they might recklessly wield that power around them. Of course, I know that they are not the kind of people who would harm others for their own enjoyment, but the future is never absolute. Well, if I bring up that concern, I wouldn't be able to teach magic to anyone. Therefore, I posed the previous question. This is also something my older brother often says. Strong willpower and a sworn goal become a source of strength to resist any temptation. If they have a firm conviction, they won't waver no matter what, according to my older brother. Therefore, once I receive a satisfactory answer, I intend to teach magic to Dan-san and the others. It seems they sensed the seriousness of my question from my expression, and both of them swallowed hard before hesitating for a moment and then speaking up. I want to learn powerful magic to protect them. I was attacked by thugs in the past. Back then, Zechs and Karan helped me, but deep down, I felt frustrated. Of course, I'm grateful to you guys, but I couldn't forgive myself for not being able to do anything more. That's why I want to become stronger. I feel the same. I don't want to just cry while Dan-kun is lying there. That's why I want to learn the magic that Karan-chan and the others use. I see. Dan-san and Milia-chan's determination feels genuine. I'm not indifferent enough to feel nothing from their words. I can fully empathize with their desire to protect someone important. However, is that enough? A mere will to protect may not be sufficient. It could lead to shortcomings. You're overthinking it. Eek. Just as I was contemplating the conclusion, someone placed their hand on my head. Startled by the unexpected act, I let out a surprised voice. However, I'm not flustered because there are not many who can catch me off guard like this. Or so I thought. I turn around to face the person behind me and raise my voice in protest. Anisama, please refrain from approaching me so stealthily. It was my dear brother who was standing there, although his appearance was disguised using mimicry, but there is no mistaking his identity. He must have finished his work quickly. He shrugs his shoulders nonchalantly, showing no remorse. Sorry, he says. Oh, come on. While I find that mischievous side of yours quite adorable, I also want you to consider the strain on my heart. Nevertheless, if I keep being angry, we won't make any progress. Let's switch gears. I wait for the opportune moment when my brother finishes greeting the others and then ask him. So, Anisama, what do you mean by you're overthinking it? You're making it more complicated than it needs to be. Just go ahead and teach them without overthinking it. It's okay to teach them more freely, huh? Taken aback by his unexpected words, I'm left speechless. Seeing my reaction, my brother smiles wryly. I said it's knowledge that I permitted you to teach, so spread it freely. I took that into consideration when giving my permission. Well, it's okay to choose who you teach, but there shouldn't be any problem with Dan and the others, right? Understanding his explanation, I feel relieved. Now that I think about it, my brother wouldn't have given permission without considering what would happen after he taught them. It was an oversight on my part. So, Karan will teach them. All three of them, huh? Me too? Teller, who was left out just a moment ago, widens her eyes in surprise. My brother nods as if it's only natural. Well, she'll be begging to be taught by next year anyway. It's just a difference of a year or so. Or, isn't it unfair that Teller gets special treatment? When we start attending the academy, we'll be studying on our own for a year. It won't be that different. Dan voices his complaint, but my brother calmly dismisses it. Well, I guess it's just how it is. That's right. Although Dan raises his voice in protest, my brother easily refutes his argument. Once the three of them are satisfied, my brother whispers something to them. Then, Dan, Milia, and Tala line up side by side. Now, what are they up to? We're in your care, Teacher Karan. They simultaneously bow their heads. What is happening all of a sudden? I'm bewildered by their sudden action. However, at the same time, I can't deny that I feel somewhat pleased. The title of Teacher Karan carries a certain charm to it. Well, I suppose there's no helping it. I can only take on the magic lessons when I have time. Thank you, Teacher Karan. As expected of my brother, he understands my nature well and gives me this advice. While I feel a bit manipulated and a little frustrated, it's a good thing that my friends will improve their abilities. I won't dwell on it too much. And so, I ended up becoming a regular magic instructor. Don't worry, I won't be as strict as my brother. Interlude, Nama, the everyday life of a free-spirited spirit. Time, somewhere between the distorted world and 6 years later. I am Nama, an earth spirit. As the first spirit to venture into the culinary arts, I strive for improvement every day. Initially, I learned human cuisine by observing a village on the outskirts. However, by a twist of fate, I ended up serving an extraordinary individual. The circumstances of our meeting were less than ideal, and the working conditions during the first year of our contract were terrible. However, I am generally satisfied with where I am now. What brings me the greatest joy is the improved learning environment. As my master is a noble, They employ top-tier chefs. This means that I have the opportunity to learn from the very best. Although the ingredients and the magic involved differ, I can apply various techniques to my own cooking. And so, today, I make my way to the dining hall. My day begins with observing the preparation of breakfast. Despite the early hour, the kitchen bustled with activity. Every staff member present worked tirelessly to prepare meals for the master and their companions. Since coming here, I've learned that preparation is crucial in cooking. Some dishes require prepping hours or even days in advance. The dedication humans have towards their cuisine is remarkable. As spirits, we can absorb the ambient magic in our surroundings instantly. The idea of spending days on preparation was inconceivable to us. Truly, the decision to learn among humans was the right one. As I floated around the kitchen, I was unexpectedly met with the gaze of a particular individual. "Oh, Nomadono, are you here?" The head chef addressed me. "I'm here, Chef Dono," I replied. This middle-aged man was the master of the kitchen. Though he directed his gaze towards me, he didn't pause in his movements with the frying pan. It was a matter of pride for chefs to continue their work even when I appeared. I had conveyed that message to him previously. Never stop your hands. No matter my presence. No need to greet. Humans hardly have the ability to perceive spirits like me. To be able to play it cool like this, you're quite exceptional, Noma said. Since he didn't wear the magic sight glasses, he couldn't visually perceive my presence. Yet, he somehow sensed my existence, likely due to his natural talent. Occasionally, among humans, there are those who can detect the movements of magic. However, for the most part, humans have limitations when it comes to perceiving spirits. Due to their inherent nature, they cannot directly perceive magic. Therefore, the head chef had no reason to worry. In fact, it's the master and the siblings who use abilities like magic sight to visually perceive us spirits that are odd. Even the elves, known for their exceptional magic affinity, can only vaguely sense magic is around this area. Moreover, lately, the master seems to be able to discern magic even more accurately than me. I think they have surpassed the boundaries of ordinary humans. Well, that's enough about the master. Let's focus on the conversation with the head chef. "What kind of breakfast are we preparing today?" I asked the head chef. He nodded and replied, "Ah, indeed." He was stir-frying a large quantity of white grains that I didn't recognize. "This is a grain called rice. It has recently been introduced from the City-State Federation. You know, thanks to that plan, our market has expanded, right?" The head chef explained. "I see. With the market expanding, it means we'll have more opportunities to encounter new ingredients." "That's wonderful," I replied. "Yes, indeed. I feel honored to be able to cook with new ingredients," the head chef said with enthusiasm. He genuinely enjoyed the art of cooking. That's why I felt comfortable seeking guidance from him. However, a question arose in my mind. Is it alright to serve unfamiliar ingredients directly on the master's table? Or have you already conducted some trials? I asked, feeling that there might still be some verification needed. In response, he gave a peculiar answer. "Well, Zechs-sama took a great liking to rice. Along with some cooking instructions, he specifically requested it to be prepared," the head chef replied. "Cooking instructions too? But rice has only recently been introduced, right?" I inquired. "Yes, that's true," he replied. "How did the master learn about the cooking methods for ingredients that weren't recognized in the surrounding area? Could it be that they had visited the hometown of rice using the phase link gate in the past? No, if that were the case, they should have brought back rice itself as well, since they liked it." The master's actions remained mysterious. I knew that person was beyond the realm of common sense, but witnessing their inexplicability firsthand left me perplexed. The head chef seemed to share the same sentiment, as he smiled wryly. "What are you preparing this time?" I asked, refocusing my attention and inquiring about the rice dish. The head chef kindly answered while demonstrating the process, and thus, I was able to accumulate a wealth of knowledge. Once again today, my days aren't solely devoted to cooking. Well, that's a lie. I apologize. When I'm engaged in research within the master's phase concealment cover texture, I can end up secluding myself for several days. However, Today I'm properly out and about, so no seclusion for me. Because of our contract, I need to provide something beneficial to the master in return. I don't want to be in a position where I'm solely exploiting them without any agreement. So I work diligently. While ordinary spirits typically serve as protectors through spirit magic, it's entirely unnecessary in the case of the master. So, my main tasks involve performing tasks that can only be done with spirit magic and educating the earth magic. This time it was the latter, with Orca and Nina as participants. Both of them, especially Orca, possess magical talent surpassing that of an average elf. It was truly rewarding to instruct them. Although I, as a spirit, don't understand human magic, I can provide some feedback on things like mana manipulation and magic intensity. And then there's Mox battles. Thanks to their magic vision, they don't require the former. Consequently, we engaged in Mox battles. Nice to meet you, they greeted cheerfully. Don't hold back, come at me, I calmly replied. Faced with their lively greetings, I responded leisurely. A fight against the two of them. It might become challenging soon for Shin, but with Grin, Orca, Nina, and Minerva, I could handle multiple opponents. However, they're gradually getting stronger, and I wonder how long this advantage will last. The speed of human growth is astonishing. Well, for today, there are no problems. There were some close calls, but I managed to secure victory against the two. Ha, ha. We were so close. Orca gasped for breath while lying on the ground. Nina remained silent. Both Orca and Nina lay on the ground, catching their breath, visibly disappointed. If their spirits don't break, they'll continue to grow stronger. After providing them with some advice, the training came to an end. However, Orca suggested that it would be dull to disperse immediately, so we decided to engage in a brief chat. So, Orca began. Yes, I replied. In situations like these, I see. During our casual conversation, it became clear that these two have completely opposite personalities. Orca is friendly to everyone, talkative, and cheerful. Nina, on the other hand, is reserved and always calm, speaking fewer words. However, when it comes to battles, these two become almost identical. They'll employ any means necessary to secure victory. They possess such a voracious and pragmatic perspective. Honestly, their strength is so impressive that it makes me doubt if they're really just children. Are all that noble sons and daughters the same? Well, Kron is more impulsive, so maybe there are individual differences. By the way, I interjected, recalling a topic related to nobility. Seizing the opportunity to change the subject, I spoke up. Do you have a fiancé, Orca? The master has Minerva, although temporary. Karen also had one. I understood that nobles typically have fiancés, so I was curious why there was no such talk about Orca. In response, Orca gave a wry smile. I asked not to have one, he said. Why? I asked. The Byakadai family has always had love marriages for generations. My older brother, Kaiser, is the same. So, I wanted to follow that tradition. Orca explained. It's nice that they listened to you. Nina expressed genuine curiosity, perhaps due to her own noble background. Orca let out a dry laugh. I understand that I'm asking for something unreasonable. Unlike the Byakadai family, the Foranada family is just an earl's household. If I don't have a fiancé, my reputation will suffer. But I really wanted to walk the same path as my father and the others. Since the Byakadai family doesn't exist anymore, I thought, at least this much. Orca, too, seems to carry various burdens. Although I don't fully understand human society, I know that it can be complex. Marriage seems to be one thing he can't compromise on. That's fine, isn't it? I don't understand the concept of forming pairs, but I think it's good to have something you can't give up. I can't give up cooking either, I reassured. Yeah, I'm glad you say that. Orca smiled, a different kind of smile than before, free of clouds. Did my words provide encouragement? I'm glad. I've also become much more open-minded. It's hard to believe that the me from a year ago would be chatting and getting along with humans like this. Spirits are beings that live for a long time, drifting through the world with an unchanging appearance. However, perhaps they are not truly immutable. Spirits like me, if I can grow alongside humans, It would bring me great joy. These mundane days, they are indeed changing me. Interlude, Nina Naughty Adventurer, Promotion, and Release. The timeline is approximately 1 or 2 years after the resolution with the Royalists. Nina, having completed her quest, made her way to the Adventurers Guild. It was already dusk, and many adventurers who had finished their work were present, creating a lively atmosphere. Some were indulging in drinks at the adjacent tavern, adding to the noise within the guild building. Nina didn't mind the rough and bustling atmosphere unique to adventurers, but pushing through the crowd was a hassle. However, if she used the techniques she had learned from Zechs, like concealing her presence and agile footwork, she could usually slip through the congested areas with ease. It was a bit troublesome to have to employ those techniques, but considering the population density of the Adventurers Guild, she had no choice but to give in. It was her fault for visiting without considering the time. With a short sigh, Nina took a step forward, determined to navigate through the crowd. Soon enough, she reached the reception area, fortunate to find one of the counters vacant. Nina-san, welcome back, greeted Sarah, the newly graduated receptionist who was closest to Nina's age. They had a fairly good relationship, partly due to their similar ages. Lately, Nina had been encountering Sarah more often at the reception. Hey, Sarah, you've been working hard too, Nina replied. Hee, thank you. Sarah responded with a friendly smile. Is it a quest completion report? Sarah asked. Yeah, here's the proof of the kill, Nina said, handing over the proof, a forest snake's fang, to Sarah. I'll check it. So please wait a moment, Sarah said, taking the proof and disappearing into the back of the counter. In less than a minute, Sarah reappeared. The forest snake's extermination has been duly acknowledged. Here's your reward. Please confirm, she said, handing Nina a pouch of money. Nina took the pouch and quickly checked its contents. Everything was in order, so she nodded in approval. Normally, they would engage in some casual small talk at this point, but it seemed there was no time for that now. Nina was ready to bid her farewell and leave quietly. However, just as she was about to turn away, Sarah called out to her. Nina-san, I'm about to finish my shift soon. Would you like to have a meal together? I understand. I'll wait for you at that tavern. Nina took a moment to think before agreeing. She had originally planned to dine alone today, so it wouldn't be a problem to share a table with Sarah. Upon hearing Nina's response, Sarah's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, she said. No problem. Good luck with the rest of your work, Nina replied. Yes, Sarah nodded enthusiastically. Leaving the reception counter, Nina found a seat in the adjacent tavern. The boisterous noise from the drunken adventurers was slightly bothersome, but as long as they didn't bother her, it was fine. It was well known that Nina was the disciple of Zechs, a renowned adventurer with a nickname. Being a rank B adventurer herself, there weren't many people who dared to bother her. Sipping on a fruit drink, Nina waited for Sarah to arrive. 10 minutes later, Sarah, dressed in casual clothes, took a seat across from Nina. Sorry for the wait, Sarah apologized. It's all right. You arrived earlier than expected, Nina reassured her. Considering how busy the place was, she had mentally prepared to wait for about 30 minutes. 3 minutes was actually quite good, in her opinion. Seemingly sensing that Nina wasn't too concerned, Sarah let out a sigh of relief. Then she continued with a smile. Well then, let's order some food. What would you like, Nina-san? I'll have the yakitori set. Tea. That's a sophisticated choice. Sarah's cheeks twitched. Her reaction was somewhat dissatisfied. This was a tavern, after all, and these types of appetizers were delicious. If you were going to eat, it was only natural to go for something tasty. Besides, yakitori wasn't that sophisticated, in Nina's opinion. Nevertheless, she didn't voice any objections. It would be tiring. Afterward, Nina and Sarah placed their orders and engaged in conversation while waiting for the food to arrive. I have something I want to ask you, Sarah spoke up during their meal. When the conversation had lulled, Nina tilted her head in curiosity. What is it? I heard that you're acquainted with the Saintess of Sunshine. Is that true? Sarah asked. That, Nina responded. She had expected Sarah to ask something like this. Most of the questions she received were usually about Zechs or Caroline. Nina shrugged slightly. I have to let you know in advance that I can't reveal much about Caroline Sama. There had been various individuals who approached her, asking about Caroline's private life or trying to gather information as spies. Nina didn't think Sarah fell into that category, but she wanted to be cautious and set a boundary. Sarah chuckled in response. I understand. I'm not foolish enough to pry into a noble's affairs. In the academy, I've seen many students suffer for doing so. Nina recalled that the academy had a mix of nobles and commoners. She had forgotten about it, considering it was a few years in the future. Upon reflection, she thought it was a system that could potentially lead to problems. Why weren't they separated? She had a fleeting moment of curiosity but realized it wasn't the right time to ponder that question. She would ask Zechs later. Upon hearing Nina's remark, Sarah seemed slightly surprised. Oh, that's right. You are still in preschool. You're already rank B, and you speak so maturely that I forgot. Do I look cold? Nina asked, a bit shocked. If that were the case, it would be quite disheartening. Sarah hastily waved her hands. No, 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 not at all. Absolutely not. It's just that your demeanor gives off a mature vibe, but you don't look old. Please don't worry. I see. That's a relief. Can we get back to the topic? Sarah asked. What were we talking about? It was about your connection with the Saintess of Sunshine. Sarah reminded her. Right. Nina understood what Sarah was looking for and responded with the answer she was seeking. We are indeed close. I consider her a friend, Nina replied. Caroline had a different charm from pure innocence. She exuded a forcefulness that didn't feel intimidating. It was something distinct from being obedient. Whenever Nina was around her, she found herself drawn to Caroline's brightness. The time spent with Caroline was something Nina quite enjoyed. Upon hearing Nina's words, Sarah let out an impressed wow, as if moved. So, you've also visited the castle? Sarah asked. Yes, a few times, Nina confirmed. The truth was that Nina actually lived there. But that was a secret. If it were to be revealed, it would cause a big commotion. Then, when you visit the castle, do you also meet other people? Sarah inquired. Yes, sometimes, Nina replied. For example, Lord Zechs. Sarah pressed further. Well, yes, Nina admitted. Not only did she meet Zechs during her visits, but she also saw him every day. Although recently she hadn't accompanied him on missions, their grueling training sessions continued without interruption. She wished Sarah had asked about something else. Nina couldn't help but wonder what exactly Sarah wanted to know. Her enthusiasm seemed to be building up gradually. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Unable to discern Sarah's intentions, Nina decided to probe further. What exactly is it that you want to ask, Sarah? She took a direct approach. Nina wasn't particularly skilled at beating around the bush. She believed that being straightforward was much better than going on a roundabout path. Sarah showed a strange behavior in response to Nina's question. She looked around, checking her surroundings, then leaned closer to Nina. I'm asking how you feel about Lord Zechs, Sarah said in a slightly raised voice. What do you mean? Nina asked, still confused about the nature of the question. Unable to contain her frustration with Nina's perplexed state, Sarah exclaimed, come on, I'm asking if you have feelings for Lord Zechs. She clarified. Huh? Nina exclaimed, caught off guard by the unexpected question. Ignoring Nina's bafflement, Sarah continued, just think about it. Isn't it wonderful? A noble lady and a commoner adventurer who became friends by chance. Then one day the lady's older brother has a fateful encounter, and eventually, they fall in love with each other. Isn't it like a dream? As Sarah spoke, her eyes sparkled brightly. She looked delighted, as if she had finally found what she had been searching for. So this is the kind of person Sarah is. Nina responded with exasperation. Reality isn't that sweet. Having experienced the depths of becoming a slave, Nina couldn't help but view Sarah's dream as nothing more than a story. She knew about those romantic tales, and it was fine for Sarah to dream, but she didn't want to be involved in it. However, Sarah wasn't discouraged. That's not true. In the academy, there were several commoner children who caught the attention of nobles. Sarah insisted. Being presented with precedents made it difficult for Nina to deny. However, She didn't think the same applied to her and Zechs. I don't think Zechs and I will have that kind of relationship, Nina stated. Can't you at least consider it a little? Please share your feelings with me, even if it's just your own, Sarah pleaded. She was quite persistent, driven by a strong interest. At this rate, it seemed impossible to change the topic. Nina had no choice but to go along with Sarah's hobby. With a sigh mixed in, she pondered her thoughts. Zechs was her savior, her mentor, a peculiar person. Someone she could trust. Although he had deceived her about his identity, she had forgiven him. Probably, he was the person she could trust the most in the world. So, if it came down to liking or disliking him, there was no doubt that she liked him. But Sarah's like referred to romantic feelings, and that's where Nina's answer became unclear. After all, until now, no, even now, Nina couldn't afford to be lost in love. She was still a slave, and according to Zechs, the fate of death was still looming over her. She couldn't afford to be distracted. Still, if she had to define his existence, expressing their relationship was a difficult task for the verbally challenged Nina. She racked her brain, thinking and pondering, and suddenly, Caroline's face flashed through her mind. That's right. I think he's like a brother. Yeah, that fits him the best, Nina concluded. Although Nina only had a younger sister, she believed that a brother would be someone like him. While Nina felt satisfied with her answer, Sarah displayed a dissatisfied reaction, but there was nothing she could do about it. Finally, the conversation about Zechs came to an end, and they returned to their casual chat. Although the adventurous life could sometimes feel tiresome, the joy it brought surpassed that feeling. If these days could continue like this, Nina would be happy. Congratulations, Nina. Amidst the words of celebration, the sound of simple musical instruments echoed through the party hall at the Foranada castle. It was a standing reception-style party attended by the people of Foranada, excluding a few servants and knights. The atmosphere was lively and cheerful, with everyone enjoying the festivities. Nina, congratulations. Nina-chan, congrats. HMPH, don't let this get to your head. Congratulations. Congratulations, Nina-san. Karin, Orca, Minerva, Shin, and others, Nina's usual companions, offered their congratulations and kind words one after another. And finally, congratulations on your promotion to rank A. You've done well. It wasn't Zechs, rather, it was Zechs who smiled and praised her. As you can probably guess, it was a party dedicated to Nina. After 4 years and 7 months of training under Zechs's guidance, she had finally ascended to the rank of adventurer rank A. It was truly a long journey. Well, from the perspective of a regular adventurer, it was an impressively fast promotion, but the training she received from Zechs during that time was grueling. She understood that it was to ensure her survival. But couldn't there have been some other way to achieve that without the escalating thing they went through? Well, that was all behind her now. After all, she had become an adventurer rank A, a title holder of 2 aliases. With this level of strength, things would surely settle down a bit. Nina was filled with excitement, but then came a single comment that dampened her spirits. You still have a long way to go to become even stronger, Nina. An uncharacteristic voice escaped her lips. Zechs's words were shocking, to say the least. Why? Desperately trying to suppress her trembling, Nina asked for the reason. Zechs tilted his head in confusion. We made a promise, didn't we? To become one of the world's top adventurers. Huh? When did we make that promise? Let me see. I think it was when we first camped out together. As the memory resurfaced clearly, Nina wailed in despair. He was right. She did say it, when he asked, what about becoming one of the world's top adventurers? She replied, needless to say. Oh no, what a foolish past self she was. Why did she issue herself a one-way ticket to hell? Stay strong, Nina. Well, don't worry. Yeah, I sympathize with you. It's a cliché, but do your best, Nina-sama. One after another, Karin and the others offered words of comfort. Well, that's to be expected. They have also gone through hellish training. It's only natural that they would choose their words carefully so as not to get involved. It's slightly annoying how amused they seem. All right, let's use that trick. It's a good time for them to see it as someone else's problem. Zechs, Karan and the others also said they want to become stronger. Is that so? Then I'll have to come up with a special menu. Eh? What? Whoa! Zechs, full of enthusiasm, started contemplating, while Karan and the others had expressions of despair. Despite their complaints and protests, I'll just let it slide. He. It's someone else's problem for now. Amidst the chaos and lamentation, the party continued. The beginning may have been tumultuous, but overall, it was a normal party. Everyone was enjoying themselves with smiles on their faces. In addition to the usual group, all the members serving in Foranada congratulated me. This castle truly has a warm atmosphere. It's rare to find a noble family with so many kind-hearted people. I can't draw a conclusion since I was practically under house arrest in my own home, but I understand that this atmosphere is created thanks to Zechs's charisma. Looking back, I've been dependent on him for everything. He saved me when I was a broken-down slave, taught me how to survive, and even showed me how to resist the impending death's fate. And finally, I managed to escape the status of a slave. Yes, I am no longer a slave. By being promoted to Adventurer Rank A, I have officially become a true citizen of the Holy Kingdom. The reason is simple. Rank A grants authority equivalent to that of a baron. However, remaining a slave would create a contradiction. The Holy Kingdom likely has its own intentions of keeping powerful individuals within the country. Perhaps Zechs had envisioned all of this when he groomed me to become an adventurer. He probably believed that in a weak position like that of a slave, I wouldn't be able to resist the inevitable death's fate. I can't stress it enough, but I've been nothing but reliant on him. I owe him a great debt. I want to repay him someday, but I can't repay it without a plan. I need to think of something while I still can. As the party reached its midway point, Karan suddenly asked a question. By the way, what was the request that led to your promotion to rank A? Haven't you heard it from Zechs? Yes, but he told me to ask you directly. From your title, I can guess what you defeated, but... Oh, I want to know too. If you really want to know, I don't mind telling you. Orca and Minerva chimed in as well. Other people also seemed interested and listened attentively. I don't know what Zechs had in mind when he assigned this to me, but it's not a troublesome matter, and if they're asking, I'll share the story. All right, I'll tell you. I nodded my head and began to speak. Well, it's not a long story. One day, as I was heading to the Adventurers Guild, Zechs suddenly kidnapped me and threw me into a dragon's nest. At that time, I was astonished by his completely unexpected actions. Before I knew it, I was deep in an unfamiliar mountainous area, and in the next moment, a dragon was right in front of me. It wasn't going to let the intruder of the nest go unnoticed, so naturally, I was attacked. Of course, I fought back with all my might, using my one-handed sword and magic to battle the dragon desperately. I fought for what felt like an eternity. At the end of the long and arduous struggle, I dealt the final blow to the dragon and emerged victorious. After finishing my tale, everyone around me fell silent. I wondered what was going on. As I tilted my head in confusion, Karan asked hesitantly, "Did you fight the dragon without any preparations?" "Yeah, it was sudden." To elaborate, right after defeating one dragon, two more appeared. It seemed to be a nest with 3 dragons, and I was prepared to face death at that moment. Well, I managed to defeat them all. Thanks to that, I obtained the title of Dragon Slayer, Dragon Buster. By the way, I later heard that the additional dragons were an unexpected situation. The original request was to subdue a dragon that was attacking a nearby village, and it was not expected that there would be multiple dragons. As I answered their questions, Karan looked up at the sky. I noticed that the people around us were becoming restless. I could hear voices saying, "Where is Lord Zechs? And he's nowhere to be found." In the midst of the confusion, Karan hugged me tightly. "I'm glad you're safe." "Yeah, I'm really relieved that nothing happened." "Fighting multiple dragons without any preparation must have been tough. I'm glad you made it back." "Wait a minute. Even with preparations, wouldn't fighting dragons still be tough?" Not only she, but Orca, Cyan, and Minerva also let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, I see. It's understandable to be worried when someone fights dragons without any prior preparations. I didn't realize it until they pointed it out. It seems I was heavily influenced by Zechs. Their kindness, caring so much for someone like me, an outsider from the beginning, slowly seeped into my heart. It was a warm environment that I couldn't have imagined back then. However, there was one thing that bothered me. Minerva also mentioned it, but can Shin really defeat dragons? Based on the previous conversation, it sounded like she could easily defeat them with preparations. Even though she was Zechs's right-hand person, it seemed impossible for an ordinary servant. While thinking that, I couldn't help but have a bad feeling. And that feeling turned out to be true. Shin responded very casually. Yes, I can defeat them. In fact, everyone working at Foranada Castle, to varying degrees, can handle dragons. What? Mine and Minerva's astonished voices overlapped. The others didn't seem perturbed. It seemed that only the two of us were unaware of this fact. While I was dumbfounded, Minerva, even with her eyes spinning, managed to ask, what does that mean? Zechs, Carolyn, and Orca are one thing, but even the other subordinates can defeat dragons? Yes. Only Lady Carolyn, Lord Orca, and I can defeat them individually. But if we face them as a group, even the servants can defeat them. Cyan replied in a calm manner. Her unwavering demeanor made it impossible to doubt her words, whether we liked it or not. Then, I could hear the complaints from the people around us. When Lord Zechs took me to the dragon's village, I thought I was going to die. He said, "It's time to show the results of hellish training." But I never expected the final test to be dragons. The servants had it better since there was no limit on their numbers. We, as the knights, were ordered to defeat one dragon with a group of 5. No. We were originally non-combatants, so we could only win by overwhelming them with numbers. My head started to ache. Ordinary servants and average knights were laughing and saying, "Dragon extermination was tough." Huh? Is this the first circle of hell? It seemed that Minerva also had the same impression, as she held her head and collapsed. Oh no. I want to escape from reality too. Conclusion: Foranada is not just Zechs, everyone here is insane. Interlude: Minerva things I want to protect and complex feelings. My name is Minerva Alni Yukari Laramble. I am the eldest daughter of the Laramble Duke's family, blessed with the talent of black magic. As the daughter of my respected father and as someone gifted with black magic, I dedicate myself to the study of magic. While children of my age might have other interests besides magic, I have none. After all, magic is filled with endless possibilities, and every day brings new discoveries. There is no time for distractions. However, I cannot devote myself solely to magic. As the daughter of a duke, I must also excel in academics and the arts. Fortunately, I am naturally talented, so it hasn't been much of a struggle. I am privileged with a favorable environment, social status, talent, and beauty. There is no cloud in my life. If I were to voice a complaint, it would be that those who flock to me because of my radiance are all insincere and tiresome. They only know how to flatter, which annoys me. Well, such trivial complaints are insignificant in the path I walk. I will become a great mage who my father can be proud of. That's what I used to think. But engagement, you say? One day, my father summoned me and immediately informed me that I was to be engaged. The topic was so unexpected that I let out a dumbfounded voice. Without paying any mind to my reaction, my father continued. You will be wed to the eldest son of the Foranada family. Their family has produced light mages. I desire their bloodline desperately. If we establish a connection now, in the future, you may become the aunt of Caroline's child, who is a light mage and a member of the Duke's family. We have obtained their consent. The first meeting will be in early May. Prepare yourself by then. Wait a moment, please. After listening to the rapid succession of information, I finally managed to regain my composure. Isn't this a bit too sudden? Just the other day, Father, you said that you wouldn't allow an engagement until the last moment. I said my beauty and talent could become powerful assets in politics. It was crucial to carefully determine when and how to use them. I agreed with that opinion, which is why I had been diligently honing my skills. Yet, This sudden change in direction left me bewildered. What on earth could it mean? I understand the desire for the bloodline of a light mage. However, wouldn't it be too indirect to form a bond with a relative instead of the person themselves? Wouldn't it be more suitable to engage one of the sons who are light mages? I suggested. The eldest son, Ares, already had a fiancée, so becoming his legal wife would be difficult. Considering the need to prioritize the other party, it would be challenging. However, my elder brother Hermes is only 3 years older than me and currently without a fiancée. He seemed like the perfect choice. However, there was no way my father hadn't considered the options I had in mind. He responded calmly. There are 2 reasons for not using Hermes. One is that the royal family is moving to incorporate Caroline. The other is that the probability of failure is high if we try to directly involve her. My father explained. Failure? I asked. I understood the first reason. Even though the Larambul family leans toward the nobles, they still have to show some loyalty to the Holy King's family. Caroline has a deep affection for her brother. It's hard to imagine that someone like her would open her heart to someone other than her brother. I confirmed it directly just to be sure, and it's quite substantial. My father elaborated. Is that so? I responded. Yeah. My father nodded, appearing somewhat fatigued. Unusually, he seemed tired as he nodded. I also hold affection for my 2 brothers, but I can't quite grasp the concept of a deep affection like my father described. Just how profound is this love? As I tilted my head in confusion, my father continued, furthermore, your fiancé, the son of the Earl, Zechs, has his merits. Although his magical aptitude is regrettable, his political acumen is outstanding, my father concluded. I couldn't help but stare in astonishment at my father's words. It was an unexpected statement coming from him. My father, who valued magic above all else, praising someone he considered to have regrettable magical aptitude was something I couldn't believe. Normally, he would dismiss such individuals without any consideration. There are no subordinates in this castle with less than 3 magical affinities. It must be that my father acknowledges his exceptional skills. But I couldn't shake off my sense of disbelief. While I may face ridicule and mockery from outsiders, I don't think my belief in prioritizing magic above all else is wrong. In this world, the power of magic is more important than anything. It permeates every aspect of life. In other words, those who excel in that power enrich the lives of society. It is only natural that they are rewarded in return. However, that doesn't mean that other abilities are unnecessary. The political acumen of the aforementioned fiancé is one such example. Sighing internally at the collapse of my envisioned future, I nod my head. I understand. I will accept the proposal. I respond. I'm counting on you. Here are the documents about Zechs. Make sure to go through them. My father says. Yes. Then, if you'll excuse me, I reply, slightly puzzled by the thin bundle of papers handed to me. Returning to my chambers, I start going through the documents. With less than a month until the meeting, I'll likely depart in a few days. Considering travel time, I need to familiarize myself with the contents of the documents before then. However, I soon freeze because no attributes. My fiancé, of all things, has no elemental affinity. Section. In the reception room of Foranada Castle, my father and I were seated. Today was the day of the long-awaited meeting with the other party. However, I was extremely unhappy. I hadn't made any mistakes in my facial expressions or demeanor, but I couldn't hide the deep-seated dissatisfaction welling up within me. It was hard to accept the fact that we had gone out of our way to accommodate their convenience, only to find out that our prospective fiancé was colorless. At the very least, he should have possessed 3 aptitudes. No, let's just tolerate one for now. If my father's extraordinary political acumen is considered a divine gift, then I can tolerate the handicap of his lack of aptitude. But even so, I never expected that his magic would be completely non-existent. When I first read through the documents, I had to reread them several times, thinking it must be some kind of mistake. I've tried to come to terms with reality until today, but it was still difficult. It's not easy to change my values so easily. I've thought multiple times about persuading my father to change his mind, In the end, I understood the benefits that this engagement would bring to the Larambe family, so I didn't take any action. I truly despise it. I, who was on the path to becoming an elite, never imagined that I would have to be with someone colorless. They say the future is uncertain, but in a bad way. It turned out to be true. Who could have predicted such a worst-case scenario? Before long, a knock echoed through the room. Finally, the time had come to meet the fiancé. I focused on the opening door, hoping that at least his appearance would be outstanding. Entering the room was a plump, balding pig and a white angel. He was the complete opposite of me, a boy carrying whiteness. The white that shimmered in the light of the room was beautiful, and he exuded a serene atmosphere. Moreover, his pale, lilac eyes held a keen intellect and strong determination, piercing straight through me. On the other hand, his overall lack of pigmentation gave the impression that he could melt into the world at any moment. A strong yet fragile existence. That was the first impression I had of my fiancé. No, let's be clear about it. He was my ideal type. Honestly, I'm surprised by the emotions that have arisen within me. I never expected that I would fall in love at first sight with someone colorless. But that mysterious white is cool, don't you think? Isn't it the strongest when combined with that somewhat enlightened gaze? Let's calm down. I'm not being rational right now. I'm being quite swayed by the emotions I'm experiencing for the first time. If it weren't for my efforts to maintain objectivity in my magical research, I would have exposed even more of my unseemly side. I secretly took deep breaths and composed my expression, which was on the verge of crumbling. I may appear somewhat displeased, but it's better than accidentally showing a creepy smile. It's somewhat better than making him recoil in horror. Oh, introductions? My voice might tremble if I speak in this state. All right, let's gather our spirits. I am Minerva Orlina Yukari Larambe. Phew, I managed to introduce myself. It may have become a bit curt, but it shouldn't be fatal. After that, we were left alone, but the conversation didn't progress at all. The cause lies with me. I'm too nervous and don't know what to talk about. Perhaps the other, Minerva-san, today is the day we meet each other to get to know one another. Could we have a conversation, even if it's just for a little while? It seems that he also realized that maintaining the current situation wouldn't be favorable. However, it appears that he misunderstands my feelings, as he carefully chose his words. It made me irritated, though it's understandable given the circumstances. What did you tell my father to make him believe that you effectively control the earldom? How did you manage to deceive him with such a lie? Why am I saying such things? I heard from my father about the story that you effectively control the earldom. How did you manage to make him believe such a lie? Word that I didn't mean to say escaped from my lips. Harsh words continued to flow. This not only risks making him dislike me but also gives the impression that I doubt my father's abilities. I was completely swayed by my first experience of romantic feelings. It's not a favorable situation for a duke's daughter. I must somehow redeem myself. Feeling restless inside, I tried to justify myself. I will accept the engagement with you because it's my father's wish. I understand the importance of forming a connection with Carolyn. However, let me give you a piece of advice. But even then, my words come out as complaints. I managed to make them sound like I'm concerned about him through great effort, but it's still quite cutting. I feel like burying my head in my hands. In the end, I couldn't regain my composure, and the meeting comes to an end. Fortunately, Zechs doesn't seem displeased. Nobles are skilled at controlling their emotions, and while I can't know his true feelings, his lack of discomfort helped me regain some calm. I plan to stay at Foranada Castle until the end of May, during the 9th ceremony of his younger brother, Orca. I made a vow to myself to work on redeeming my honor during that period. During my stay at Foranada Castle, Zechs will be my guide. I'm pleased that there will be more opportunities for me to redeem myself than I initially thought. I immediately ask him to show me around the castle. Since you, a colorless individual, will be serving as my guide, full of wit and charm, you consider it an honor. However, the words that come out are still filled with my usual assertiveness. I couldn't bring myself to be honest and open with him. My face grows hot, and my mind goes blank. I truly feel like disappearing right now. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, Zechs doesn't seem angry. It's a relief that he doesn't react negatively even when I continue to make rude remarks. In fact, he accepts it all with a smile, which makes me admire his magnanimity. As we exchanged a few words, I noticed something. Zechs' gaze towards me was unwavering and direct. It felt like he truly understood my essence. Some might find it unsettling, but not me. Perhaps it's because I've been surrounded by people who don't truly see me beyond my title, but his gaze felt refreshing. And it made me incredibly happy. It felt like he understood the real me, and joy welled up within me. He's handsome, generous, and he sees me for who I am. What an amazing fiancé he is. But that's not the only reason why I've fallen for him. Walking through the castle with Zechs, I came to understand something. He is genuinely trusted by his subordinates. Perhaps it's because I'm with him as his guide, but I could feel the respect he commanded from everyone we passed. Moreover, the atmosphere in the castle was warm. While the people at Laurelimble Castle also show respect for the Duke's family, it's not as warm as it is here in Foranada. I can't find the right words to describe it, but Foranada is filled with a sense of warmth, and at the center of it all is Zechs. It's because of him that Foranada is what it is now. As my father said, his leadership skills as a ruler are extraordinary. It's not just about being strong in political matters. Zechs is overflowing with charisma that attracts those around him. I feel proud to be his fiancé, but at the same time, concerns arise. In the future, various enemies will appear before Zechs, yet, he, being colorless, lacks means to counter them. His subordinates may handle it, but there will be areas beyond their reach. In that case, I will protect him. I will eliminate threats that could harm him. Despite not possessing combat abilities, I have the power to do so, thanks to my exceptional talent of black hair magic. With that thought, my heart became clear and uplifted. People may mock and ridicule us for being an odd pair, but it's not true. He wields a strong hand in politics, and I will protect him. We will become a well-matched couple. For that reason, I will put even more effort into honing my magic skills. I will be able to protect him no matter the circumstances, and thus, my goals have been renewed. The end result of becoming a great magician remains the same, but the focal point has changed. Protecting Zechs has become my mission. I hurriedly walked through the halls of Laurelimble Castle. Normally, I would acknowledge the passing servants with a polite nod, but today I had no time for such pleasantries. I had been summoned by my father. It was the first time since the day Foranada openly defied the Holy King's family and caused a commotion at the royal palace. When I heard the news, I could hardly believe my ears. After all, Foranada had directly challenged the members of the Holy King's family, not holding anything back. Certainly, Prince Grey's actions were inexcusable, and the palace's response that followed left a bitter taste in my mouth. They vowed to punish those who showed only half-hearted efforts. But I never expected a full-blown confrontation. It was like a lone sheep leaping into a pack of wolves. Without a doubt, everything would be taken away. Thanks to Zechs' abilities, Foranada had flourished in recent years. With him, perhaps they could hold their own against the cunning minds in the palace. But that was limited to matters of negotiation and politics. Zechs lacked magical power. The palace's people would undoubtedly exploit that weakness. Once that happened, he would be left defenseless. As mentioned before, he would lose everything. Why did Foranada take such a reckless action? Did the sight of her sister in danger cloud his judgment? There was a possibility. Even during the dispute with Prince Grey, he lost sight of everything around her. In any case, I wanted to know the latest updates as soon as possible. The news that Zechs had confronted the Holy King's family had spread, but the details remained unclear. My father had gone to the capital to gather information, so this summoning was undoubtedly about Foranada's incident. Therefore, I hastened my steps more than usual. Almost running, I arrived in front of my father's office. Phew. I took a deep breath and composed myself before knocking on the door. The solid sound reverberated through the quiet corridor. The pounding of my heart felt suffocating. How much time had passed? It probably hadn't been more than 10 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. "Come in." I heard my father's voice from behind the door. As I expected when I knocked, he had already dismissed everyone. It was a sensible decision considering the nature of the conversation. "Excuse me." Suppressing my restless emotions, I entered the room calmly, behaving like a proper lady. My father was disciplined and solemn, as long as magic wasn't involved. His office reflected his character, straightforward and robust. He sat at the desk farthest from the door. Usually, the air would be tense, and I would have to gather myself. But this time, I felt my shoulders relax. Why? Because my father's evident good mood gave it away. His lips were slightly curved, and just by meeting his gaze, I could tell he was delighted. If the worst-case scenario I had anticipated had happened, there was no way his mood would be this good. Therefore, Zechs must have handled himself well against the palace faction. Feeling relieved, I approached my father, closing the distance between us across the desk. As I neared the other side, my father began to speak. "You probably already have an idea, but I will tell you the details of Foranada's conflict with the palace. Some parts of the information are under strict confidentiality, so we must keep it to ourselves." "Remember that." "I understand," I replied, while feeling puzzled by the mention of strict confidentiality. Then, my father began to speak, gradually increasing his fervor. No, he was speaking with increasing enthusiasm. As rumored, Zechs had confronted the Holy King's family in an aggressive manner. I felt dizzy, but the story didn't stop there. According to my father, Foranada's financial power was equivalent to half of the Holy Kingdom's. According to him, Foranada's agricultural and the mining industries rivaled those of any other region in the country. He went on and on. In front of the Holy King, Zechs apparently revealed the true strength of Foranada, and subsequent investigations in Laramble confirmed the facts. I couldn't close my gaping mouth. I knew Foranada's economy had been improving, but I never imagined it had improved to such an extent. It was unnatural. I had never heard such things about Foranada. As I pondered that, it struck me. Was it concealed? That's correct. Most likely, Foranada's true capabilities have been hidden from the country. No, even from neighboring nations. To control the attention surrounding such remarkable achievements without completely suppressing it, one must possess extraordinary power. It's devious not to completely conceal it. Right. My father sighed. The achievements of Foranada were not completely unknown. It was a well-known fact that the region was prospering. So, what made it devious was the manipulation of information. To downplay those achievements, they intentionally directed investigations to yield only minimal results, deceiving others and preventing deeper involvement. It just goes to show that, as my father said, the covert operations of Foranada are far from ordinary. So, does that mean the palace, having learned of Foranada's capabilities, accepted Zechs, countered Foranada's demands? I asked. Upon hearing about these accomplishments, the palace would likely back down. The damage caused by challenging Foranada would be much greater than the loss of prestige from an apology. I was convinced of that, but my father's response was different. No, Lord Zechs challenged the second prince to a duel and defeated the proxy sword saint, he replied. What? Wait a moment. A duel? Proxy sword saint defeated? A flurry of incomprehensible terms flooded my mind, and I fell into extreme confusion. I didn't want to appear foolish in front of my father, but it was impossible to maintain composure in this situation. My father remained calm and silent, as if he had anticipated my reaction. After a considerable amount of time, I finally managed to gather my thoughts. First of all, I had one question. Did Zechs really defeat the Sword Saint? Yes. And he won overwhelmingly, but he was colorless, wasn't he? Yes. Nevertheless, he won. I no longer understood anything. The title of Sword Saint was bestowed upon the strongest warrior in the Holy Kingdom. The current Sword Saint was said to possess the greatest swordsmanship in history, and I had personally witnessed his remarkable skills. His sword was both beautiful and powerful. To imagine Zechs not just defeating but overwhelmingly winning against him was beyond my comprehension. And if Zechs had no affinity for magic, it made it even more unbelievable. Feeling even more dizzy than before, I asked again, was Zechs a skilled warrior? If Zechs, who couldn't use magic, won, there was no other explanation. I had never heard of him being proficient in swordsmanship. My father nodded. That's one of the reasons. One? I uttered in disbelief. Before I could even express my doubts, my father's voice echoed loudly. Lord Zechs used magic. Moreover, it was an unknown magic that I have never heard of. It was definitely not elemental magic. There is no doubt it was the seventh magic. Magic, I murmured, dumbfounded. Once again, an indescribable shock overwhelmed me. As it had done several times before, a colorless person using magic. That was information that defied common sense. Even though it came from my father's words, it was difficult to believe it immediately. However, my father was known as the magic enthusiast. He would not bring up the topic of unknown magic lightly, nor would he consider others' feelings. Ignoring my bewildered expression, he released the pent-up excitement from within him. Yes, it was magic, blades that shone like radiant swords and wings of angels. I could hardly believe my eyes. Someone who was deemed incapable of using magic, using an unknown magic that no one knew about. He continued to speak with excitement, as if his words were pouring out. Having somewhat regained my composure amidst the excitement, I calmly organized my father's statements. In summary, it seemed that Zechs used magic to deliver the final blow to the Sword Saint. He had somehow grasped a sensation similar to magical power, so there was no doubt about it. It might have been the most unbelievable story of my life, if not the most unbelievable story of today. If it weren't for my father's words, I would have dismissed it as nonsense. The notion that a colorless person would use magic was so far from common sense. My father continued to babble on, saying things like I'm glad to have a connection with him, or I should inquire about the unknown magic. He spoke without restraint, as if he couldn't contain himself. He probably wanted to share his thoughts but had been patient considering the circumstances. I could empathize. Even I had a part of me that was thrilled at the mention of unknown magic. But something doesn't sit right with me, I said. Simultaneously, I realized that I couldn't wholeheartedly rejoice. There was an unshakable unease deep within my heart, despite the fact that my fiancé's only weakness had disappeared. No, I won't deceive myself. Perhaps I was feeling frustrated. I had boasted that I was the only one who could protect him, but in the end, it seemed unnecessary. It seemed as though he saw no need for someone like me, and that made me unbearably frustrated. How pathetic. The once celebrated me, who was praised so much, was now useless to my fiancé. What a shame for the genius of magic. My heart aches. The pain is so intense that I want to scream at the top of my lungs and claw at my body. I never imagined that being unable to be of help to the person I love would be so painful. I never dreamed that I would care for him to this extent. I used to think that love at first sight was nothing more than a fleeting notion, but now I can't dismiss it so easily. I've learned that if you find many things to love about someone, it becomes true and genuine love. What should I do from now on? Should I continue to suffer in agony like this? No, absolutely not. I can't bear to show such an ugly side of myself. Even if the gods allow it, Minerva Alwa Inuyakari Laramble cannot allow it. Even if it seems impossible now, someday I will definitely surpass him. I will become a formidable mage, someone he will rely on. Yes, nothing has changed. I will dedicate myself to honing my skills as a mage. That is the only path I aspire to follow. Interlude. Orca something worth fighting over. The following events take place approximately 2 to 3 months after Duel 6. Since Zechs's emergence into the spotlight, various changes had occurred. My, Orca's paperwork had increased, external interference had escalated, and Foranada had become more active than ever before. As various intentions entangled with one another, things gradually began to change from the usual. Among these changes, one in particular had a significant impact: the presence of a new resident in Foranada Castle. The individual in question appeared before me, Karan-chan, and Nina-chan, thanks to Zechs's introduction. So, by the request of Duke Laramble, Minerva-san will be living with us until she enters the academy. Everyone, please get along, Zechs announced. Nice to meet you, Minerva-san responded with a slight air of displeasure. This timing of shared living arrangements, coupled with the fact that it was requested by a magic-crazed, made their intentions clear. Zechs couldn't possibly have forgotten about it, so they were probably offered sufficient compensation. I should confirm that later. For now, let's focus on Minerva-san. To be honest, I didn't have a favorable impression of her. It's envy-inducing enough that she's engaged to Zechs, and yet, she directs her strong attitude towards him. Though she doesn't seem to mind and claims to be a good girl. From the perspective of those around her, including me, she's not exactly a pleasant person to deal with. Well, since Zechs accepts her, we don't have the right to criticize, and we should make an effort to get along. We can't complain about being incompatible when we're living together. It's been a while, Minerva-san. We've introduced ourselves before, but let me reintroduce myself. I'm Orkar, Zechs' younger brother. Nice to meet you, I said, taking the initiative. I smiled as I extended my right hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you too, Minerva-san responded with a faint smile, shaking my hand. Oh, it's a more positive response than I expected. I thought she would react more defensively. After that, Nina-chan and Karan-chan also greeted her, but her response was normal. What on earth is going on? Curious, I glanced at Zechs. He noticed my gaze and could only respond with a wry smile and a shrug. I have a question. Minerva suddenly spoke up after everyone finished their greetings. Zechs responded. What is it? The girl who introduced herself as Nina, is she related to the house of Hainous? The sister or something of Lina Monutari Hainous? Oh. Zechs let out a vague sound in response to her question. The name Lina was new to me, but I had a vague understanding of the situation. Probably. This Lina is my twin sister. Nina-chan answered Minerva-san's question in her usual expressionless and monotone manner. In response, Minerva-san tilted her head. Twin? I've had several conversations with Viscount Hainous, but I've never heard about that. I was treated as a disgrace to the family, so I probably never mentioned it to anyone, Nina-chan replied calmly. I see, I understand now. I shouldn't have asked so directly. I apologize, Minerva-san responded, unusually sincere. Meanwhile, Nina-chan remained unfazed. Minerva-san seemed to grasp the general situation from Nina-chan's responses. She apologized genuinely, while Nina-chan didn't seem to mind at all, saying it was in the past. So, the House of Hainous had some connections with the House of Laramble, even though they belonged to different factions. Ah, it must be because the House of Hainous was also focused on magical supremacy. It's not uncommon for relationships to form through shared ideologies and principles. After the conversation came to a close, Zechs informed us. Well then, the four of you should get to know each other better. Sorry, but I still have some work to do, and promptly left the room. Wait, he's leaving only this group behind? Silence dominated the room. Well, that was to be expected. It would be difficult to liven up the atmosphere with this group alone. However, we couldn't just stay in this stagnant state forever. The only one who could break the ice was me, right? Nina-chan was out of the question. Karan-chan wouldn't be able to handle Minerva-san. So, by process of elimination, there was no choice but for me to take on the role of the host. Well then, shall we have a tea party? I suggested, trying to find a safe starting point for getting to know each other. Surprisingly, Minerva-san was enthusiastic about the idea. Since we're here, I'll make the tea. Moreover, she offered to make the tea herself. I widened my eyes in surprise. Huh, you can make tea? I couldn't help but blurt it out, but I guess it couldn't be helped. After all, it's hard to believe that someone like a duke's daughter would possess the skill of making tea. I am sorry. I quickly apologized for my rude remark. But Minerva-san just chuckled. I understand why you might find it surprising. I only learned recently myself, she replied, averting her gaze. Oh, is that so? I thought she had been interested in it for a long time, she answered while looking away. Well, isn't his hobby tea? His. Wait, could it be? Minerva-san didn't respond, but her silence was confirmation enough. It might be the most surprising thing I've learned recently, considering how she always complains about him. I assumed she disliked Zechs, but her willingness to learn his hobby. Does that mean she doesn't dislike him that much after all? As I pondered this, Karan-chan suddenly stood up. You're just trying to score points, aren't you? Huh? I was taken aback by her unexpected statement. Before I could stop her, Karan-chan continued speaking. Once she found out that her older brother can handle unknown magic, she learned it just to flatter him, didn't she? What are you talking about? See, Karan-chan, that's going too far. Minerva-san raised her eyebrows sharply. I panicked and tried to admonish Karan-chan, but she didn't stop at all. Well, there's no other way to think about it. Someone who kept making remarks that hurt her older brother suddenly tries to align her hobbies with his. It's a terrible about-face, Karan-chan continued. GG's, that hits hard, but it's different when it comes to making tea. I've been learning it even before his abilities became apparent. Minerva-san defended herself. I don't know about that. People can say anything afterward, Karan-chan retorted. Then why don't you ask Zechs yourself? After my 9th rite, he tasted the tea I made, Minerva-san challenged. When did that happen? That's not fair, you sneaky cat. What, sneaky cat? I'm his fiancé, so if anything, you're the one in the position of a sneaky cat. To consider me a noble lady, a sneaky cat. I won't forgive you. Meet me outside and settle this once and for all. Fine. I don't like you anyway. Coming out so boldly as my little sister, I'll show you the power of your sister-in-law. You're the one who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It's too late to apologize now. That's what I should be saying. The argument erupted abruptly. Karan-chan and Minerva-san didn't know when to stop, and it gradually escalated. Eventually, it escalated into a magical battle in the courtyard. Of course, both Nina-chan and I tried to intervene, but they completely ignored us. In the end, Minerva-san lost badly and locked herself in the room, crying. It was supposed to be a gathering to foster friendship, but it produced the exact opposite result, and I was at a loss. But the story didn't end there. Afterward, Karan-chan and Minerva-san continued to argue frequently. Every time they met, it seemed like they were fighting. And ultimately, it would escalate into a magical battle. At first, I rushed to intervene, but eventually, I realized it. This is one of those they argue because they're close situations. Those two might not get along on the surface, but fundamentally, they're quite similar. Sigh. I must have looked like an idiot desperately trying to stop them. In the end, the arguments between Karan-chan and Minerva-san became a famous spectacle in the Foranada castle. All's well that ends well, I suppose. Interlude, Shin 3 newbie maids. The timeline is set 5 to 6 years after Duel 6, and 1 year before the continuing canon. Early summer, the warm and gentle air signaled the end of spring, and the season of gently sweating had arrived. However, the daily work remained unchanged. I, Shin, diligently carried out the tasks assigned to me. Until the previous year, I had been fully dedicated to being a secretary for Lord Zechs and his family. But this year was different. I had been entrusted with the responsibility of training the new maids. Why me, you may ask? At first, I wondered as well. However, after hearing the details, I understood. These newcomers were intended to accompany Lord Zechs and his companions when they enrolled in the academy. With only a year until practical training, there was no one better than me to provide strict guidance. I had always felt it, but when it came to education and training, Lord Zechs became incredibly strict. Should I bring it up and offer some advice? Well, it's fine. The hardship is only temporary, and it will strengthen them. Besides, it has been a little over a month since I started the training. I felt that a touch of rigor was necessary for those unique newcomers. If I ease up on my guidance due to the advice, they will surely become uncontrollable. Once again, I can't help but wonder how those girls managed to pass the rigorous selection process of Foranada. The number of applicants has been increasing every year, so the content of the examination must have been quite challenging. It's impressive that such unconventional individuals made it through. Senpai, I'm done cleaning the windows. Suddenly, someone called out to me. The person with a casual tone and speech that was difficult to call respectful was one of the new maids. Her name is Garna, a girl with blue hair tied up in a chignon. Just like her tone, she has a carefree personality. Ghana, can you do something about your way of speaking? With a sigh. I made the umpteenth remark, and Ghana responded with a wry smile. Ha ha ha. Senpai, you never learn, do you? I speak properly in front of Count Sama, his siblings, and the guests, so isn't it fine? It's not okay. You don't know who might be watching or listening. I'm sorry. Sigh. Ghana showed no signs of reflection whatsoever. How did this girl manage to pass the selection process? However, when it comes to sensing presence, she is exceptional. If anyone gets even a little closer, she notices it perfectly. Perhaps she doesn't feel the need to reflect because she's confident that no one will hear her slipped-up speech. But work is work. Next time, I'll have to break that inflated ego of hers. Even though she excels at sensing presence, she can't compare to me, who has overcome hellish training in addition to my original duties. He. Be prepared. While inwardly smirking, I asked Ghana. What about the other two? Besides Ghana, there were two other newcomers under my care. I hadn't seen them yet. Ghana tilted her head. I don't know. When I finished, they seemed to be close to finishing as well. Well, let's wait a little longer then. As predicted, the remaining two soon appeared. The assigned task has been completed. We're done. One of them was a serious-looking woman with hair the color of 1,000 grasses tied up in a single ponytail, wearing glasses. Her name was Tyria, and among the three newcomers, she was the least troublesome. The other woman had deep purple eyes and hair, giving her a somewhat sleepy half-lidded look. Her name was Marin, and in a way, she was more of a problem child than Ghana. More than half of the newcomers were problem children. It's giving me a headache. Good work. And Marin, speak properly. It's such a hassle. There are only the usual members here, right? She said in a relaxed tone, similar to Ghana. While feeling a headache coming on, I shook my head. Still, fix it. Mew. Fine. Marin, unlike Ghana, obediently nodded. That's one thing about her that makes her easier to handle. But that's the only thing. She has a glaring flaw. Rumors turn into shadows. Marin's bad habit is triggered. Wake up. Naya. I'm sleepy. We're still working, so endure it. Yes. Marin's bad habit is prioritizing sleep over anything else and dozing off regardless of the situation. If you give her a proper warning, she'll wake up, but she's an employee who always makes me anxious if I'm not constantly watching her. How did she get hired? Well, I understand that she's talented. Among the active servants, she has a high level of skill that can compete for the top spot. She has an incredibly fast memory. Marin's characteristic is that her strengths and weaknesses are too extreme. What should we do for the next task? Timing it after the chaos has settled, Tyria asks in her serious tone. Among the three newcomer maids, Tyria is the only one who provides some relief. She may lack flexibility, but she is diligent, has no notable flaws, and smoothly completes her work. She's a soothing presence. Tyria is the healing one. Well, let's have you learn a new task next. Understood. Oh, fresh tasks are exciting. It's bothersome, but I'll do my best. Each of them responds in line with their respective personalities. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Teaching and guiding them is a challenging job, but I find it rewarding. They are my direct juniors for the first time, so although I know they will be troublesome, I'm happy about it. That's why I want to be a respected senior to them. Well, I do hope to have a little more relaxation as a senior though. This isn't part of the gardener's job, is it? Suddenly, Ghana voiced her dissatisfaction. We are currently in the garden of the Makoka mansion, cleaning the gazebo at its center. I reprimand her. This is our job as servants. The gardeners are busy with the Makoka flowers, I explain. If there are so many, then I understand. Marin surprisingly agrees. As she says, the number of Makoka flowers is staggering. I read a report recently that stated it exceeded 300,000. Now, besides creating magic-enhancing potions, we have also ventured into selling decorative flowers. Thanks to each flower being worth tens of thousands, Foranada's finances are on the rise. Because of the scale of this operation, we have dedicated gardeners for the garden. It's understandable that they wouldn't have time to manage the gazebo. It seems Garner's previous comment was just a complaint. Garner seems to understand the situation as well and lets out a sigh, saying, I understand. But isn't cleaning here quite bothersome? It's inconvenient not being able to use magic. Can't it be a little easier? Garner suggests. No. It's not allowed. If magic is used carelessly, it could have a negative impact on the flowers. Endure it, I respond firmly. Certainly, even simple tasks like preparing water can vary greatly depending on the presence of magic. However, since the makoka flowers belong to Lord Zechs, even the slightest risk is unacceptable. When I firmly refuse, Garner slumps her shoulders. Then, can we at least chat while we work? I want to liven up the mood a little. Garner pleads. Such unnecessary distractions. Please. Sigh. Being begged so desperately makes it hard to refuse. It seems I still have some lingering weakness. I'll consider it a challenge for the future. Just a little. And remember, you can't stop working. I concede. Thank you. Garner jumps with joy and promptly resumes her work. She's really in good spirits. What should we talk about during our chat? Muran asks the question, and Garner smirks with a mischievous smile. At times like this, there's a classic choice, love talk. Garner suggests. You mean like a sleepover with friends, right? That's. I respond, finding the topic choice quite absurd. As I express my exasperation, Garner tilts her head in confusion. Oh, is that so? Well, it's fine, isn't it? I just want to talk about love. Garner insists. If that's the case, then you should be able to provide a topic to discuss, right? Tyria, who had been quietly cleaning all along, interjects. The way she raises her glasses gives the impression that she has a strong interest in love talk. Garner, on the other hand, smiles wryly. Ha ha ha, I guess it has to come from me, huh? Of course, I affirm. Well, I have someone I like. Lately, I've found someone who fits my ideal type. Garner reveals. Oh? I inadvertently let out a sound of surprise. I had assumed Garner just wanted to pry into other people's love lives. It was unexpected for her to provide a topic of her own. Muran asks, have you confessed to that person? Not at all. That person haven't even noticed me, so I have to start by getting to know that person first. Garner replies. It's surprising that someone like you isn't even noticed. Your appearance is quite attractive, I comment. Senior Shin, please don't emphasize the like. It's simply rude. Garner retorts. It's the truth. I reply. It is indeed the truth. Tyria agrees. Both of you are terrible. Setting jokes aside, it's true that Garner has an appealing appearance. In fact, all three of the new recruits have remarkable looks. The men around them wouldn't leave them alone. Do the three of you have any romantic experience, including past relationships? I ask out of curiosity, thinking it might provide insight for approaching Lord Zechs in the future. Oh, Senior Shin is getting interested too. Unfortunately, the answer is none. I have high standards. Garner replies. No way. It's too much of a hassle. I have a boyfriend. Eh? Garner and Muran's answers were as expected, but it was a shocking revelation that Tyria had a boyfriend. As the three of us widen our eyes in surprise, Tyria tilts her head. Didn't I mention it before? My boyfriend used to work at Foranada, so I joined here. Tyria explains. Oh, I see. I was wondering why top-ranked Tyria-chan wasn't working at the Royal Palace, but that explains it. Garner remarks. Surprisingly passionate, I add. At the time, even the faculty members were surprised. Tyria recalls. It's understandable. If level-headed Tyria prioritizes love, anyone would be surprised. It's interesting how the conversation takes an unexpected turn. As I marvel at this, Garner speaks up. Now it's Shin-senpai's turn. With Garner's words, I realize that it's not a situation where I can avoid talking. Wait, do I have to share too? When I look around, the three of them are looking at me with great interest. Especially Garner, whose eyes are sparkling. As an elegant and mature woman, Shin-senpai must have plenty of romantic experience. I would love to hear your insights. Garner says with excitement. Well, we're looking forward to it. Well. Cornered by Garner and Muran's pure expectations, I struggle. What would happen if I were to say, I've never been in a relationship and I'm devoted to Lord Zechs? However, my dilemma comes to an abrupt end because Tyria drops a bombshell. I'm very interested in the intimate moments you've shared with Lord Zechs, Tyria says. Huh? Huh? The room falls silent at Tyria's words. Oh, Shin-senpai, you are dating Lord Zechs, aren't you? Tyria continues to press. We finally regain our senses. Wait a minute. Hold on. What? Shin-senpai and Lord Zechs, huh? Garner stammers in shock. Walmran nods in approval. I, too, am bewildered. Why? Why would you think that? I ask. If you were paying attention, you would have noticed, Tyria says with a perplexed expression. It seems she was well aware of my feelings. Well, I'd like to believe it wasn't so obvious since the other two hadn't noticed. Oh no. I feel like disappearing into a hole. I never expected my subordinates to expose my feelings like this. I cover my face with both hands. Observing my state, Tyria speaks. I see. So you're not at the stage of being in a relationship yet. I apologize for the assumption. She apologizes with a composed expression. Retracting my previous statement, Tyria is not a source of comfort. She's a superclass natural airhead. These are 3 new recruits, all have peculiar sensibilities. Is this another trial, Lord Zechs? After that, I am bombarded with questions as expected. I swear never to engage in love talk with them again. Interlude. Akatsuki, the root of obsession. The timeline is shortly after 6 years later. Thousands of stars fall from the sky. Thousands of swords sprout from the earth. Both shine brilliantly, burning the surrounding air, as they relentlessly assail each other. In a matter of seconds, the stars and swords collide. Thunderous roars echo through the heavens, and violent tremors shake the ground, endlessly spreading and distorting the space. The air warps with a creaking sound. It is a sight reminiscent of a mythological battle. I, Akatsuki, never imagined engaging in such a fight. This battle is a simulated combat. It is a simulated battle between me and my soul disciple, Zechs. This situation, akin to the creation of heaven and earth, is created by me and Zechs. As for me, Zechs's abilities have already surpassed the realm of humans. In just a few more days, he will turn 16. In that short period of time, he has acquired power on par with the messenger of the gods. It's a terrifying rate of growth, even considering my guidance, but now is not the time to be impressed. I sense a distortion in the space near the back of my head. Swiftly tilting my head, I see a right arm wielding a dagger passing through the place where my head was just moments ago. I held my breath. The recent attack must have been executed through the phase link gate, but I couldn't sense any signs of it until just before it happened. Normally, with such immense magical power in motion, I would have noticed it much earlier. Moreover, it's too unnatural that he can accurately target my position in the current situation. The collision of the stars and swords unfolding before us releases a tremendous storm of magic, which should be interfering with his detection abilities. In other words, there's no way he can pinpoint me like this. But as if mocking my thoughts, attacks continued to be unleashed from his side. This time, I successfully sense the magic. Estimated gunshot shots are being activated from 8,112 places around me, nearly filling 360 degrees. If I get hit by all of those, I'll undoubtedly be a hornet's nest. I wish he wouldn't throw such outrageous attacks so casually. However, I am not a messenger of the gods who can be defeated so easily. I can also use predictive magic. In the next moment, 8,112 shots of gunshot shot are fired at once. I read the trajectories and gracefully dodge every single one of them. Good. Now I can counterattack. What? I can't move? Unbeknownst to me, I am entangled in threads made of magic. They seem to be growing from deep within the ground. And even I, with all my skill, am momentarily restrained. Zechs doesn't miss the opportunity. Multiple gunshot shots aimed at vital points are rushing towards me. You're naive. I emit a concentrated burst of magic around me, deflecting the incoming bullets. The amount of magic Zechs had imbued in those bullets was more than I had anticipated, and it consumed a considerable amount of my own magic, but I narrowly escaped the predicament. Realizing that remaining on the defensive won't get me anywhere, I decide to seize the momentary gap and launch a counteroffensive. After all, teleportation isn't their exclusive domain. Well, it works on different principles than Zechs phase link gate, but still. I activate teleportation and instantly move in front of Zechs. I had reverse detected his location from his previous attacks, so I knew where he would be. Zechs seemed to anticipate my offensive, as he had already prepared two short swords. Haha. I wouldn't have it any other way. Using magic, I create two-handed swords and swing them towards Zechs. He skillfully uses his short swords to deflect my attack. That's right. Since short swords are his specialty, don't try to block him head-on. My teachings are proving effective. We continue clashing, checking the results of our training. The clash of magic creates a thunderous roar, and numerous sword duels unfold around us. After a while, we both instinctively take a step back, creating some distance between us, about 10 meters. Even though we can close the distance in an instant, we take a moment to prepare ourselves. No words are exchanged, but both Zechs and I understand. The next strike will bring this mock battle to an end. Zechs locks his gaze onto me, his eyes filled with determination. It's clear that he's determined to win, but I'm not planning to lose either. Although our powers are evenly matched, I'll show him that he can't compete with a divine apostle. We both charge at each other again. In less than a second, our weapons clash. The sound of metal colliding echoes, and the world around us starts to crumble. It seems that even the different world border Tazara can't handle the power of our battle at this level. We both charged at each other simultaneously. In less than a second, our weapons clashed. The sound of blades colliding reverberated through the air, and the surrounding scenery was blown away from the epicenter. The world that was already screaming began to crumble under that strike. It seems that even the different world border Tazara is insufficient when it comes to our battle at this level. Before the effects reach the outside world, we need to settle this. I started constructing magic to deliver the finishing blow to Zechs. However, before I could activate it, my consciousness was engulfed in white. I found myself lying spread eagle on a vast grassy plain. It was a peaceful place with a serene atmosphere. Darn it, I lost. I shouted loudly towards the sky. Yes, I had lost to my disciple Zechs. It was an immense regret. I couldn't help but feel frustrated. I never intended to concede victory for another 100 years. Well, 100 years is an exaggeration, but I didn't expect to lose so soon. Zechs' growth rate is truly extraordinary. Ah, the stars are beautiful. It's already nighttime. As I pondered pointless thoughts and gazed at the sky for a few minutes, someone approached me. Needless to say, it was Zechs. He, too, was worn out and completely depleted of magic. It seems that this victory was a close call. Wait. Hold on. What happened to your eyes? I couldn't help but ask. Zechs' eyelids were completely shut, and tears of blood were flowing from the gaps. Moreover, it wasn't just ordinary bleeding. I sensed the presence of magical side effects. In response, Zechs shrugged his shoulders as if it was nothing. It's just the recoil from my final technique. It's not as severe as it looks. It definitely feels like you paid a price, though. Ha ha ha. Can you tell just by looking? This is no laughing matter. I'm genuinely worried. Magic that requires a payment can lead to irreversible consequences in certain cases. Even with my serious gaze, Zechs' attitude remains unchanged. He nonchalantly sits down beside me. I'm really fine. The recoil is just stronger due to my inadequate proficiency. With practice, I can somewhat mitigate it. I can't detect any lies. His inner thoughts, now that our abilities are evenly matched, are impossible to discern. But I could assert that he was telling the truth. I can judge the authenticity to some extent. Relieved, I ask my second question. What was that final technique? After all, I believe it was magic, but it was unfamiliar to me. If I had any recollection, even for an instant, I wouldn't have made such a foolish mistake of being caught off guard. Then, Zechs smiles with a smirk, full of meaning. It's a privilege of being human. Specifically, it's a secret. What? This guy seriously has no intention of telling me. After training him without holding back, he's showing such ingratitude. Seeing my raised eyebrow, Zechs chuckles. Just kidding. I'll tell you properly. But wait a little longer. I want to savor the taste of victory a bit more. HMPH. Aren't you unpleasant to talk about savoring the taste of victory in front of me? The one who was defeated. He has some nerve. You're saying that? You always used to boast whenever you won. I'm fine with it. After all, I am your master. I've had some terrible masters. Zechs starts laughing, and I can't help but be drawn into it, laughing along. Even though I lost the Mox battle, this kind of atmosphere isn't so bad. Section. I have something I want to ask you. Is that alright? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. After witnessing Zechs's A's returning to normal, I threw a question at him. It had been on my mind ever since I met him. On the other hand, the content of the question made me hesitate to delve into it. Why ask at this moment? It's because we are now in an equal position. With the difference in our abilities before, my question would have had an unavoidable force. That was something I wanted to avoid. I genuinely thought, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Receiving my sincere attitude, Zechs took some time to contemplate. Then he replied briefly, "Go ahead." I gathered my courage and asked, "Why are you willing to risk your life for your sister?" It was a question that touched the core of who he was. Therefore, it was an aspect I couldn't delve into for a long time. Zechs displayed a perplexed expression. "Why? Is it not enough to say it's because I love her?" That may be true as well, but it wasn't always like that, was it? You made the decision to help your sister right after she was born. In that case, it doesn't add up. It was a fact that Zechs loved his sister. I understood that more from his actions and words on a daily basis. However, that love didn't lead to a reason to overturn the fate of his sister's death. It's impossible to have such a deep affection for a newborn sister to the extent of risking his life. It was certain that he had motivations other than love for his sister. Exclamation mark. I gasped. It was because all emotion seemed to drain from Zechs's face. His eyes were so empty that he could be mistaken for a dead person. Despair was lukewarm in comparison. The current Zechs was something like an endless swamp. Stunned by the situation that surpassed my expectations, he muttered quietly, "It's a boring story." His voice lacked any emotion, just like his expression. I had a sister in my past life as well. She was a frail child. Most of the time, she was confined to her bed. The story of his past life, revealed by Zechs, was quite fresh. It seemed like he separated his current life from his past life, as he never mentioned topics like memories. If it were a different topic, I would have been less interested, without a doubt. That's why it was inevitable for me to be drawn to indoor hobbies like being an otaku. I particularly loved games and had to accompany her with them countless times. In fact, it was my sister who started playing Brave Saint Chronicle. The game based on this world. Didn't you say before that you started playing it because you were interested in the story from the hero's side? I managed to recover and threw in a question, including a prompt for more information. In response, Zechs gave a wry smile. "Well, it's not really contradictory. I became interested after seeing my sister play it." "I see. Well, as for where this story leads," Zechs clenched his teeth and spoke as if he could vomit blood at any moment. "I associated Karen with my past life sister. I couldn't protect her back then, but this time I can. Which means my past life sister died right after I entered university. She had an accident in front of me, and she died due to the resulting complications." I had no words to respond. I had no idea about the relationship between Zechs and his past life sister. He must have intentionally avoided discussing it. However, from his demeanor and the fluctuation of his magical power, it was clear that they were very close. The shock of losing someone dear in front of your own eyes is an indescribable pain. I bowed my head. "I'm sorry. It wasn't a question I should have asked so easily." In response, Zechs gave a dry smile. "Hey, lift your head. It was me who chose to share that. You don't need to apologize. I've come to terms with my past life. Don't worry about it." "I see." I managed to nod, barely. It was quite a statement to say that he had come to terms with it. In reality, the fact that emotions could be sensed indicated that his heart was greatly disturbed. Perhaps realizing that I could see through his inner thoughts, Zechs tightened his grip on his magical power. There was no longer any sign of emotional turmoil. Then, He smiled wryly. It's true that I've come to terms with it. It's been a while since I recalled my past life sister. And at first, I did see glimpses of Karen in her. But now, it's different. I genuinely cherish Karen from the bottom of my heart and wish to protect her. His voice as he spoke held no hesitation or confusion. It seemed like genuine words from the depths of his heart. I let out a sigh and nodded. I see. That's good then. I apologize for asking such a dull question. It's fine. I said it before, but I spoke of my own accord. Understood. I won't say anything more. Zechs' presence returned to normal, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. However, deep down, I felt a sense of anxiety. I might have made the wrong choice. The emotions Zechs invests in his precious person are beyond what I anticipated. If anything were to harm that, would he be able to stay sane? If he were to lose his sanity, it would result in the strongest being in the world going on a rampage. I didn't even want to think about such a worst-case scenario. Sigh. A sigh escaped me naturally. The dice had been cast. Since it was impossible to weaken him, all I could do was hope that he achieves his goal. May Zechs and his precious person find peace. I made a wish to the heavens, feeling somewhat detached. Extra. Home date. As I was preparing myself to work hard as usual, I was suddenly informed of something unexpected. There's no work? Yes, there isn't. That was the first thing Shin, my secretary, said to me. I was supposed to review a commercial proposal, but what did it mean that it was cancelled? Naturally, I asked for more details, and Shin answered without hesitation. It seems that the person in charge of the project misunderstood the deadline, and as a result, today's work got cancelled. What are the implications? We're adjusting and minimizing the impact. If that's the case. Wait, even after the adjustments, my work was cancelled. Feeling a sense of unease, I decided to confirm just in case. Then, bring me another task. There's none. No, it's not there's none. There's none. Like an NPC in an rebounds per game, Shin repeated the same words. At that moment, I realized, regardless of the mistake, my lack of work was intentional. I resisted the urge to grab my head in frustration and asked again. It's difficult for me to suddenly take the day off. By the way, Caroline-sama also had the day off today. Hey, you definitely planned this schedule on purpose. If you're going to do it, at least hide it better. Unable to endure any longer, I couldn't help but interject. Shin's lack of effort to conceal it gave me a headache. In response to my reaction, Shin said in a bewildered tone, Zechs-sama, you work too much. While you are dedicated to improving the working environment, if the top leader works too much, no one can take a break, you know? There was no denying the logic of her argument. As Shin pointed out, if the boss, me, worked excessively, it would be difficult for my subordinates to take time off. Although I felt somewhat manipulated, it would be wise to go along with her plan in this situation. All right. I got it. I'll take the day off today. Yes. Please leave it to us and enjoy your day off. I sighed quietly in response to Shin's beaming smile. Section. Following Shin's advice, I decided to spend the day with Karen, who had some free time. When I conveyed this to her, I get to have you all to myself for a whole day. She was extremely delighted. I was deeply moved by her reaction, knowing that I am her elder brother. What should we do? Usually, I would suggest having a tea party, but it's still morning. I feel like it wouldn't last very long. Since I didn't have any particular preferences, I asked Karen. In response, she smiled and said, let's have a home date. A home date? It was an unexpected answer, so I inadvertently repeated her words. I had imagined a normal date going out together in town. Is that okay? Today, we're both free, so it's also an option to go outside. Although I understood her intention, I asked again just to be sure. However, it seemed my concerns were unnecessary. Karen continued to smile and said, I want to spend some relaxing time alone with Unai-sama today. Is that not okay? All right. Let's have a home date. No older brother could remain calm after being hit with that upward gaze and the words, is that not okay? So, I asserted confidently. Section. After a little preparation, Karen and I found ourselves in her private room. Speaking of preparation, we didn't have anything extravagant. Just a large sofa, some tea, and light snacks. Today, we would relax and enjoy our time while drinking tea. But, was just one sofa enough? The sofa had a decent amount of space, but it seemed a bit cramped for two people to sit on. Well, since Karen specifically chose it, she must have had something in mind. As I tilted my head in confusion, Karen vigorously nodded her head up and down. Yes, this is good. No, this is perfect. She seemed excited about something, but I couldn't quite figure out what she had in mind. I hoped that nobody had given her strange ideas. Now, big brother, please have a seat first. Oh, all right. Prompted with enthusiasm, I felt a little shy but obediently complied. I sat down on the right end of the soft sofa. Then, Karen shook her head sideways and said, "No, not like that. It's not at the edge. Please sit right in the middle. But if I sit in the middle, there won't be any space for you." "Please, big brother." "All right, I understand." "Is there any older brother who can refuse their sister's request?" "No, there isn't." I granted Karen's wish and took my place in the center of the sofa. As mentioned before, it wasn't a spacious one, so there was no space for Karen to sit at the moment. What does she want to do? As I was puzzled by her unpredictable behavior, Karen finally took action. Specifically, she sat on my lap, leaning against me. "Huh, Karen?" Surprised, I couldn't help but let out an exclamation. I never expected Karen, who was raised as a noble lady, to make such a bold move. Since Karen is still a child, our height difference isn't significant. As a result, her head, and consequently her face, were right beside mine. Her slightly unruly golden hair, jewel-like crimson eyes, and perfectly shaped face were just inches away from me. Regardless of her being my sister, this proximity was undeniably embarrassing. I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks. Looking at Karen, I noticed that her face was also bright red. If she was feeling embarrassed, she should have stopped. Should I be happy that she likes me enough to take such actions, or should I lament her recklessness? Well, as a self-proclaimed siscon, the answer was already clear. Smiling softly, I reached out and gently combed through the golden threads in front of me. "Anai-sama?" Karen turned towards me with a slightly surprised expression. Leaning closer to her ear, I whispered gently. "In this position, I can't reach the cups or food." "Can I leave it to you, Karen?" "Yes." "Why yes. Please tell me anything you need." Oh, the effect was tremendous. Karen turned bright red as if steam was about to come out of her head. Although her initial bold action surprised me, she still remained innocent and inexperienced. Seeing her adorable reaction, a smile naturally formed on my face. However, even in her flustered state, Karen didn't get off my lap. When I asked her about it in our subsequent conversation, it seemed that she had harbored this desire for a while. While I couldn't help but think that she could have just told me about it. Well, she's a girl at that age, and even with my siscon tendencies, there might have been some aspects that were difficult for her to express. It seems that this time, Shin and the other subordinates encouraged her. In the end, we spent most of the day being close to each other. We enjoyed chatting over tea, reminiscing about the past, and even had storytelling sessions like we used to do when we were younger. Sometimes, having such a day off like this might be a good idea. End of Volume 3.